What's up, what's up, what's up? How we doing? How's it going, Z? Wow, you were very prompt. You must have been just sitting in my server, huh? Waiting for the notification? Holy moly. You were here like second one. Hey, it's Chewy, it's Chewy. I thought you had D&D, my brother. Are you multitasking at the moment? Are you pulling a cozy and just doing with sound off? Crazy background. What do you mean crazy background? It's not that crazy, is it? Oh, you're waiting on people to start? I see. You know, one thing I do need to do, especially with this overlay up, is, I really need to add a background into that. I think for the first part of the stream here, that's what we're gonna do. I'm legit just gonna do a little bit of link leveling. Maybe we'll give people a couple more minutes to show up if anybody wants to be here for the festival run, because that's the first thing that we're gonna do. The first, like, organized piece of the stream, I'm gonna jump into festival and get that Realm of Gods mission done if I can. Originally, I had wanted to wait for, the damage limit removal, just in case on the off chance that one of the strong active skills that I use at the end, you know, like, would get capped on damage. It just would make it overall easier to win if I did it that way. But, there's another looming issue, and it's that thing that I announced during the last live stream. I want to be able to release that system into my Discord server. I want to be able to finish that. But one of the things that needs to happen first, which goes along for, like, the submission form, for that thing, is a bunch of, like, apt screenshots that go with it. And one of the screenshots that I've been struggling to take is, like, a mission clear screenshot, because I don't have them done myself right now, because of this festival mission. And I've leaned on a couple of other people to try and get that screenshot from them, but a lot of people have the kind of the same sentiment right now, that they haven't done this festival mission yet. So, I'm gonna get this one done so that I can, get the next step of that process going. Okay, let's see here. But yeah, for the moment, I'm going to be multitasking here, because I'm going to try and get a dark background for the chat on screen here. So just give me 1 second. This should just be a quick Photoshop process, but the more I distract myself, the longer this is going to take. Let's do this. That's not what I meant. Oh no. There we go. Okay. Delete everything, and then put a square. This should actually be the easiest thing ever. Hold on. Let's go for, like, 80% darkness. 80% opacity should probably be okay for the background. Hopefully. Maybe. Hello? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, don't do FOB until the bit limit is removed. I thought about it, but again, I already just explained exactly why. I need a screenshot of all missions cleared as quickly as I can get it, so we're just going to power through and do this ahead of time. Maybe Godku or Blue Vegeta is exceeding the bit limit. Yeah, Blue Vegeta is the main one, right? Physical Godku, I've heard a couple of people that are pretty convinced that he doesn't actually reach the damage limit, even if you wait all the way till the final phases to transform him. So I'm not really banking on that too much, but the main thing, the main, like, win or lose part of Festival, I think especially with a lower damage team, like, the Realm of Gods team, is gonna be, the Daima phase, because there's so much HP there, right? Between the two enemies, and you're not using, like, the final actives and stuff. So the one place where we can definitely benefit from there is the Blue Vegeta active skill that basically one-shots Glorio. Because, yeah, he could potentially get to the damage cap. And then, yeah, then obviously, you know, that would affect the amount of damage we do to Glorio, so. But unfortunately, that is not a luxury we are going to be able to take advantage of today. Okay, let's see. Channel graphics. Let's name it. That should work. Okay. Let's see. I swear I have like a infinitely growing checklist of things to do for the stream in between streams, and I always forget to do the things. And yeah, making this little background for the chat box is one thing that I keep forgetting to add, so I'm so sorry that I've got to do this now, but... Alright. Oh, one thing I actually did do, though, is I updated the members icons. So you guys can see now, next to Chewy's name here, he's got the little, the toxic head with the 1 on it. So I not only increased the size of the number on top of the face, but I also increased the size of the icon itself. So that should be a little bit more legible in chat for you guys. Okay. Yes, it is a bigger one. It is a bigger one. I think there's a lot less squinting that's going to need to go on with that, so. Okay. PNGs. STs. There we go. Yes. Oh, that's kind of perfect. Chat, say it ain't so. It's kind of perfect, you know? Let's see, where's the bottom? Right there. Does that work? Oh, and then it's just... I'm silly because it's currently on top of the chat box, but we want it underneath. There we go. Oh, needs to go a little lower. There we go. Yeah, buddy. Okay, do me a favor. Can you guys just spam chat? Because I want to see the top. I want to see the top of the box. But it's... I need to see how high chat goes before it cuts off the chat box. So just spam messages. Just spam messages so I can see how high it goes. And then I can adjust the top layer here, and we should be in business. You like potatoes? What kind of potatoes? Ketchup kind of mid? Nah, the best potatoes are potatoes with ketchup. Fun fact, fun fact. Oh my god, not the time loss, not the time loss. No! Oh, did the top hit? Oh, I didn't even notice. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna give a little bit more leeway. Because the messages at the bottom seem to keep fluctuating how far away from the bottom they actually are, depending on how long the message is. So it might do the same thing at the top, I'm not sure. Okay, that should be fine. That should be fine. W. You guys got to see the pretty peppy gal faces for like 10 seconds, and now they're all covered up. But that's alright, the most important one is still visible, right? I was also laughing as soon as I put, like, activated the webcam and stuff, because it looks like I'm Android 21. I mean, I guess some of you probably haven't seen this overlay without my face here. But yeah, it's Android 21 here. I gave her the little uwu lines on her face and stuff. She's covered in hearts. She even has a subscribe collarbone tattoo. She's out here looking sick. But yeah, you're gonna have to enjoy my pretty face instead. There are now 2 big reasons to watch me? Nah. Well, what's the other reason? Would I rather date Android 18 or Android 21? Probably 21. Probably 21. Because they're both, like, extremely strong fighters, but then 21 is, like, way smarter than 18. Because she's also a genius, right? It's like, if you mix Bulma and Android 18, you get 21. So I feel like 21 just has to kind of be better in every way. But then also, if you made me choose between Bulma and 21, obviously I'm picking Bulma, so... But I also don't have a lot of stock in, like, the powerful warrior part of things, right? What do you mean LOL streamer doesn't know? No! No! I swear I know. I'm in the know. I'm in the know. The 2 reasons right now are below your Oh. Oh. That's really funny. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. I have to use these boosts first because I don't want to fill up to full. I didn't realize I still had 2 left here. We'll just do them on 38.7, so it's real quick. Let me see what my links are at. We might need to start a new team. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and... Nah, actually, I think they're low enough. Low enough, it's fine. I hate this auto-translate thing. Can I turn this off? I hate this feature so much. This was such a nuisance last stream. It's already happening again. Videl number 1, by the way. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I would say more along the lines of, you're lucky she made the cut. The only reason I... Yeah, you are a child, exactly. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Also, don't like that the child meme is becoming a staple here on the channel. Let's go ahead and kill that one real quick. How about that? Thanks. Appreciate it. But yeah, like, the only reason Videl is really included here is because she is such, like, a main protagonist, Peppy Gal of the series. But, honestly, as far as favorites, I can easily come up with, like, 10 Peppy Gals that I like more than Videl. Other than Chi-Chi, there's basically no Peppy Gal that I like less than Videl. Chi-Chi's literally the bottom of the list. Videl is right below. And then basically every other female warrior in the series is above. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to make an Imp Bobbity overlay. Margarita, good choice. I thought so. I thought so. Yeah. Definitely over Vados, right? Oh, I didn't even realize. Okay, more stalling, guys. All good, more stalling. Let's do our dailies real quick. Oh, and we've got quite a few dailies to do, don't we? Okay. Well, I guess we're chilling for the moment. So I haven't built the Realm of Gods team yet for Festival, so we're gonna have to actually manually build that together. I think I have an idea of it. I took a shower before the stream started, and I was just kind of brainstorming through my head, like, what options I have. And I think I have a team build that could work. So my idea is gonna be AGL God Goku as the leader. Physical God Goku on the team, the STR Blue Boys, the LR Gods, obviously, and then I want to use Physical Vegito Blue, because I'm planning to use Friend Leader Int 4s, because they are going to be really, really good. Probably better than any other Realm of Gods Friend Lead I could bring. And I think they should all be on both leader skills. I'm pretty sure. Because of Power Wishes being a thing. So then, yeah, that could work out. But bringing Physical Vegito Blue is going to be a huge bonus for the Int 4s. Allowing them to get their 24 key super a lot more often. Because I'm pretty sure he's a Rainbow Orb Changer, right? And then, I think I might be one unit short on the list I just named, because, yeah, Physical UI and SSBE could be another potential option. I would only want to bring them, though, if I am bringing the Int 4s as friend, because otherwise they aren't going to be stacking, and they're probably not going to help me too much in the harder phases at the end, and I'd be a little worried about damage, so. Which is another reason why I want to bring the Int 4s. So. Oh, Int UI as well. Yeah, I do also want him on the team. And see, that's the thing. I was, like, brainstorming this, but I didn't even actually keep track of, like, the numbers of, like, how many units to build a full team. I just had all those units in mind, right? So, but I'm pretty sure that's enough units there that we're not going to need to rely on, like, AGL UI. As much of a flex as it would be to bring, like, a full dodge team into Festival or win with a unit like AGL UI on the team, I am a little bit worried about damage, and I want to make sure that... you know, I want to make sure that we can, like, you know, have a stacked enough team to be doing the damage we need to do at the end of the battle. So, we'll see, we'll see. Int UI isn't on the lead. He's not on the Int 4's leader skill. Is that what you're saying? We could potentially, if I had to choose between the two of them, though, I'm gonna pick the Int 4s as a friend lead. So, if we need to just not use the Int UI, or, yeah, not use Int UI, then that's fine. We have plenty of other stackers. I'm not... Ultra Instinct isn't on Power Beyond Super Saiyan, unfortunately. Well... Yeah. I mean, I guess I didn't think about the full leader skill, but I suppose Power of Wishes is... like a God Goku thing and not a UI Goku thing, so yeah, I guess that's fair. But yeah, we'll have to play around with the team build a little bit and see what we can make work. Which I guess also means that AGL UI wouldn't have been on the leader skill either. But yeah, that's not the worst thing. That's not the worst thing. It would have been mostly just a flex to bring him, right? I was also considering, like, STR Whis. I need to double check, like, what kind of support STR Whis has. He's also not going to be on Power of Wishes, but the idea is that, like, he's a dodge or die character anyway, and he still would have all of the dodge available to him in his kit, so it's less about utilizing him for damage and more about relying on him for dodging the entire time, and support if he has support, right? I just don't actually remember. Let me look at his build real quick. Okay, yeah, he's selfish anyway. He doesn't even give any support at all, so... Oh, wait, I'm lying. All allies 70% attack for 2 turns. But that's only if you have an ally with Beerus in the same turn. Yeah, that's a little bit of a tough thing, because we're not using Beerus, so we kind of can't run him. You would just say, get AGL Godku off the team. He's kind of ass defensively in Festival, and you don't want dodge or die in there. Then I guess that would mean we're using Physical Godku as the leader. Is he kind of ass defensively? I honestly haven't used the unit too much. I don't really remember his kit that well. Let's take a look. Here. Oh, I need to put the box on this view, too. It's probably not going to be worth it for this stream. I'll do that later. I'll do that at another point. But I do need to put the background thingy on chat for these things as well. Okay. So... we're easily going to have this, right? So that's going to be the 60% there. I mean, he's got 80% dodge. And then... when attacking, starting from the character's next attacking turn. Okay, so wait. Am I reading this wrong? Oh, before attacking. Before attacking. Got it. 80% before attacking, and then 60% after attacking, because he has... or 50% after attacking, because he has this and that. Okay. Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. And his super attack effect is only... oh. Yeah, it's a 4-turn buff. Yeah, he could be problematic, huh? He does get this extra defense when receiving an attack. But also, that's only for 1 turn. He does get this permanently after the revive. And the thing is, he has the revive, too. That's the other real benefit to using him, is if we don't have any other units that have a revive on the team, then he can offer us that later in the fight. That could potentially be a thing. And then I also like the fact that he's giving us the higher leader skill, right? But we could potentially go for physical Godku. So let's just do some experimenting here. See what we got. You would say get him off the team, at least get physical UI Evo, because at least then you have a turn of Immortal late in the fight. Yeah, that's true, that's true. I mean, the counter argument to that is why not both, right? Okay. Sure, we can destroy this team. Okay. Does he ever make the team? Probably not, right? He's got, like, I mean, he has Realm of Gods requirements as well as crossover requirements. Okay, we'll consider him as a backup option. Okay, so the main idea right now is to use him as the leader, because he also has Power of Wishes, right? Oh, pure hybrid Saiyans, duh. Okay, the Power of Wishes is like the extra percentage. Okay, yeah. He has a really fine leader skill for this. That actually works out pretty good. So then we were also talking about using physical Vegito Blue. For the Int 4s as friend. And then we still have one more spot. So this is... right, we were talking about, like, using one or the other, but this is exactly where AGL God Goku fits. I don't know that I want one more stacker. Wait. STR... what? You're saying... oh. Got it. You meant this unit is ass. One more stacker, 2 on each rotation. No, because we're going to keep physical Vegito Blue on rotation. With the Int 4s. Isn't that the idea? So that we can get as many EX Supers with them as possible? That's the whole point of him being on the team. I mean, I suppose he is still also going to help if we just keep him as a slot 3. We're just not going to have him every turn. Like, who else are you even... because here's the thing. What you need to think about is that a unit who is not a stacker will not perform well in the end of Festival because they are likely not going to have enough base power to compete with those ridiculously, like, power-boosted bosses, right? But the thing is, we have the int 4s that are going to be stacking everyone. So if I can promote the 24 key super to be happening, then that will change that situation for our non-stacking units, which could be good for Physical Vegeta Blue in the end, and that's also going to be huge for UI and SSBE, especially like their active skill is going to do a lot more if we have that, you know, extra, like, EX super stacking that's going on throughout the team, right? But, if instead of having Physical Vegeta Blue there, we just run another stacker, then now that means we have to prioritize between the stackers. Because let's say there is a stacker on rotation with the int 4s, and then we prioritize the int 4s every turn, and the int 4s are killing. And so now it's been like, you know, 20, 30 plus phases in the fight, and this one stacker hasn't gotten a chance to attack. Because they're on rotation with another stacker that's doing all the damage. That is going to be an even worse situation at the end of Festival, when you have a unit that requires stacks that didn't get to. So I'm a little bit worried about adding another stacker, honestly. You could take STR Evo, who's an orb changer, and stacks. You really just recommended I use this guy? This guy? You don't want me to bring AGL Godku because you're worried about him defensively, but you want me to bring this piece of shit. That's actually crazy. That's actually a crazy take. I can't even remotely get on board with that one, sorry. That unit is genuinely horrible. I will actively go out of my way not to use that unit anytime I can. Man, who do we got here? See, this is where it gets a little bit dicey. It's not, like, super obvious what to do here. It genuinely feels like I should go for AGL Godku. What's up? Am I missing out on something? You have a fun question for me. What's up? What's up? No, you can't use alt arts on the same team as regular arts. It's the same unit. Yeah, look, it's grayed out. You can't use them at the same time. Is Vegito Blue a pure Saiyan or hybrid Saiyan? Well, okay, then, alright, then the final answer is this. The final answer is this. This is how this has to be run. This is the team. This is the team. Because now the leader skill works with everyone. And I could potentially pause from here and swap int UI onto the team. Oh, no, wait, I can't because he's not on the friend leader skill. So now I just need to make sure that everyone is on the friend leader skill, which also is he on the int 4's leader skill? Because they're what? It's Power of Wishes, GT Heroes, and oh, yeah, PBSS. Okay. He is on Power Beyond Super Saiyan. And then Power Beyond Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan, and because of SSBE. Yeah, so everyone here is on Power Beyond Super Saiyan. We're good. But we do need... I mean, we don't have any other option. Like, I guess, yeah, we'll be careful with Godku, but we literally don't have any other option, right? And the thing here is... Oh, wait. How much damage reduction does he have? Okay, he has 30% damage reduction, so... If we bring Whis as one of our items, then we know, at the worst possible case scenario for him, if we double Whis, he is 100% invincible. And it's likely that with the stacking we're going to get from the friendly int 4s, like, for, you know, to help support his defense and stuff, then maybe he would be able to tank with one Whis, being only at 70% DR with whatever defense numbers he's at. It is a little bit scary. I did give him God equips, right, for dodging? They're attack God equips. Okay, well, he does have a dodge one as well. Yeah. Let's try it. And he's just probably going to be a slot 3 floater the entire time anyway, right? Yeah, we're just going to float him. Exactly. Oh, the 4s do only support damage. You are correct about that. That was a silly shout from me. Alright, let's get Whis in there. And then, Power Beyond Super Saiyan. Wow, yeah, we have a support memory that's gonna support everyone. Perfect. Thoughts on double physical God Coup? That's what you were gonna try your first run after the update. Okay, so I will say when we did the Power of Wishes update, when we did the Power of Wishes mission, and we used physical God Coup, I noticed that he did not do as much damage in the final phases as the Int Force did. So, I think this is gonna work better. I think having the Int Force as friend lead is ultimately better than God Coup on both sides, especially because God Coup on both sides means we can't use Vegito Blue. But I guess we also don't need Vegito Blue if we don't have the Int Force. I mean, okay, just for argument's sake, let's go ahead and put together a secondary team build doing double physical God Coup and just see what that build would look like, right? Where is bro? Please. There he is. Realm of Gods and Pure Saiyans. So we've got these ones, this one, him, and then obviously Realm of Gods and Hybrid Saiyans is literally just Trunks, right? Yeah, and we're not going to use him. Okay. So then, what's the last unit? We have, with this team build, we would have 5 stackers, actually. Because we're going to have Physical God Coup, Friend Lead Physical God Coup, and then we have the AGL Blue Boys, we have the Tech Gods, and we have Int UI. So that's already 5 stackers. We could potentially just put AGL UI. I mean, you can't, AGL VB, ew, no, not happening. Yeah, it's probably just AGL UI, right? For survivability's sake. I mean, AGL UI or AGL God Coup. I guess with no external stacker like Int 4s, we probably wouldn't be seeing much benefit in the way of offense of bringing AGL God Coup, and AGL UI is definitely better defensively, so it's probably this then. Yeah, no. We're not bringing this guy. The Super Easy A Int Vegeta. You really think he's gonna do okay against, like, AGL Gogeta at the end of Festival? I don't think so. I think this is the kind of unit that gets you killed. I mean, what DR numbers is he working with? A one-time 20% DR and that's it? And the rest is just stats, which... Oh, wait, he has 40% here. He has 40% here. So I guess he is also safe with double Whis, but... I think I like the idea of AGL UI better. Wait, if you add Int Vegeta, that's the team you beat it with? So instead of AGL UI, this is the exact team you beat the mission with? That's actually pretty crazy. Wild. I mean, he is a pretty good support, yeah. That's a fair shout. Downplay on Int Vegeta. Well, I don't know. You had LRUI as the leader? Oh, that kind of is better, huh? Because he's only giving 200%. Okay, I should do that. Because he's straight up Realm of Gods, right? Yeah. Oh, but that's only if I'm not using the Int 4s as a friend lead, right? if you're doing double, yeah, so for this team build specifically, it makes sense to swap these two. And then you would have a friend physical Godku. Actually, if we are going to do this, we should go for the alt art so that we can tell them apart. Okay, this could be interesting. And then, now the only downside here is the support memory is only supporting 6 out of 7 units, because UI isn't on Power Beyond Super Saiyan. Which isn't the worst thing ever. But I will say, I'm a little bit worried about managing 5 stackers. Like, how did you go about managing your 5 stackers? Were you having to, like, constantly change out your rotations for other rotations? Because that's not the kind of festival run that I enjoy doing. You know, I feel like the main benefit of this strategy here is that it gives you a little bit more freedom with your build. Don't worry too much for STR Goku. Start stacking around the 40 mark, I'd say. Then he's not going to help with Glorio with his active skill, like, at all. I'm gonna try this build first. But yeah, basically no matter what, we're gonna beat this today. So if I fail, it's gonna be pain, but we'll jump right back in. Which is kind of why we're starting with it. Just in case we don't have time to, like, segue to anything else by the time the stream is over. Yeah, that would be all good. So yeah, let's go ahead and go in like this. I think this will be fine. Alright, I am gonna turn this into a video as well, so, okay, yeah, see you in a little while then, Chewy. Good luck with your D&D thing. So, yeah, I'm gonna get a video started here real quick, do a quick YouTube intro, and then we'll get started on the run. You said Physical God Goku slot 1, Tech Elder God slot 2, MUI slot 2, and then you just floated the rest. I see. Okay. Maybe I am underestimating the power of Physical Godku, but maybe that'll be a mistake I'll have to learn the hard way. Okie doke. What's going on, guys? We are live on stream for a Festival of Battles challenge attempt here. We are going to be attempting to take down the Realm of Gods mission. So I've got this cheeky little team build here, led by AGL Godku, who is probably the most worrisome unit on the team to have for this festival mission. But it just ended up working out that we could use the Int Force as our friend lead here. So yeah, we've got some cheeky strats to go ahead and implore for this run here, but we might be able to get this done. The main thing that I focused on with the team building here is the ability for us to be able to do enough damage to take down those final phases, because obviously that is something that most teams that you'd bring into Festival would struggle with, is being able to scale up the correct amount of damage, which is why I really wanted to try and rely on the Int Force as a friend lead if I could. So let's go ahead and jump in and see if we can get this thing taken care of. Alright, get those auto buttons off quickly. That would be nothing but a disaster from the start. Okay, let's see. Okay, our rotations are a little bit chopped at the moment. So the idea for our rotations here is to have the Int Force on one side with the physical Vegito Blue, because he's going to be an orb changer that's going to allow the Int Force to get their 24 key often, which is going to help getting all those EX Supers, stacking the entire team, right? So that is the main idea. Now, I think... it might be a smart idea for us to leave leave physical UI like, tag switched until the very end, right? Because then this way we're going to be able to stockpile a guaranteed a turn of invincibility for ourselves at the end. When we use physical UI for the very first time, we'll be able to throw them in slot 1 and then know that we're going to guaranteed dodge all the attacks coming. So we'll probably be harboring that for the very, very end of the fight. We'll just keep SSB out. I think that that's probably going to work out the best. And then we'll also go ahead and, I guess let's go ahead and float Godku to get him around onto that other rotation so he can start stacking there as quickly as possible, since he's supposed to be one of our main rotation units on the other side. Like I mentioned initially, we didn't really get the best rolls here on rotations, so we are going to have a little bit of a funky start, unfortunately. But it's good news for us that the very beginning of Festival isn't as tough as it was on release, right? We have a lot of units that are capable of, you know, kind of shoring up those weaknesses, and that are a lot stronger at the start of the battle. So, we're not, even though we got bad rotations, we don't really have to worry about not doing enough damage in these first phases here, right? Should be okay, should be okay. Alright, we need to float physical VB, and then, obviously, the Int Blue Voices are a permanent stacker, so we're going to want to try to focus on their stacking as well. They are going to be our main rotation unit on this side with the physical Super Saiyan 4s. I think is going to be the main idea here. We'll see, we'll see. Or, not the physical Super Saiyan 4s, physical God Goku is what I meant. But yeah, we'll see if we can make that work. We'll see, we'll see. We ultimately do have essentially 5 main rotation units, though. Technically. Just because we do have 4 units on the team that stack. And then we also have physical Vegito Blue, who it would be nice to be able to keep around with the Int Force as often as we can, but we might ultimately have to, consider them as a floater if we want to be able to prioritize stacks for everybody else, right? Which, that part is actually a little bit tough to decide here. Maybe it would make sense to have... Oh, maybe I did mess up my rotations here. Maybe it would make sense to have... Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do here. The Int 4s and the Physical Godku are the 2 units that need to... the 2 units that need to have the most stacks by the end, because they are the like, absolute biggest... They are the absolute biggest, like, damage dealers, right? By the end of the fight. So I think I need to make sure to prioritize them on either side, and then just split the LR Gods and the Blue Boys, and have them be, like, the secondary stackers that are probably not going to be stacking quite as much. But then once we get to, like, the multi... you know, the 6 charges, phases, and stuff, we'll be able to kind of shake that up. So for now, we're just going to be prioritizing stacking the Int 4s and the Physical God Goku, and everything else is going to be laid to rest. I think that's going to be the main strat for now. Start floating VB when you reach the AGL Pycon phase. Yeah, no, I'm going to start floating him right now. Ultimately, kind of talk myself in circles with that strategy, but I think it makes the most sense for us to keep him off rotation so we can prioritize stackers, right? Probably going to be the way we want to go with that. He's still a good floater anyways. Yeah, exactly. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Oh, it was weird to see Physical Vegito Blue super attack. I was like, wait, he's not even on rotation. What happened? I panicked and thought I put him in slot 1 for a second. That's really funny. You can't wait to use Wrathful Broly on Festival with the bit limit removed. Yeah, that's that definitely tracks. I feel like that's probably going to be pretty cool to see. I still don't have him, unfortunately. He's only been available like twice ever or something, so yeah, I actually still don't even have him to be able to take advantage. VB could be doing quad 50 million supers near the end. Yeah, he absolutely could. That's, you know, the damage output is definitely one of the considering reasons why we brought him on the team, right? Wow. We're 3 for 3 on EX supers right now. That's definitely good. Obviously, the luck is going to balance out at some point. But, can you imagine how easy the end of Festival would be if you just got every single possible EX super that you could? Never failed one the entire event? That'd be quite nasty, I think. Next turn, put the gods slot 1, but don't get them 20 key. Just so they can get, like, 1 attack and defense boost. Because, when we get the EX, we're, like, one-shotting anyway, so technically it's just an extra stack that you get overall. As long as they don't kill. I mean, I guess. I guess. That's 19 key, so they don't get the additional. We'll see. We'll try it this once. If this ends up not working out, then I'm probably going to go back to, the ways of straight up prioritizing, the way that I was before. But the thing is, if I do this every turn, they're actually still going to be stacking attack every turn, which means that they might become too powerful? I guess they really aren't doing shit right now. Right, at 20 key, they get super effective. Yeah, that makes sense, But it's going to be a matter of having to forcibly not get them that key, which is actually going to be a little bit tough with this team. Because they do be Lincoln. And anytime we come across an AGL phase, not getting 24 key isn't going to matter because they're still going to be super effective, right? But, I mean, they did do a solid, like, 3 super attacks there, so that is probably going to help them a lot in the end. Alright, I'm almost wondering if I should be doing the same thing on this side. With the STR Blue Boys. Right, which goes perfectly with that sentiment. As long as all the stackers stack, you should be alright. Well, so far, the Blue Boys are not stacking, you know? So we'll see. And this is one of those headache things of, like, having 5 stackers on the team would just be even worse, right? I can't imagine needing to have 5 stackers on the team instead of just 4. Well, I mean, I can't imagine it. That's how Festival originally was when you first beat it, right? When you were using, like, Tech Vegito Blue and stuff. There was a lot more, like, finicky strategies with, like, rotating your units off and, like, sharing the stacking between everyone. I hate doing Festival when it comes to that type of stuff, I will say. Damn. We can't get an 18 key, but then not, a 20 key. What's the point of starting to put him in slot 1 at PyCon? Because I understand that you're saying at PyCon is when you start to get, 6 charges. But, what does it matter? If the slot 1 unit was going to one-shot, what does it matter if I put him in slot... I could put him in slot 1 now. And then the slot 2 unit would just one-shot instead, right? It's not like you end up doing less damage overall because you put him slot 1. Pycon is the 50% part of the fight. Boss is tanky enough to tank his supers. I don't know if that's true. As far as, like, I mean, strictly numbers-wise. Strictly numbers-wise. That's one other thing I probably should do. Is pull up the, festival details. Let me do that real quick. One sec. Where is it? It's so far back now. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's see. Right now, the bosses have like 45% DR with like 300k defense. The Pycon phase has 55% DR with 475,000 defense. So I guess, I mean, it goes up a little bit, but it's not that much different. It really isn't that much different. Well, I'm sure that maybe that worked for you, but my point is, like, if you started putting him in slot 1 earlier, do you know that wouldn't work? Did you try that yet? That's kind of a curiosity that I have. Christian Garcia, do you think that AGL Metal Cooler could Seza in the celebration? No. No, I don't. I think it is much more likely that the physical Final Form Cooler gets his Seza, because he's on the banner. If they had released Metal Cooler's banner, and it was just a bunch of modern Dokkan Fests, and there was no, like, ancient unit on it, then I would say it's a toss-up, and they're probably going to Super Easy A someone, and they just did that cheeky thing of not including them in the banner lineup. But the fact that we have a really, 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 really old Dokkan Fest on the lineup that is in line to Super Easy A, it's going to be him. It's going to be him. And this is not a big enough celebration that there's going to be 2 Super Easy A's. So I think that there is no shot in hell that they choose to Super Easy A the AGL Metal Cooler and not the physical Final Form Cooler. So I don't think AGL Metal Cooler is getting a Super Easy A this celebration, unfortunately. Okay, rotations. For science, we're gonna put this guy slot 1. And he does need an 18 key to get the permanent attack raise, right? Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's because you had 55% Blue Coup when you did it. I still don't see how that would make... How would that align with what I said? I was defending the fact that you can do, like, potentially less damage with him now, like, or you could still do little damage with him earlier, which I guess, I mean, that he didn't kill the boss, right? He still did a lot of damage, I guess, but he didn't kill the boss. I think it's worth stacking him that way. I don't hate that. Especially just because of how much more damage Physical God Goku's doing. It's literally mirroring what we're doing on this other rotation. I think we'll be alright. I think we'll be alright. Does he have, like, built-in additionals? I'm gonna look up this unit real quick. Because, I just want to know for sure what we can expect from him and what's going to be RNG. If we're going to have him slot 1 the whole fight, right? Or for a good majority. Okay, so when I have all superclass allies, he does get a guaranteed additional. So yeah, he is going to be getting a guaranteed additional 12 key. So we just have to force that 18 key for the attack raise. And if we're not going to get the 18 key, then there's no point in putting him in slot 1. So we'll keep that in mind moving forward. And then I'm just trying to glance for, like, crit chance. Yeah, there's no crit. There's no crit anywhere in here. That's really good, too. He does have attacks effective, though, so that does make him hit a little bit hard. Which, unfortunately, he gets with 18 key. And that's kind of the whole point, is that... Okay, so for this one specifically, because he already has type advantage and he's going to get the attacks effective, I think we're going to go ahead and not put him slot 1, because if he does crit by some odd chance, I think then, you know, Physical Godku would not even get to attack this turn. And that's obviously the worst thing that can happen. So, we'll wait on that one. Stop slot 1ing Blue Goku at Tech UI. We'll see. We'll see where I stop slot 1ing him. We'll have to do some comparisons and see what our stats look like around that point, right? What's my build on the blues? Probably full dodge. I also don't know if I have dupes. Yeah, I don't have dupes. It's just their innate equips on them, and then they're 55%, so I don't really have a build on them. Tech UI is where he stops tanking supers. He's got 80% chance to dodge. That's not too much of a conversation. But also, I mean, I guess it's a fair point that just, like, it would be dumb to lose later in the fight like that, right? Exactly. 20% chance to fail the entire run, yeah. But it's not a 20% chance to fail the entire run. It's not. It's not. Because first you have to get the RNG proc, whatever percentage it would be for there to actually be a super attack in slot 1. And then you have to get the proc of the specific attack that is has to be the one you actually dodge. It is much less than a 20% chance that happens. Yeah, like to first get the super attack to land on him, and then also for him to fail it. That specific one, right? Because he can still do fine on normals at that point. So yeah, it's not just straight up 20% chance. Is there a way I can... This will probably get me 6. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so I guess this guy can do 3 supers at most. Which I think we're now in the range. Again, as long as he doesn't crit, which I get, he kind of can't crit. I mean, he is an STR unit, so he has the 5% built in, but... other than that, he doesn't have any crit at all, so he's probably not going to be critting most of the time. And... Oh, wait, he's 55%, and he only has his his orbs, which are defense and dodge. So yeah, he can actually only do 2 super attacks. I think that for this situation specifically, that does work out really well for us, that he can't do a 3rd super. Because from this point on, it's basically going to be impossible for him to kill any enemies. So we know Physical God Ku is always going to get to attack, right? Is this the ROF Blues OST? Oh, no. It's, Future Gohan and Trunks. Duh. Oh, I'm excited to brush up on all my OSTs. I don't know if you guys saw, but I did also announce a live stream for tomorrow. We're going to be going live again tomorrow. Around the same time. For the OST live stream. Where we are going to be ranking every single OST in Dokkan Battle. So that should be pretty exciting. It'll be my first listen for a lot of the OSTs from 2026. And then obviously re-listens for a lot of the rest of the ones from like the history of the game. But I'm curious to see what that top 10 is going to be. Like my top 10 on that list is going to look like comparative to the old like OST tier list that I've made before. Pros on the streaming grind. Yeah, bro. Yes, I am. Out here making it happen, you know? I've just been trying to experiment with ways that streaming can help grow my channel. As opposed to just posting videos. Because they are very different, like, conceptually, in the types of viewers that you cultivate and stuff. So it just depends. But I think the idea that, like, I can still create video content on stream and then make YouTube videos out of it is, like, kind of cool. But yeah, I've been watching, ever since I started live streaming, I've been watching a lot more live streams, just to kind of get an idea for things. And I've watched some cool, like, coaching tip videos about things that I could potentially be doing to level up my live streams. And I have a lot of good ideas. It's just a matter of putting them into practice, right? And the first thing that I wanted to do was just kind of get the hang of live streaming. Just learn how to operate the YouTube and Streamlabs systems with live streaming. Feel comfortable while I'm doing it. And, like, I feel like I can actually, like, put some motion into things, you know? Getting a lot of the, like, stream assets figured out and things like that. Which I'm kind of on the tail end of that process now. I feel like I've gotten a decent handle on it over the last couple of months. Alright. Mayday, chat. Mayday. This is a bad turn for orbs. This is probably the best we can do here. Oh, that did fall. That fell well. Oh, no. We're just 1 orb short. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. It's alright. At least we have 6 charges, just in case something goes wrong. It's funny, the algorithm either wants you to stream or post shorts for growth. It's... Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily need you to stream, it's just the fact that you can get more, like... There's more kinds of content you can create when you're live streaming. Because of the layer of interactivity with your audience. There's a lot of things you can't really do in just a YouTube video. They just won't have the same effect as live streaming. One of the biggest cliche tropes of live streaming is where you make the streamer the butt of the joke, right? Like punishment live streams, where it's like, oh, I'm playing this video game, and every time I fail to do X thing, I have to whatever. And so then, you know, like, for instance, like, you know, oh, cracking a raw egg into my mouth, or something like that, right? It's like those type of things don't have the same wow factor in a video format as they would on live stream, where you have people, like, participating with you there. So you just have a little bit more freedom with that kind of stuff. But yeah, one thing that I want to develop as well is, like, the storytelling aspect of live streaming, where you're not necessarily just, like, going live, playing a video game, and then ending it at some arbitrary point, and then it's done, right? But it feels like more of a start-to-finish complete process, where people are reading the title and description of the stream, and then they're they know what to expect. They know what story to be told. They know where the journey of the live stream is taking them toward the end, and then what the pinnacle endpoint is, once like the goal has been achieved, right? So just having a little bit more structure toward them can be really good for them too. So that's the next thing that I'm going to be working on quite diligently. And that's what a lot of the ideas that I have are kind of related to, is creating something that's a little bit more engaging than just like, here's the Dokkan content we're going to play today, right? Could definitely go a little bit further with it. And I think I also can probably... I already do have quite a few ideas that are going to basically not just be Dokkan specific, but that are also more just like generic live stream specific, so that I can do entertaining things outside of just playing Dokkan Battle, basically. Yeah, people do some crazy things on live streams. They do. But it's worth it for the entertainment value, right? It's how you get people to tune in, you know? If you're not doing anything crazy, then people are going to go watch someone else that is doing something crazy, you know? Anything for content. Yep. Exactly. You think a lot of streamers now are a bit scummy? In what way? They'll do genuinely just about anything for a clip. I mean, that's the goal, right? That's all streaming really is. It's just clip farming. You're supposed to be clip farming, right? That's the core of the game at this point. But like specifically, what do you mean? Because I don't really see what's wrong with doing anything for the clip, unless you mean like, you say you don't know, but some of these dudes take it way too far. You mean, if you mean in the sense of harming other people, then I get that. There's one type of content creation that I've never really been that much of a fan of, and that is when people do like pranks, like prank videos, but then their pranks are not like just in the essence of like, oh, it's funny, or like creates like a confusing situation for someone that everybody can laugh about in the end, but it's more so of like, no, that wasn't a prank, you just like caused someone harm. You know, like you just went and like vandalized something, or you know, destroyed something, or just like gave someone a really bad time for no reason that ultimately wasn't funny in the end, right? Just something like that, right? Like, so those kind of things I understand. So if that's what you mean about people taking it too far, then yeah, sure. I guess. And that can be qualified. But other than that, I don't really know what you mean. And it is actually funny that you mentioned that, because I feel like that concept of, like, extremes is kind of where I'm considering going. The idea of extremes is probably going to be, hey, what the heck? I didn't even touch the cord, I swear. I swear it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. But yeah, so I think that the idea of extremes could be definitely a thing for me. It wouldn't be... Not like what we were talking about with, like, pranking. Yeah, like, okay, pranking, stealing, you've seen it happen on stream. Yeah, like, that's insane, right? It wouldn't be anything like that. All self-inflicted, all like, affected, I guess you could say. But it's kind of already an underlying theme of the channel anyway, right? Like, I'm that power level guy. I'm that guy that doesn't do anything else with his life because I'm out here making every little morsel of sacrifice I can to dedicate to this video game, right? So, kind of playing on that theme, but going more into the rest of life and stuff. I think I have a lot of good ideas of how to make, basically, ways that I'm able to take life to the extreme that other people are not, that I can make quite interesting on stream. As long as you aren't actually hurting yourself or others, it's fine. Well, some of the extremes are definitely going to be, like, in the genre of unhealthy for self, right? That's the point of it, because if nothing is, like, even unhealthy for you, then it isn't an extreme that other people wouldn't be willing to do. And if you want it to get traction through viewership, it needs to be something that other people aren't willing to do themselves. Otherwise, it's not impressive. It's not, like, engaging to watch, right? But I do have some ideas in that realm. Think more David Blaine. If you're familiar with David Blaine, that is a very solid inspiration for kind of the direction I'm thinking about going with a couple of things. We need a cooking stream for real. Maybe one day, we could do something like that. But yeah, I feel like I want it to be, I would want these things to be, instead of just random ideas being spurred by me, it'd be cool if this was kind of like a storybook chapter. The, like, relationship that builds over the course of, like, different live streams and stuff. So, like, there needs to be a reason for the cooking stream to spawn. For that to be a thing, right? Which ultimately means, like, I could create a challenge of some kind. And then passing or failing that challenge could result in me having to do a cooking stream because I, like, failed X challenge, and then we do it and stuff, right? Specifically because that isn't something that's really representative of me, so it would have to come from somewhere else, right? It would just be very random if I was just like, yeah, today we're gonna cook. No idea about David Blaine. David Blaine is a magician, one of the most prolific magicians to ever live. Heavily influenced by Harry Houdini, who is about one of the only magicians who is more prolific than David Blaine himself. But David Blaine has spent years and years of his life at this point experimenting with... Chat, that was a misplay. That was a misplay. Probably shouldn't have put the gods in slot 1. I didn't realize we were on last bar of health of the same enemy. That's fine, though. No worries, no worries. We weren't going to get 24 key in that first slot anyway, so we would have missed the EX Super this turn either way. Not a big deal. Oh, yeah. So he has been, basically obsessed with, like, the limits of the human mind and the limits of the human body. So he's done all kinds of these, like, escape artist challenges, and some of them aren't even, like, built for escape. They're literally built for endurance. They're just built for, like, withstanding. So, like, he gave himself a challenge at one point where he had to live inside a block of ice in Central Park for, like, a month. Or maybe it was like a week. I don't actually remember. It was a ridiculous, oh, did I still get the EX? I even got to slot 2 there. That's really cool. That's actually super clutch. But yeah, so he had to, basically they had this big giant capsule of ice that was hollowed out inside. And he got inside the ice. And he was live in Central Park in New York City, and people were watching him, and just for like over a week he lived in there, which means he was not eating, he was not drinking water, he was barely not even sleeping or anything, literally just living inside a block of ice, just to see like how he could withstand it. And then obviously he like suffered a little bit of frostbite, and like obviously like went straight to the hospital afterward because he was in really bad straits in a lot of ways, but like he survived that. And then he set the world record for, like, holding his breath the longest that anyone ever has before, right? And I think he did an attempt of it on, like, the Oprah Winfrey, like, talk show, live on air. ended up failing it there, and then he redid it at some point and actually got the world record. It was, I don't remember what the number actually was, but it was somewhere upwards of like 20 minutes of holding his breath, which is absolutely insane to think about how someone could do that. But yeah, he's like, you know, basically created all these different ways of like pain management and things that have allowed him to do a lot of things with his body that are insane. So like he's used it in his magic a lot, because he is like a street magician at the core, right? All of this other stuff are just things that he, like, experiments and dabbles with, but ultimately it's for the effects of being able to use them and incorporate these cool things about himself that don't seem humanly possible, that are really just pushing the limits of what the human body can do, that he, like, incorporates into his magic routines and stuff, right? So, like, you wouldn't think that there's an actual physical pathway, scientifically, that you could enter an object into your nose and pull it out of your eyeball, but that is actually possible. So if you take a needle with a thread on it and thread it up your nose, there is actually a safe and, like, viable passageway from your nose out your eyeball, and he can literally just thread something from his nose out his eye, right? Like, just because he's figured out how to do things like that. But yeah, I think things with, like, that level of wow factor are definitely fascinating to me. And obviously, I'm not saying I'm like on his level or anything like that. But I just think that I have the same type of brain. I have the same type of mentality about what things, like, should and shouldn't be possible, and what I'm willing to, like, push myself for, because of, like, ways that I know that at least my mind is stronger than the average human. And there's a lot of things that the average human would see as impossible, or see as, like, unreasonable to attempt, that I wouldn't agree with, right? Anything to do with the eyes you just can't take. Yeah. Yeah, some of it could be a little bit gruesome, right? But yeah, one of his most fascinating stunts, I've actually talked about this a little bit on stream before. One of the most fascinating stunts that he has learned is the ability to recall things out of his esophagus. So he can, like, drink or eat something, hold it in his esophagus, and then bring it back up into his mouth at will. And so he uses that in illusions, being able to, like, create fish and stuff, because he, like, swallows them earlier and then, like, brings them back up. Or being able to spit fire, because he can swallow kerosene and then spit the kerosene out onto a torch and then have it, like, you know, engulf flame or whatever, which obviously that's not a trick he invented. That's something that, like, stage fire performer artists have done for a long time. But yeah, I just think that's kind of a cool... He's just a cool guy, you know? He's just a cool guy. Yeah, no. Absolute legend. Absolute legend, for sure. Okay, let's go ahead and put them slot 1. He's not going to get an 18 key here, so I don't think it's important to prioritize him up front. Oh, man, yeah, he's really not getting an 18 key here. We're getting 3 key at the most. Okay. No worries, we'll just do this. That worked out. But yeah, like, honestly, so if we were to go very one-to-one, with, like, a David Blaine type thing, one, like, segment that I thought about adding to live streams potentially, and I feel like, again, segments would be a really cool thing. Aside from just, like, again, straight up playing Dokkan content, would be, like, creating other segments of things that we do consistently on live streams that you guys can expect to happen, so that there's a bit more of, like, an itinerary, things to rely on happening. Because while it's nice to just be able to see what's going to be the new thing for the day, that consistency is what's going to get people to come back, right? If every single one of my YouTube videos was just some random thing that's happening all the time, it'd be much less engaging for people than to know that when, you know, being dedicated to my channel and double checking on when I post content is important, because you know what kind of content I post, and you are the type of person that likes guides, or you like the whole power level conversation, and you like all the intricacies of that, and that's the type of stuff that I'm consistently bringing forth on my channel, right? So same deal with having segments on a live stream, where you're able to, you know, kind of create a brand for yourself that people want to return to visit. I guess we might as well do this. But yeah, so one of those segments could potentially be something around breath training. Attempting to hold my breath like as long as I can or something. Or if we're gonna try to link in Dokkan as a thing, if I'm like link leveling, then like holding my breath for a stage while it's on auto until it's at the end type of thing. But yeah, this was a thing that I used to do this when I was a teenager. Anytime I go swimming. And I just had, you know, the convenience of submerging myself in water. I would practice, like, breath training and see how long I could hold my breath and stuff. I want to say my record is, like, close to 3 minutes. That's obviously years ago at this point. But just as, like, an all-time record type of thing. Pretty sure around 3 minutes is the pinnacle of where I've ever been able to hold my breath for. Yeah, I think that definitely would be cool, right? Not only being known as, like, the guy that just never puts Dokkan down and that has found a way to, like, live his life while making this game a second heartbeat, you know? I feel like it would just send even more of a message that just, like, this person is not to be trifled with. They are insane, you know? Gotta get a waterproof phone and do a scuba diving midstream while link leveling. Yeah, there you go. We could actually just film it underwater. It's a perfect idea. But yeah, I think it would be cool to send the message to people that they're not going to out-link level me because, you know, I don't operate like a normal human. That would actually be really cool to kind of eventually have murmurs going through the community of like, is this guy AI? Is this guy even real? Like, how possible, you know? That would be a pretty cool goal to achieve. Because that's pretty much where people have gotten with, like, David Blaine at this point. Dang. I botched that one, guys. Probably could have had a 24 key that turn. I wasn't paying close enough attention to the orb selection. You're only 29 million power level away. You'll get me soon. Yeah. One day it'll be all yours. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Genuinely, they could change things any day. Any day they could decide to drop an update that would absolutely turn power level on its head. There's a lot of things that they could do to change that system. You know? Not only could they do the Fated rework and add titles to give power level, add Easy A stages to give power level, and give lots to the point where, like, the amount of power level you earn from just link leveling is all of a sudden negligible, and a bunch of people have, you know, get massive boosts overnight and catch up to the top power levels in the game, and the people who have only been link leveling all this time are all of a sudden barely not in contention for, like, #1 power levels in the game anymore. They could do something like that. They could also remove box space, and then someone with 2 million power level could just sit there and farm Dokkan Awakenings all day, every day, and eventually catch up, potentially, to some of the other people. So, like, I don't know. There's a lot of things that could happen. But yeah, in its current state, if you're a solid 30 mil behind, you're kind of cooked, you know. Would I give my Dokkan account away for 39.35 Canadian? No, obviously not. Okay, Kid Buu. Wait, hold on. I want to maximize this phase. Kid Buu nullifies... Is it Ki Blast supers that he nullifies? Or is it unarmed? I don't actually remember. Oh, wait, he probably says in his kit right here. Nullifies unarmed. Unarmed. Okay. So, what's his 18? It is a Ki Blast. Okay. So we'll hit him with that Ki Blast, and then we have all these unarms, and then he's probably going to die in that third slot. Okay. Alright. This works out well, then. Yeah, he nullifies unarmed. Perfect. And then I really want to make sure to get the 6 orbs if I can. Oh. And of course it's 5, so I don't get the additional. It's fine. We're not gonna bother with the app reset. Let's just Send it. Only way you can see a big leaderboard change is if they give power level for easy A clears. Yeah. Yeah, it's possible. It just depends how much they give for it, right? And I think realistically, they would probably only give enough for, by the time you have all of them done, you've gotten like 10 million power level or something, right? I don't think that they would actually make it to where... Because anytime I've brought up that conversation, people always immediately shout that it's like, oh yeah, it should be like 100 power level per stage, or 1,000 power level per stage. It's like, you don't understand how quickly people could gain power level if that were the case. It would be so unbalanced to the current power level system. You'd be able to skyrocket in power level overnight if that were the case. It would be way too easy to do. Beating stage 31 of an Easy A that dropped in 2017, and you just, or 2018, because I guess that's when Easy A's came out. Or no. Would it have been 20... Yeah, 2017, I think, would have been when Easy A's came out. Maybe it was 2018, I don't remember exactly. But something that old, right? Like, it's super easy to get those stages cleared. You'd be able to do 100 stages in, like, a matter of minutes, right? 30 minutes or something like that. And then just get yourself, like, massive amounts of power level. It would not be balanced. It would not. It would realistically need to be more something like 10 power level per stage. Alright. Not great. Man, we're suffering again. I think we're gonna have to do this, actually. I think that's our best chance at an EX here. Nice. There we go. The orbs actually lined up pretty well there for us. I don't hate that. You could see it if people were absolute demons and link leveled and easy 8 all the time. The problem is you can't do both. It's physically, the sentence you just put out is physically impossible. You cannot link level and easy A all the time. You can only do one of those all the time. But you can't do both at the same time, so you literally factually can't do both all the time. It's just impossible. It's another, bit of a tricky turn here. I guess we can go for that one. There we go. You mean, like, splitting your time up where being on Dokkan is the only thing you ever do, and you're either doing one of those two things? Well, again, then that means that you need to be able to gain power level on Easy A stages at the same rate that you can gain power level from link leveling. Which, considering that it only takes a day to get an Easy A from, you know, 0 to 999, it's like a day of grinding, or two, something like that. Like a full 24 hours or whatever. Like, if you're playing all day every day, right? Then you should be able to get it done in like a day. And there's 170 TUR EZAs. We're leaving LR EZAs out of the conversation for the moment, because, like, most of those are much harder, to the point where, especially once the bug gets removed, you're not going to be able to farm those ones, you know, up into the millions type of things. So those are going to be a lot less considered. But most of the TUR EZAs can be farmed all the way to 999. So yeah, the fact that it only takes a day means that, like, you even if it only costed 10 per stage, then that means, I guess, you're going to have 10,000 power level by the end of the day. That's a little low, right? But then if you go to 100 and you get yourself 100,000 power level a day, now that's way too much. So 10 and 100, in between, it needs to be in between 10 and 100. That's where the struggle is, right? Do you do like 30 per stage and then you're getting yourself 30,000 power level per day? That's about equivalent to just, if you're not considering like prepping or any of those other optimal strategies like manual grinding and stuff, if you just straight up grind 38/7 all day every day, you're going to get about 30,000 power level a day. So 30 would maybe be the answer then? I don't know. Yeah, 25 might be realistic. Okay. Sorry, brain farting. Are they stacking? How are we doing? I haven't really been double checking on anybody's defense and stuff. They're only at 3 million right now. Okay. Hopefully they're gonna be okay later. I feel like I might need to start prioritizing stacks for them a little bit more. There's no way I'm not getting the... Dude, I had physical Vegito Blue on rotation too, and I'm still not getting the 24 key. Oh, that's not good. That definitely could be better. But yeah, 25 or 30 could be a thing for sure, right? It's possible. That's still not going to stop people from the insane thing that they could do, which is to farm each of the Easy A stages up to, like, stage 300 or 400 or 500 and then stop there. Because obviously they get harder as you go on. So if you initially just focus 100 levels at a time on each one, you're going to be getting power level even faster than if you just did one Easy A all the way to 999, right? Because you don't have to worry about those last stages that take a lot longer with the higher HP. So up to a point, that could potentially get you power level very quickly still. Like, it would still definitely... The beginning of that grind would still outpace what you could do link leveling. It's just that if you chose to do it that way, then the later part of that grind would absolutely be slower than link leveling, right? So it would balance out in the end. And the other real thing about it is, regardless of how much power level they decide to give out for a system like that, and how bad it would feel if they gave too much power level, and then people ended up feeling like the leaderboards got all skewed, or people got an unfair advantage at some spike in time or whatever, ultimately, that would not change the fact that there is a finite number of Easy A's, and that means there's a finite number of power level that can be earned from that, whereas link leveling is kind of infinite. Obviously, it's limited to the box space that you have, but aside from that, you know, it's essentially infinite how much you can farm from link leveling. Instead of, like, once you've finished all the Easy A's, you're just done. And then you can't gain any more power level from that system, right? Ant Super Saiyan 4's... Ant Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta can take HL Gogeta Super for like 11 million defense. Oh, I'm not worried about the Ant 4s. I was looking at the Tech Gods. They're the ones I'm worried about. Yeah, the Int 4s, I mean, especially because we're keeping them on rotation the whole time, like, the Int 4s are going to be way overpowered by the end. I'm 0% concerned about them at all. Just use Yamcha Earthbreads until you start getting slow, and you'd have insane gains. Yeah, exactly. Alright, let's see what... I don't even know what phase number we're on right now. We passed Kid Buu. Okay, we're right here. Oh, wait, Kid Buu is 30, right? Because PyCon's 25. Kid Buu's 30. Okay, so we're in between 30 and 35 at the moment. Wait. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. No. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. This is stage 35. Oh, because Goku's 40. I was thinking 45 was the... Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I don't do enough festival these days. I'm losing it, guys. I'm losing it. Alright, so we can start prioritizing the gods. Sure. We'll go ahead and do just that. Start getting them a little bit more stacks. Making sure to get the 18 keys every time is going to be good, because they do have the difference between... oh, I guess it is exactly the same either way. 12 or 18 key. But, you know, getting the over 20 key is going to get them the additional super attack and stuff, so we're going to be in a better situation with them. We still have quite a few phases until Tech UI. Tech UI isn't until phase, like, 46, right? Yeah. So, we're chilling for the moment. That's, not really something to worry about yet. But the other thing is, like, once we get to, like, those Tech UI phases, it's not like we need to worry about the order of our units, because right now we're ordering our units to make sure for, like, damage purposes, right? Which even at this point isn't really the most relevant thing to consider, because no one's one-shotting. So it doesn't matter who goes slot 1, because whoever slot 2 is still going to get to attack, right? That's only really going to matter in specific situations where we have, like, 1 bar of HP left and then we're starting a second turn or something, right? So only one of our units would potentially get to attack. But yeah, we're just going to play defensively from that point anyway, because that's what you do, right? Should be easy. I don't really need too much backseating until, like, the Daima phase. That's usually where we'll have to stop and make a lot more considerations about making the right movements, right? But for now, this is all pretty... It's all pretty cut and dry. There's pretty much one right answer, and you just rinse and repeat until it's done, right? That being said, I don't know that we can actually avoid getting, like, a full 24 key for him, so I guess we'll just do that. Whatever. Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm honestly pretty big on the idea of not, like, being obsessant of every little movement in your festival battles runs. This is why I hate using the 10th anniversary LRs so much in festival now. It's just because, like, you have to be so deciduous with what you do, with whether you're going to tag switch them onto their defensive side or keep them at their offensive side, and whether you're keeping them on rotation, who you're putting slot 1, all of these things. Like, I hate it. I hate the idea of it. When you have to be very choosy about exactly how many orbs you're getting with someone to avoid something, to provide something for someone else, like, it's just all so much. I feel like Festival works out a lot better when you can just kind of zone out, and for the first hour and a half, you just keep a stagnant rotation setup and just click orbs, and then just ready go, right? And even if it's going to mean that you're suboptimal on some things, because it's like, oh, whoops, you accidentally did too much damage here, so you got less amount of stacks on this rotation than you could have, whatever. If you have to penny pinch for a win right like that, then I feel like the mission's probably still too hard that I don't really have interest in beating it. Is kind of where I'm at with things. Okay. Godeku will be fine later damage-wise. Fine is a subjective thing to say, because fine to me means that he is single-handedly taking down one of the last 2 phases. That's what I want from him. If he's not doing that, then it's not fine. Okay, got a little bit unlucky here. I am gonna go ahead and bite the bullet on the gods here, to make sure I can guarantee that 24 key. Yeah. Because I can't get the 18 key with them anyway. Or like a 24 or anything. Godku could obliterate like 50% of the last two phases HP. Right, 50% is not enough. That's the main reason why I'm worried about the Realm of Gods team. Because 50% is not enough. Which is why I was really worried about doing double Godku. Because then when you get to the final phases, each of them does 50%. Great. And you're going to use the Blue Boys, STR Blue Boys active skill on the Daima phase. So that's gone. What do you have left? Like, you're just kind of cooked at that point. I mean, maybe if you get lucky enough with, like, the defensive items you brought, then you can survive enough turns to do the extra. But he only has 2 active skills. And with the active skill included, if he's going to do 50%, then that means he's not going to do the remaining 50% without the active on the remaining turn, right? So, it could just be problematic. I don't know. And maybe that's me underrating what the rest of the team has to offer, but just in general, that doesn't feel very solid. Doesn't feel very solid. Godku and Int 4s should clear the last phases pretty consistently. Yeah, because I have the Int 4s. That's why we brought them. I know that. I'm confident of that too, but that's because we brought the Int 4s, right? Because the other thing, which is obviously huge to mention, is that the Int 4s are stacking everybody else, right? Isn't it crazy to think that the fastest team would already be done with Festival? Well, I guess, okay, I was looking at the stream timer, which we've been live... Oh, no, wait, that is my recording timer. Yeah, we've literally been in Festival for an hour already. The fastest possible team with, like, the Wrathful Broly strat could literally have already cleared Festival by now. And we still have, like, 15 phases to go. Obviously, I haven't been moving quite as fast as I could. And purposely prioritizing a lot of these units is making it take a lot longer, but that's a big part of why this isn't, like, my favorite strat for Festival. Well, you say that they should be good damage-wise near the end, and I guess damage-wise that's true. They're gonna do a little bit for us, but they are still very, very undertuned defensively right now. They are, like, in the danger zone defensively. Definitely not good what we're seeing there. Your Goat Tech Gohan would be done by now for real, yeah. Well, unfortunately, I mean, I guess I could have brought him as a friend lead if I wanted to try and go that route, but yeah, probably not the wisest. I don't think he really meshes well with the current set of missions that we have. Hey, yo. Are they about to do all the damage? I mean, I guess we weren't going to get a 24 key anyway. Defensively, they're awful in base. Transformed, they do have dodge. Yeah, transformed with the best possible RNG that you have to guarantee for yourself every single turn, they can have up to 70% dodge. That's pathetic. That's absolutely pathetic. Want to talk about 20% chance to end the fight? Look at the tech gods and depend on them to dodge. Yeah, they're definitely not reliable when it comes to dodge. Okay, I guess we'll try to get an 18 key for them. Yeah, let's do that. Though I think Physical Godku might just take him down entirely. We'll see. This could be a blunder. They'll also orb change for Vegeta. Yeah. There'll probably be, like, 1 turn, maybe 2, that they'll do that. Because we're not going to transform them until the very end of the fight when we're not using Vegeta anymore anyway. We're going to switch to Goku, so it's not really going to factor in that much. Okay, we've got 23rd World Tournament Goku next. We're getting into the meat and potatoes of things. Yeah, we might transform them on Daima. They might be transformed before then, though. They might. First I need to double check that... Yeah. This sucks. What a bad turn. Okay. Surely we'll be okay here. That's a bit scary. Honestly, a bit scary. Kind of a bad turn here overall. Like, if we got the worst possible RNG with crits and additionals right now, I think we would lose. Yeah, we're actually, like, not doing enough damage. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Never mind, we're fine now. Alright, cool. Okay, alright, so now we've got the Ki Blast nullification that we've got to look out for. So who has Ki Blast? And then his 18 Ki is a Ki Blast, right? Yeah. Okay, so we'll get off his 18 Ki first. Make sure to do that. And then, is this finally going to be a 6 orb selection? No, only 5, because of course. Okay, now as far as the Dokkan attack, do we need to be rushing that? I think we're decently on track with the Dokkan attack here. We're gonna get one, and then we need to get one more after. Okay, yeah, I think we're in a decent spot for the Dokkan attack right now. Yeah, that's the plan. Get the Dokkan attack on Daima phase. Alright, we're already up to like 134 million with him. That's definitely not bad. He is kind of absolutely cooking. It's a bit unfortunate how much we're struggling to get his, the 6 orbs for the extra Ki, though, right? Or 6 orbs for the additional super attack. Wow. Those counters are actually doing something, huh? All those EX supers are really stacking him. It's gonna be kind of cool to see what he does at the end. I will admit. Okay, now who's got Ki Blasts? No one? Oh! Alright, let's hope for the EX then. Let's hope for the... Oh, no, wait. Does this do it? GG's. We can't get an EX. Oh my god. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's awful. Is there 24 Ki, Ki Blast at least? No, it is not. Okay. Oh, the Int 4s, dude. I hate that the Int 4s are literally the pinnacle, like, most desired unit to use in this game mode at this point because of the leader skill along with everything else they're providing. And they just struggle so hard to get Ki. It's the most annoying thing ever. Like, I absolutely loathe that unit. Just in a vacuum, that unit sucks. I hate that unit because of the Ki problems that they have. It just sucks how often I end up having to rely on them in a run. This is the ROF Blues OST. It wasn't playing earlier, but it is now. Okay. One second. Oops. Okay. Sorry, just double checking. Just double checking some stuff. All the 11th Annie units have Ki issues in some way or another. Yeah. That is kind of true. Unfortunately. I mean, they just gave, like, really powerful effects for the units being at 24 Ki, so then they also made it hard for you to get there, right? Kind of makes sense as a hand-in-hand trade. Like, logically on paper, it just feels bad to play around. Not super fun to play around, I'll say. Also hurts that Godku is a Ki hog. I mean, not really. Like, physical Godku, it would be cool if we could get him 6 orbs, but through my entire last festival run, I probably got him 6 orbs, like, twice or 3 times ever, and the same thing is looking true this time. Like, he doesn't really need the orbs. Let's see. I'm a little scared about messing this one up for myself. Because, like, if I click these orbs, am I even going to be able to get the EX, you know? And that's not even 20 Ki for them? Bruh. I would literally have to select this to be 24. But their defense is still so low, dude. I think I might have messed up. I'm gonna go for this. Nah, I'm gonna go for this. Because I really want that EX. Alright, well, yeah, I'm definitely still worried about them being able to stack up enough, because the thing is, they only have 5 million defense right now, but they need to be at 13 million by the time we get to Super Saiyan Goku. Which is currently, if we don't include the phase we're on now, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 more phases, and then the 6th phase will be that. So we don't have a ton of time. We don't have a ton of time. I kind of really do need to get them built up as quickly as possible. And yeah, if they're not yet at 13 million by the time we get to Super Saiyan Goku, then I have to transform them on Super Saiyan Goku. Which just means that's like 1 or 2 less turns of stacks that they'll get before we get to Daima, where, you know, we'd really want to finish, like, have them being stacked and stuff. So, they're at like 5 million defense right now. Not even close. Not even close to what they need. They would be fine post-super. Is that true? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, here's a struggle. Do I want to purposely not give Godku... I think I'm going to purposely not give Godku those six key spheres. I could give him, because then now I have all of this set up for next turn. So we're guaranteed going to be able to do better with them. Because this rotation is struggling a lot less. I think we need to prioritize orbs for the other side of things here. We'll see. You're so used to Tech Manga Gohan killing this phase in 2 super attacks. Does he really stack that hard? That's insane. He kills this whole phase in 2 supers? Man, maybe he really is the GOAT. That's wild. Okay, they're at 5 mil. Hopefully this works. Hopefully this is good. Wow, he's going 170 million crits by this point, and he orb changes. Neat. Oh, that's a good shout. Manga Gohan is on It4's team. The double final shine buffs. Yeah, he could probably look quite insane by the end. Have you run it that way before with the int 4s as the leader for him? Okay, so I think we're in good spot with the Dokkan attack right now, because last run I did for Festival, I launched a Dokkan attack on this phase, and then I hardcore prioritized selecting same type orbs for the rest of the fight to make sure that I could get it again by the Daima phase. So the fact that we're a little bit up means I don't need to hardcore press for same type orbs for all of the rotations coming up. I could just probably play casually, and then we'll land at the Daima phase. I think we're doing well on that right now. Okay, yeah, this will work. And then let's see if we can see about setting up orbs for next turn. That actually might be good. I think that's going to be okay. Because if we grab the 2 greens, then... Yeah, okay. We'll see. We might have been able to set up the board a little better there, but I'm also interested in, like, moving as quickly as we can, so we can get this thing done. Seems like about 2 hours is kind of our resting ground for Festival, where we tend to land. Little over 2 hours. Would be nice to get a sub 2 hour clear. I don't think we're on pace to do that, though. Probably not. Maybe if we just, like, absolutely rip decisions and just, like, go at the end here. Could be, but it also would feel bad to attempt to save a little bit of time and then make a fatal mistake and have to redo the entire thing, right? So, I don't know. We'll see. I love this OST. This one's probably going to be top 10 when we do the OST tier list. I'm also really hoping a lot of people show up for that. That's why I announced it a day ahead of time, so that people would have a little bit more awareness that it's going to happen and be able to, like, plan for it for being here. Right now, my YouTube analytics are telling me that we've got 8 people live. I've got 8 viewers currently at the moment. I'm hoping that we have a little bit more for the OST thing so that it can be a little more interactive. Because obviously we are going to be, like, judging and ranking all of the OSTs and stuff, so having the chat be a little lively for that would probably be cool. I don't really want to be talking to myself for that whole stream. That would be not ideal. Okay, I think we need to prioritize the tech gods here. Shitty thing is the orbs. I actually set up the board lit horribly. Like, horribly. Alright, well, we're just gonna do this. Your favorite OST is Dragon Fist Goku's? No, I swear I didn't bump it. I swear I didn't bump it. I actually don't know what his sounds like off the top of my head. I'm not sure it's even one that I have in my playlist, to be honest with you. I don't actually know. Super Saiyan 3 Dragon Fist Goku. I assume you mean the STR one? Trying to see if it's in my playlist. Because if it's not in my playlist, it means I don't like it. If it is in my playlist, it means I think it's a good OST. So I'm at least trying to give you that much. But I would need to find it in here first. Oh, I do have it. It is in my my OST playlist. So I guess it's... Here, let's give it a listen. Oh, this one. Finish Skill OST. Yeah. This is... I assume this is the one you're talking about. Okay. Okay, real quick. Because we're on the Beast Gohan phase, which means we know there's a scripted super attack, and there's a super attack at the end of the second turn. Unfortunately for us, Physical Vegito Blue is the unit that is at the end of the second turn. He will die to that super, and I don't want to break my rotations or use an item yet, so in order to make sure that we don't have to live there. We need to kill him before that point. So I'm going to prioritize getting the 6 orbs with Physical God Goku here just to make sure we do as much damage as humanly possible, right? So we're going to go ahead and leave him slot 1. We'll do the 6 orbs here with him. That should be good. And then we can max out a 24 key for him. Okay, and now we've got to set up the board for next turn. So I think this is our best bet. Yeah, it's still looking fishy. Does not look great. Does not look great for this next turn coming up, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, yeah, Beast Gohan is dead, but I feel like getting the additional super attack, the guaranteed additional with Physical God Goku here, is one of the most seal-the-deal things that we could do for this phase, just so that in case we get really, really bad RNG on the next turn, which it's looking like we are signed up for because the orbs are horrible for us, and we do need, like, 24 keys, basically, with 2 units, so we'll see, we'll see. Though, Physical Vegito Blue is going to orb change, so maybe things will get a little better. Maybe things will get a little better. Alright, and we even got the triple super attack turn from Physical Godku. So yeah, we're definitely in business now, right? Exactly, and then if all else fails, Physical Vegito Blue still has a 50% chance to dodge just inherently in his kit, so yeah. That is there as well. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we don't have anything to worry about with that at this point. He's well under 50% HP by the time we've gotten to that second phase, or that second turn. What's the build on Physical VB? I don't actually know. It's been so long since I used him. I'm willing to bet that it is full additional. And maybe he has, like, some crit skill orbs. I don't actually know. Let's double check. Yep, full additional build. Secondary to crit, and then his... Oh, I don't even have God equips on him, actually. So yeah, but it's all attack. It's all attack. This is another way we could kill. Put VB slot 1, and then all those normal attacks, he would just absolutely slaughter Beast Gohan, right? Okay, so similar as before, we need to make sure to get as much... Okay, as much defensive power from them as we can. So they're going back to slot 1. Alright, we could still get the 24 key if they don't end up killing, but they probably will. Alright, and then how many phases do we have here? We've got 1, 2, 3... And then the Daima phase. Alright, I don't feel super uncomfortable selecting same type keyseers at this point. I think that that's probably what we need to do. If we continuously avoid selecting same type keyseers, I think we won't quite be at the threshold yet to get that Dokkan attack when we need it. So we'll just we'll try and parse that. It's going to be a little bit difficult though because we don't actually know the trajectory of if it's going to take us 2 or 3 turns on the next 3 phases, right? And that is going to like skew how early or late we're able to get the Dokkan attack, right? So we'll see, we'll see. To be fair, he isn't traditionally a festival unit. I mean, yeah. And even with festival being considered, I wouldn't put, like, a dodge build on him anyway. I think he works better with, like, the additionals and crits. Additionals more so than crits, in my opinion. Just because I think doing an additional super does a lot more for him, defensively even, than, like, critting on a counter attack or something, right? Because, like, doing an additional is going to greatly raise his attack, and then that means he's going to do more damage on the counter anyway, right? Yeah. And he's just not a meta-relevant enough unit that I would use God Equips on him. Okay. Alright, I am finding that continually, like, setting up the board is actually really tough. It's not the easiest thing ever, unfortunately. Alright, I think we did set up the board decently for ourselves on this next turn. I think we'll be alright. Alright, we've already hit the visual damage cap with Godku. You love to see it. Yeah, very good that physical units have the 5 AA built in. You're right, you're right. The additionals are nice there. It's always nice when a unit's kit is built properly for their typing, right? Like when a dodge unit is int or something. That is always very good. Alright, well, he's not exactly the powerhouse on damage, is he? Holy moly. Yeah, he's not going to be doing a whole lot for us. This unit and the AGL Godku are basically doing nothing. We'll see if their active skills are going to be any sort of help later on, but I'm not really expecting much from them. Okay, we are still stacking that defense way too slow. We're only at 6 million. It's been like another 10 phases, and we've only gone up 1 million defense. So I am definitely worried about us being able to be at the defense numbers we need to be at with them. Kinda concerning, I will admit. Kinda concerning. Alright, let's see if this gets us our 24. Nope. Alright, so it's looking like the 24 is not happening this turn, which means we can just forego him in slot 1. We'll prioritize the orbs for them. And then, yeah, unfortunately, he's not even going to get an 18 key. Yowza. Okay. It's very bad when int units need to get hit, though. Yeah. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Because a lot of people like to use the AGL full-powered Super Saiyan 4 Goku example, where they're like, oh, he has 5 dodge built in inherently, but if he doesn't take the hits, then he can't transform. But if he does take the hits, you die. So, like, units that... The real antithesis of that problem is that if a unit has a design of their kit where they need to get hit in order to power up, they suck. That unit sucks. So it doesn't matter that they have built-in dodge or whatever. They just suck. You just shouldn't be using them. It's not a good, like, kit build. That's the real issue, right? It doesn't make him better to forcibly not feed in the free 5 dodge that you get for him so that he can't dodge the attacks. That doesn't make him better. That makes his kit more usable, but that doesn't make him better. He's still bad. He's, in fact, even worse that way. Int Evolution Blue that pisses you off, but Int Evolution Blue doesn't need to get hit. He can also evade the attacks, and you still get the same power-ups. So he doesn't really count the same way. And that's exactly the reason why they've created that clause, by the way. Was because of Int Super Saiyan 4 Full Power Goku needs to get hit. So from now on, like, they word it differently, where you can get hit or evade. And for the most part, that's a clause that they only put on Int units. Int Evo can dodge to get his revive. Oh, I thought you were mentioning I thought you meant, like, the damage reduction that stacks within the turn. Because he can gain that damage reduction by receiving or evading attacks. But I'm pretty sure he does actually have to get hit by the 5 attacks in order to get the what's it called? Here, let me look him up. Alright. Okay, UI Goku. And then Super Saiyan Goku. And then Big Chillin'. We've still... Let's do this. We'll go 6 orbs for him so we can get the bonus. I like the idea of it. Grab these. And then Set up orbs for next turn. This actually works out really well for once. There we go. That's what we want to see. A big wall of purple, a big wall of green, and some rainbow orbs in between. Very, very good. Okay. Imp Blue Vegeta. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so he does have to receive the 5 attacks in order to get the revive. That's fair. That's fair. He doesn't actually get the revive. But it's attacks received or evaded that give him the damage reduction, so, yeah. W dodge. Did I just dodge a super attack? I wasn't looking at the screen. Alright, big chillin'. Big chillin'. I suppose that was actually a bit of a risky scenario for physical VB, potentially, right? But we're definitely chilling now. Okay, same deal. I'm still much more concerned with getting their defense up than getting the EX Super, so I'm going to prioritize this. Though I think the orbs are actually about to fall perfectly. The int orb should fall right in place. Nice. Yeah, so we can still get it. That's good. Do we also get it with this? One off. Damn. Okay. I kind of feel like we're selecting too many same type orbs. We're gonna kill here. Actually, we're right on track. We're right on track. Never mind. We're doing okay. Because we're gonna kill here. They die if they get hit by a super. I assume you meant the tech gods in slot 0. But now they're post-super, so they should be okay. Sometimes you gotta take a little risk, you know what I mean? It's alright, though. We made it work. We made it work. Still no super attack. Wow. Okay. That actually worked out really, really well. Tech UI is the biggest roadblock for tanking. I mean, what makes you say that? Because literally the next phase is just harder. Why wouldn't this be a bigger roadblock? Yeah, exactly. This phase scares you the most. It should. It should. It absolutely should. We have a revive available to us this turn. That's kind of cool. With the AGL Godku, thinking about that. Okay, so big thing here is that I don't know where the super attack is. But it also, again, it doesn't really matter because we have that revive available, right? We're essentially safe no matter what we do. I need to try to not get same type orbs here, though. Because we're getting a little too close to the Dokkan attack, and I'm pretty sure that it's going to cost us... I'm pretty sure it's going to take 3 turns. Okay, I'm not sure what we're going to include in the YouTube video of everything that we just did so far, but I want to include everything from this point forward, so let me just give, like, a re-intro to YouTube in case I end up skipping, like, 40 minutes in the middle and there's no context about where we're at. Okay, so you guys are rejoining us on the Super Saiyan Goku phase here. We've got lots of good stacks going for everybody at this point. Couple of things that we're trying to prioritize at the moment. The next phase, obviously, is going to be the Daima phase here. And that's where we want to get the Dokkan attack off. We are looking pretty good as far as where the Dokkan gauge is at, but we just want to make sure that we don't overfill it too much. So we're going to try to try to avoid selecting same type orbs a little bit on this phase, just to make sure that we don't end up popping that Dokkan attack too early. Because as it stands right now, it's looking like this is possibly going to be 3 turns in a row that we're going to have to take down the full 9 charges here, right? This is also the phase of battle where we would want to consider potentially using items that we've got. So we will be popping a Bulma, probably on this phase, maybe not right at the beginning of the phase, though. Potentially, we're going to see how phase 1 goes, or how turn 1 goes dry, and then we'll reassess on turn 2 and turn 3 to see if we need to activate the Bulma at any point, right? So for now, let's go ahead and start selecting some orbs. We'll get these ones. Again, we are purposely not selecting same type orbs because that Dokkan gauge is getting dangerously close to full. So we'll do this. And then... this should be good, too, if we grab that. That sets up a lot of orbs so that we could potentially have, you know, get the 24 keys that we need on the next rotation. Should be good. Oh, no, that's not ideal. Do we dodge this? Okay. I actually don't know what our defense was at. If we were upwards of 13 million, but that was a 13 million damaging super attack that would have just hit us. So I wonder if we would have survived that. We'll check his base defense number at the start of the next turn and see if we like would have been okay, but I actually don't know. I actually don't know right now if that would have been an L for the run. That's that potentially was very dicey there. We'll see. We'll double check him on the next rotation. Like I said, when he comes back around, we'll see what his start of turn defense was, and if it was like in range to actually tank that or not. Because yeah, that could be pretty bad for the boy. Could be pretty bad for him. Alright, how are we doing on overall damage? Not great. Not super great. Because we haven't transformed with anybody, we haven't launched any active skills yet, everybody is still in all of their base states that they were in throughout the fight so far, right? So we've got a lot of extra stuff to come, but... Man, oh man. Okay. So here's where we're at this point. Oh, of course, court issues. Right when I try and show something off. Okay. So right now, the tech gods have essentially failed. I did not stack them. I did not prioritize stacking them too well throughout this fight, and that's because I mainly wanted to prioritize the Int Force and Physical Godku, so they were the primary units I was stacking throughout the entirety of the battle. At some point, I flipped it up to where I was prioritizing the tech gods, but it was a little too late, I guess. So they aren't actually at the fully dependable defense numbers that I need them to be at, which makes them pretty scary for a phase like this, right? Now, them being at 8 million in base makes me feel like they can likely hang in there after super attacking. But definitely not before, right? So we have no choice but to put these guys slot 1. That has to happen. Let's first go ahead and give them the 24 key. Because that's a free and easy decision that we definitely need to do, right? And then, again, we need to not select any same type orbs. So we should probably select all of these for the tech gods. I don't think we want to transform here yet. I think I want to give them one more turn of stacking before we get to the Daima phase. I think so. Now, the real conversation... So yeah, let's go ahead and lock that in. And then before we finalize the turn here... Oh man, we're gonna get that Dokkan attack on this next turn, aren't we? The Dokkan attack is too close to full. We're probably not gonna be able to avoid getting the Dokkan attack on the Daima phase. Or we're not gonna be able to avoid getting the Dokkan attack here so that we can use it on the Daima phase. Our best shot... Well, no, because we would literally need to kill here. Alright, let's go ahead and activate Bulma. Because from now till the very end of the fight, we don't even have 10 turns left. So there's no reason to hold Bulmas. We might as well get those going now. And then this is our best possible chance at taking out this phase in one turn. But I really don't think that that's going to happen. Yeah, I think we just got... we ended up launching a Dokkan attack like one turn too early somewhere, or selecting same type orbs like once or twice too often. So that's a little bit unfortunate. We did get the EX Super, so that's going to help damage for the turn. But yeah, I think it's pretty easily obvious that we're not going to do enough damage to kill here. Probably not. I mean... Okay, hold on. if the tech gods go absolutely berserk here, maybe we can make something happen. We did get 3 rainbow orbs for them, so they're probably going to do a couple of critical hits. And super attack. Oh, no. Okay. I ideally, really wanted them to get supered, right? Because they would have survived it for sure. I'm sure the tech gods are still going to be fine, though. So as long as they get supered, then we're fine. Slash, as long as we, like, finish off the phase here, then we'd be okay as well. But obviously, if Physical Vegito Blue gets hit by a super attack, we're done for. So best case scenario would be him dodging it, if there is going to be that attack launched at the very end, right? Man, kind of feels like a little bit of a blunder now, seeing where that Dokkan gauge is at. I probably should have used Bulma on the first turn of this phase, because then we definitely would be killing here, right? Okay, moment of truth. Do they survive this? They are getting hit by it. The dodge proc would have gone off already. Do we live, or is it over? Okay, they lived. They lived. Good, good, good. Definitely fine, definitely fine. Okay. And then this guy should definitely be able to tank a normal attack, which is all he has to worry about at the end here. But yeah, definitely not enough damage coming out. So unfortunately, we are going to have to waste the Dokkan attack here. We actually though, hold on. We do have another option. Stay tuned. We might just get away with something ridiculous right here. We've got active skills to use, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder if... We could potentially sack an active. So, okay. Here's the deal. The Blue Vegeta active from the Blue Boys is going to single-handedly decimate Glorio. So we absolutely do not want to use that here. That would be a horrible decision. It would be more worth it to waste the Dokkan attack here. And then, you know, and then just, use that active on the Daima phase, and then we would basically be 50% done with the Daima phase after that one active anyway, right? So we definitely don't want to waste that. Now, the Physical Godku active is not going to be used until the final 2 phases of the fight. So literally the only option that we have here is the Evolution Blue Vegeta active. So if the Evolution Blue Vegeta active can kill on its own, then we're chilling. If it can't, then there's no reason to use it here. That's basically where we are sitting at this moment. So we're gonna go ahead and use the SSBE active and see if it kills. I'm gonna put him slot 3 as well, because if it does kill, then we're gonna move on to the next phase, and I need to make sure that he is rotated off. So we are absolutely not going to, you know, not going to put him in the middle slot. But what we can do to try to maximize his links with, like, Godly Power, Royal Lineage, let's go ahead and tag switch this guy. I think we do get a couple extra links that way. It's just Royal Lineage that we're getting. Okay, well, that's perfect then. Okay, here we go. Damn, oh my goodness, chat. You guys are backseating me so freaking hard right now. I promise you I got this. Okay. Like, one benefit of this is that I don't really play challenge content that much, and so a lot of the times I do need the backseat help with it when it comes to certain challenge things, but, like, I've done the end of festival enough at this point that I kind of get the flow of things, and specifically some of these units. I know what they can provide at the end of festival. I know what we, cannot sacrifice here, right? And outside of that, these are a lot of units that I use in the rest of the game, too. This is like one of my most common teams to use right now is Realm of Gods, so pretty familiar with a lot of these units kits. Pretty familiar. Okay, I was about to select orbs. Oh my god. Getting distracted. Okay, here we go. Moment of truth. Does this kill? I hope so. I highly doubt it. It did kill. That's actually so good. Wow. I really wasn't expecting him to do that much damage. But that's kind of huge. That is very, very huge at the moment. I did not expect all that damage, considering the last time that he got super attacks off, he did 22 million super attacks. So that active skill was very, very impressive in my opinion. Holy moly. Okay, and look at that. Now we get the active, Dokkan attack that we wanted, right? Okay. So. We're probably just going to give the active to the int 4s. But here's the other thing. We're going to transform with the tech gods right now. This is definitely when we want to do... this is definitely when we want to transform the tech gods. But the problem is... Okay, so I need to first... When we transform them, they're going to rainbow orb change. So I want to decide the order of units first, because if we're not going to put them slot 1, I want to select orbs first, get the 24 key, and then rainbow orb change with their transformation, you see? So I just need to decide. I think it makes the most sense for him to be slot 1, specifically because of defense numbers, right? We don't... The one downside of this team build that we don't have access to, that we normally have access to in festival runs, is a scouter. We don't have the ability to scouter fish, right? So we don't know if the super attacks are in slot 1, and the super attacks do 17 million damage. So we kind of have no other choice but to run the rotation like this. This is how it's got to be. So let's go ahead and select the orbs here, get him up to his 24 key, and then we'll go ahead and transform. Alright, there we go. Oh my god, this battle motion is so ridiculous. I love it. The aura going over the whole screen. It's so good. Okay, and then we can get three AGL, or 3 rainbow orbs for them. I guess that's good enough. It's the most we're going to be able to get, so is what it is. Alright. And then, are we okay at the end here? Hold on. We might need to pop a... We actually might need to use a Whis here. We might need to use a Whis here. Let me see... Okay, hold on. AGL Godku has 30% DR here. And that's it. Yeah, he only has 30% DR. Oh, I'm so silly. Hold on. We have a revive up. That's a good shout. Thank you, Kev. I don't know why that piece was going to completely go over my head. We're safe here. We have a revive up, so it doesn't matter what happens on this turn, right? Obviously, we don't want to die right away at the slot 0 spot, because then we won't get any damage dealt. But if we die at the end of the 3rd slot, it doesn't matter, right? And that's actually a benefit for God Goku going forward for the rest of the fight. So, yeah, it's better to not use an item here. Good shout. Glad I realized that. Glad I realized that. Yeah, I mean, he might not die anyway, but still, right? Okay, here we go. The first time we gotta focus up and actually play the minigame. Let's go. Oh, they gave us an easy one. We're home free, chat. We're home free. Here we go. He took a normal for you. Level 1 links 55%. Well, yeah, that's because the disparity between the normals and the supers as you get to the end of Festival is fucking massive, right? So just because he can double-digit tank a normal doesn't even mean that he could tank a super for less than 1 million, right? Okay, so that Dokkan attack did not do nearly as much as the all-time Dokkan attack, which is from the physical Super Saiyan 4s, right? But obviously we don't have them on the team, so that's a little bit pain to see. But you know, we'll take every little ounce of damage that we can muster here. But yeah, I honestly really would have liked for that Dokkan attack to do more. Maybe it would have been smart for us to tag switch into Goku. Not actually use the active skill yet, but just tag switch into Goku so we could have done the Dokkan attack with Goku. Might have been a smarter idea. But, you know, hindsight is 20/20 and all, so not anything I could do about it now. I guess we're not we're not super in danger of, like, dying or anything like that at the moment. I guess we're okay on that front. Like, as far as running out of charges, we're doing enough damage as far as the amount of charges left. I mean, they are really going in here, huh? The tech gods are kind of cleaning up. Yeah, I know. I guess we are going to be okay because we can use the, man, I don't even know if we should now. Hold on, though. Did we just kill Daimagoku? We almost killed Daimagoku. Okay, they get the dodge off on that. That's nice. Oh, this is probably actually going to kill Daimagoku. Nice. Okay, so we only have Glorio left. I don't know if it's going to be the smartest idea to use the STR Blue Boy's active skill on this next turn. I don't know. I'm actually not sure. Because here's the thing. If we launch this active skill right now, fun fact, Glorio will die. Glorio is absolutely going to die. We have stacked this guy so much throughout the battle. And that would be, in a sense, overkill. Right? Whereas, we still have 6 charges left to play around with. Would it not make more sense to... Oh my god, the cord's going crazy today, guys. Holy moly. Would it not make more sense to just try and damage legitimately? That way later in the fight we still have access to that active skill that can potentially do a lot of damage on one of the other phases. Might be a thing. But also, I don't know if this guy can live slot 3, so if you're shouting out, leave Vegeta in slot 3, I think, like, if we're not going to use the Vegeta active here, then we probably switch back to Goku. Right? Glorio also did just super attack, which means he's on cooldown right now. He has a cooldown of 5, which means I think he can't actually super attack this turn. Fun fact. Or wait, no, because there was 2 normal attacks at the end of the phase. So technically he could super attack in the last slot here. But only in the last slot. He can't be super attacking in the first slot. This is actually a little intense, I will say. Maybe we do just use the active. Yeah, it's a little dicey. It could be risky, and I feel like, honestly, maybe unnecessary, because remember that we still have the other transformations, right? Who's slot 7 right now? Oh, I guess we still have AGL Godku's active skill. We do still have his revive to depend on later if we need it. We haven't used the Whis yet. Let's just use the active. Let's just use the active. I think that's my final answer here. Wait. Okay. Alright. 2 phases left. Okay. So. Let's see. Let's see. We're obviously going to use the Spirit Bomb here, and then we're obviously going to transform Godku on the next turn. Because, like, the idea is to kill Gogeta right here, right? Okay, so first thing, let's make sure we still have Bulma up. Okay, perfect. She is still chilling. We shouldn't need Whis here. Yeah, because we have type advantage with the gods. So it's a 24.5 million damaging super attack. Oh, but it also raises attack by 50%. They might not be safe. They might not be safe. And then we definitely want to swap to UI as well. Yeah. That's a good shout. We'll swap to UI as well, because then he has the guaranteed dodge. Okay, so we can do that first thing. That is a harmless thing to do here. And I think we probably just pop a Whis just to be safe. Even though there's kind of maybe no reason to. I think that's still the right answer, though. Alright, and then let's go ahead and swap here. Use this active. Beautiful, we got the critical hit on that, too. Oh, wow, that's actually really, that's actually really, really good. That's pretty rare to see, the crit from him on that. Kind of love that for us. Yeah, that should be enough. Awesome, we got pretty good luck with the orb selection there. Alright, and then we've got... Okay, who's coming up next? It's all physical. Let's do this. I like this. Okay. Perfect. And then even though we didn't get that 24 key, because this is literally the first turn in all of Festival of Battles. Oh, God. Are we okay here? Our defense is still high enough, right? Even after tag switching? We're chilling. Okay, okay, okay. Cool, cool, cool. But yeah, we've literally not used physical UI in all of Festival so far, so he still has his guaranteed dodge turn. So we are not going to be taking any damage from him this turn. Should be perfectly fine here. And now that the super attack has already been launched, we know it's only normal attacks we have to deal with anyway, right? We are chilling. Yeah, 360 million. That was a doozy. And another critical hit. Wow, we'll take it. We'll take it. This is going pretty well, I would say. Another crit? Oh my, what? Yo. I guess in hindsight, I'm really glad we just used that that blue Vegeta active when we did, right? There was another crit too. Holy moly, he's going insane with it. I didn't really check the build on this friend leader that we have, but I would assume there's a lot of crit in that build. Because holy moly. Yeah, we might ultimately be one-turning this, which is ideal. That's genuinely what you shoot for. That's why you try to stack one unit super, super high. This is why it ultimately ends up working out that we, you know, stacked the int 4s the entire fight. Because then they could basically single-handedly, you know, drain the enemy's HP on this final phase. And hopefully Physical Godku is going to be able to do the same thing for us on the Vegito phase, is the real idea here. But yeah, unfortunately, it looks like it's not quite turn 1. Not quite turn 1, which is a little bit annoying. A little bit annoying, just because, now that means we have to stall for a turn where we don't use the God transformation, then we have to stall for another turn where we don't have Physical Godku, and then we get to use his active finally and finish the fight. So, unfortunately, we've just added a couple of turns to, the end of the fight here because that happened. The good news is that we have a revive turn. Oh, wait. We have AGL Godku's active skill. Maybe this is where we use his active skill? I mean, yeah, like, we have the revive, so we're safe. Okay, first things first, let's put a Bulma up. So we've got her up again. Honestly, I think the answer here is we use AGL Godku. We use AGL Godku's active skill. That should kill this phase. And then, next turn, start of Vegito, we just pop the next Whis, survive one turn of Vegito, and then win with Physical Godku. I think that's the idea. And then, yeah, we would probably want to keep AGL Godku on rotation. That way we have the revive available on that final turn, instead of just having Physical Vegito Blue, who is basically guaranteed to have to take a super attack. So yeah, this is probably better. Alright, Let's finalize that plan then. Here we go. This should kill. Surely with all of the int 4's wow. Based on what we saw from wow. Okay. I mean, it ultimately doesn't matter, right? We have enough defense here. Oh, we don't have enough defense. Chat. Chat. You think Physical God Goku lives? A 24, a 35 million super? We think he lives? How much? You're fine, he has dodge. I mean, yeah, he's gonna dodge. Surely. Surely, that's the idea, right? Oh, guard. Okay, can we get 6 orbs with him? Yeah. He has guard and dodge. I still feel like I should use the Whis. Oh, I guess I have the revive anyway. That is fair. That is fair. Okay, I'm not going to use the Whis here. Worst case, we hit the revive here, right? And then if we hit the revive, then we go to the next turn and rinse and repeat. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, this is going to work out. This is going to work out. Alright, here we go. And he gets hit by it. Yep, of course. Sweet. And we've got the revive. Good thing he tanks it, though, right? Good thing he tanks it, though. Good thing he lives, huh? He has guard and supports himself? Just to take 1,000,000 fucking damage? It's lovely. Okay. So now we don't have the revive anymore. We do have another active skill to potentially use here. Let's see. We only have 10 million defense. That could be scary. What's it look like if we switch back? So you get just, like, way more defense. 20 million defense. Which is still not enough, right? Because he's got 24, or it's like 35. Oh, wait, but the damage reduction. 3 orbs. That gets him how much damage reduction? Oops. 3 rainbow orbs gets him 25%, so he'll be at 65% damage reduction. Yeah, he cannot die here. He cannot die here. So there we go. We don't have to use the Whis or anything. We can do that. And then that means we don't have to use this active skill either, because we're guaranteed to survive up front there. So we can just do this. Yeah, and then I guess we're floating Vegeta again. Alright, and we got ourselves back to 100% HP, which is nice. And then, yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Alright, so we definitely kill here. We definitely kill here. Alright, and he didn't even super attack up front, so I'm glad we didn't take a bunch of extra measures to make sure we lived there. We were fine. Yeah, Vegeta's fine. Vegeta's fine. He's got way too much damage reduction in defense, right? He is impervious to Festival at this point. Alright, and this works out really, really well that we saved the Tech Gods active, because that's just potentially one more thing that we can rely on if we don't end up one-turning Vegito right here, right? And the fact that we've saved that last Whis is really good too, because now we could potentially have 2 more turns of safety here, if we need it. And we've still got enough going with Bulma. We still have enough juice left in the tank. that she'll be fine. Alright, first thing, I'm just going to pop the Whis. Because why not? No time like the present. AGL Godku might need it now that we don't have the revive available, right? Alright, let's double check links. We've got 4 links. Only 3 links. Okay, so I think it's better with him. Yeah, 4 links. Alright, here we go. How much build-up does UI have? I haven't used UI at all. Literally at all. Okay, these guys tank... Okay, let me double check, if I don't think he has any orb selection restrictions after transforming. No. Yeah, he does not. Okay. So we can select with whatever we want with him now, which is convenient. And then, yeah, we do want to try to get UI a 24 key if we can. Because then he'll guaranteed dodge at the end there, right? Which is going to be valuable. Maybe we can make these physical orbs do something. That should be enough for him, right? If I just grab these, he should be able to get it on the left. Oh, it's not quite. Not quite. Do we reset for it? Do we reset for the 24 key on UI? I think we do. I think we do. We're gonna app reset for the 24 key there. Hold on. Leave me alone! Stop it, phone. Holy my goodness. Let me play Dokkan. Does he not need the 24 key? I thought the 24 key is how he gets the EX Super. When the first attack in the turn is a super attack performed with 24 key. He has 100% DR on his first hit received with the Whis up, and then he has KO cancel for the second hit. Does he have that much damage reduction? Oh. Wow, he does. Oh my god, he's cooking. Okay. I guess you're right. Well, we could try and get it anyway. Might as well. Items are active. Thank you. Whis is up. I actually probably would have forgot that. Alright, let's try a different orb selection path. See if we can make something happen. It's looking like no. Looking like no. Yeah. Orbs were just as bad as last time. It's fine. But we just established we don't need it now, right? Which means I'm actually going to select even less with him. We do have physical VB coming up. Just do the 18 key, it's fine. We're going to get the physical orb change, or the rainbow orb change. Actually, we're getting a double rainbow orb change on the next turn, so we should be fine here. Probably be alright. Okay, that's 1 of 3 supers dodged. I guess we can't really die here anyway, right? I didn't even really double check, but AGL Godku's good, right? He's not dying, right? Little bit worried about AGL Godku. Wow. Yeah, whoever, someone way earlier in chat, had mentioned that they beat this with a double physical Godku team. Your primary unit was physical Godku, and then your friend unit was physical Godku, and those were your main two stackers for the entire event, and you beat this? How? Look how pathetically weak he is in compared to the Int Force. The Int Force absolutely destroyed compared to what he did. He didn't even do half of Vegito's HP on his own. And I've literally prioritized stacking him the entire event. It doesn't seem possible with double physical VB. Or double physical Godku. Genuinely does not seem possible to beat this that way. We still have a lot of damage to go. That player may have been on JP without the bit limit. There is no bit limit. No, based on what physical Godku did here, he didn't even get close to the bit limit. Not even close. Nothing he has done has been even close to the bit limit. Because think about it. If he hit the bit limit, then that means that's the maximum you can do per attack. Which means that the Int 4s wouldn't have outperformed him by that dramatically, based on what they did on the last phase. But they did. Because they didn't even hit the bit limit, right? Or maybe they did hit the bit limit. I don't know. But Physical Godku did not hit the bit limit. He does not. I forgot something. Physical Evo. What do you mean? He exceeded the bit limit. Oh, you think... Really? Physical Evolution Blue only did like 3 bars of health. Do we really think that that's plus bit limit? 3 bars of health? I don't think so. It was on like the 4th to last phase of the fight. That was like 200 million HP or something. That was not close to the bit limit. No, no, no. He did not. He did not. He did a lot more than I was expecting, but he did not exceed the bit limit. No. No way. Okay. Well, we're in a really scary spot now. What does... One second. Pretty sure this guy goes full dodge and no longer has DR. Okay, hold on. He has 40% DR. So with the Whis up, that's 80% DR. And we have type advantage, which cuts Vegito's attacks in half. Which means he does 24 mil. We only need 12 million defense. 12 million defense with 0 damage reduction would be fine. But he's going to have 80% damage reduction. And we have 10 mil. So I'm pretty sure we're good on the Goku side. I think we want to keep Goku out here because we're going to be able to do more damage that way. It's just unfortunate the way the orbs are lining up. Oh man, this is really unfortunate, but I'm pretty sure this is all we got. Okay, so here's the real thing. It really is all coming down to VB, because we're not going to do enough damage here to kill by the time VB is there. So VB either needs to get normal attacked at the end, or if it's a super, he's got a... Let me see what his full dodge percentage is before we move on to anything else. No dodge at all here. Yeah, as we went over earlier in the battle with his equip setup. So it's literally 50% dodge. Oh, wait. He has... Hold on. No, he's chilling. When receiving a super attack, he has a high chance to evade. Oh, if HP is 70% or less, then we would have had the extra 30. Okay. I see. So, yeah, it's straight up going to be a 50% dodge at the end then. We'll see. Okay. I'm glancing at the board to set up for next turn, because obviously that's how we would win. Let's just do that. Alright. Let's see. Let's see what we got, chat. Let's see what we got. Yeah, but again, okay, so you said 50-50, and I always like to call people out when they throw out a bullshit statistic that isn't real. He doesn't have a 50% chance to live. Because there is not a 50%, there is not a 100% chance that there is a super attack there. If there was a 100% chance of a super attack there, then he has a 50%, he has a 50% chance to live, because he dodges it 50% or he doesn't, right? But it's actually more than a 50% chance to live, because there is less than a 100% chance that that will be a super attack at the end. And if it's only a normal attack, with the Wii Sup and the DR in his kit, he'll survive the normal. So, more than a 50% chance to survive here. And also, that's considering we need to get to that point first. If the tech gods do real good for us here, we might not even have to worry about him getting attacked. We'll see, we'll see. Could be close, could be close. Okay, it's not gonna be close. It's not gonna be close. They're not gonna be doing enough damage. No way. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh, horrible time for the background music to pause. What the hell? Alright, you guys ready for this? We're about to live. We're about to win. We're about to win. I'm even willing to bet that this is going to be a super attack, but he's gonna dodge it, so. Yeah. Just be prepared for that. Oh, or, you know, I guess it was just a normal after all. Big chillin', chat. Big chillin'. Alright, well, that is GG's. We won. Well, okay. Technically, we haven't actually fully won yet, because we have a 90% chance to dodge in slot 1, but we have no more defensive item up. And, does he have DR? Oh wait, he guards, huh? Yeah, he guards. Or I guess he has a great chance of guarding by this point, right? Oh no, it's only 3 turns of battle, so he still has guaranteed guard. When there's a Realm of Gods... Oh, that's a one-time ability, so that has already been procced. So yeah, it's just a 90%... Okay, but with 15... Oh, yeah, so he basically has 30 mil. He basically has 30 mil. 30% DR. What? Is it? Did I just straight up miss the 30 DR? Oh, you lied to me. You lied to me. It's a one-time proc. Yeah, he doesn't have this anymore. That he already got that before. Look at there's a one-time proc on that. There's no infinity symbol. He doesn't have that anymore. Alright, but he's fine either way. He doesn't need the damage reduction because of guard. Okay, let's not be silly here. Wait. Sorry, I'm scaring myself. Okay, surely we'll be okay there. I'm just, I know Physical Godku's chillin', but on the off chance that Physical Godku somehow doesn't do enough damage, I almost feel like it would be worthwhile. Let me see what... Hold on, let me see how he links with this guy. Yeah, they have the same links. I'm gonna do this because then we have a better chance to dodge those middle attacks to then attack at the end, right? To get that third attacker if we need to. Yeah, I'm good with this. I'm good with this. And then we'll also get the 24 key, maximize damage, and get another attack raise for him, so he does even more damage. There we go. We just gave ourselves the best possible chance of winning right here. Best possible chance of surviving the turn. Again, on the off chance that we don't just kill immediately. I would not exactly call this a free win. Not exactly call this a free win. I think that there was a lot of skill and tactile effort that has gone into this. Alright, there we go. GG's. GG's. Yeah, first attempt. Only took one try. Obviously, it wasn't like a no-item flex or anything like that, but it's fine. We did it with class. We made it happen. Alright, there we go. That is the Festival of Battles, Realm of Gods mission done for Festival of Battles. Obviously, not a new record time by any means. Still well over 2 hours there, but that's because we had to slow down with the stacking a lot in the middle there, just to make sure that the, while we were prioritizing these 2 units to stack as much as they possibly could, we did still need to get some stacks on a couple of these other units as well. And we made it happen. So there we go. Perfect timing. You gotta go. Your girl is here. Great. Awesome. Have fun with your girl, Z-Gaming. And YouTube chatters, have fun with whatever you're doing as well, because that is going to be the video. We got the Realm of Gods mission done. We are now fully finished with Festival of Battles again. Worth it for the 15 stones? I guess so. Alright, well that is going to do it for this one. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will catch you guys next time. Peace. Okay, that's just peace out for the YouTube video, not peace out for the stream. We're good, we're good. We're going to get into some more shenanigans here on stream. What did we even have planned next? Oh yeah, we were going to do another reaction video. We were going to do a reaction video. Okay. Let me get that set up real quick. Let's get back to link leveling. Oh, in fact, what else do I have? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Wait, what? Wait, what? Is it just another advertisement for the same Book of War shop? Hold on. Oh, it's just saying it's almost over. Yeah. They're reminding you to use it so you don't forget. I see. Wow. Okay, Frontier, blech. We're not going to touch Frontier today, I don't think. My original stream title for the day had Frontier plans, but I think that that's changed. Not really too interested in getting Frontier done right now. Okay, so I want to double check the event missions here. Oh, right, the cooler event too. Okay. And then we have these seriously serious missions we could do as well. Maybe we'll consider that. Yeah, your break was like basically the entire festival run, Chewy. That's really funny. I was gonna ask if you're like back now, which it seems you are. So welcome back, welcome back. Alright, Sifra, where are you at? Oh, that didn't work. Okay, hold on. I think I spelled their name wrong. Whoopsie. Ocean demons will be slain next session. Nice. Wonderful nerdcore. Love that for you. Do you cosplay when you play D&D? You go all out for it or what? All right, we're on 2017 now, right? 2017 Dokkan Battle. Let's move that up. Okay, and then we've got this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the little chat box thingy. Okay, hold on. Before we continue, I'm going to add the background to the chat. You do not have that body type? Oh. Are you a fatty, bro? Are you a big chubster? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? Let's see. Image. Okay. Oh my god, that is so hard to see. What the? Hold on, let me do this. No, don't play spoilers. Oh my gosh. Okay, can you guys flood the chat again so I can see the top of the chat box, please? Would appreciate. Pretty please and thank you. Flood the chat with messages. Hello? Are we still live? Anybody? Please? Chat? Messages? As many as we can. There we go, there we go, there we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Okay. Oh, damn. Okay, that shit goes all the way to the top. Okay, okay. Sick. Nothing is real. It's all in my head. Yes. Awesome. It's actually really good timing that you got back when you did, Chewy, because Z Gaming was holding down the chat for a while. I guess we did have a couple more people join at the end, huh? I was really focused up on the run. I didn't actually pay attention to usernames, but it seems we got a few other people here now. Though I guess our number of concurrent viewers has tanked since I finished Festival, so I bet you a couple of those people pieced out. Oh, friend one showed up too. Oh my goodness. How's it going if you're still here? Cool, cool. Okay. Alright, I think we're ready to get the reaction video started here. In just a moment. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. It was on top again. Alright. Ba-boom. Good, you were running out of ideas, so that's funny. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Alright, here we go. So yeah, we're going to be reacting to 2017 Dokkan Battle. Now, lock in, chat. This is going to be quite an insane video. Quite an insane thing from top to bottom, I will say. Because this is like the most insane year of Dokkan Battle history. There is so much crazy stuff that went down this year. We're going to be talking a lot about some crazy things that have happened. So, yeah, if you guys don't remember off the top of your head, if you are a longtime player from back then, or if you're someone who hasn't been playing quite as long and you're not familiar with 2017 Dokkan Battle, oh my goodness, let me tell you, this is a year of all years. A year of all years. Okay. Alright, so, I will get into it with a casual YouTube intro. Wait, first let me test the sound level on this. Hold on. How's that sound-wise? Is that too loud? That's too loud, huh? That was blowing out your guys' ears, wasn't it? Too loud? Yes. Immediate yes. Oh god. Okay, sorry. Okay. How's that? Is this better? It sounds better in my ear, but it's also hard for me to tell. Yeah, that's... Okay, it also had a loud intro. It sounds like it's a little quieter when Shikra starts talking, so... Okay, we'll... It's good? Okay, cool. We'll leave it there. Alright, perfect. Okay, so we'll just do a quick YouTube intro for everybody that is not currently with us live, but that's going to be watching it later, and then we'll get right into it. Here we go. What's going on, guys? We are live on stream with the viewers. We're going to be watching another iteration of the complete history of Dokkan Battle. This is going to be the 2017 edition. So this is going to be a big one, guys. This is going to be a very, very big one. Shikra did an absolutely amazing job pointing out a lot of the craziness that went down in the 2017 year of Dokkan Battle is absolutely a game-changing year. And I think if a lot of things didn't go the way that they went in 2017, we would probably not even still be playing Dokkan Battle today. So yeah, some of the best and some of the worst comes out of this year. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and get into it and check out 2017 Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle.
待たせたな、カカロット。
今度の俺はちょっと強えぞ。
Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta were the first Super Saiyan 4 units released in Dokkan, and they headlined the second anniversary. They introduced a new leader skill meta into the game. 3 ki and 120% attack, defense, and HP to a certain super or extreme type. Super Saiyan 4...
Okay, so really quick, just straight up with those leader skills, this is the very first tidbit of modern Dokkan, right? Ever since they created these leader skills for the second anniversary of the game, we have been in a very consistent leader skill meta moving onward, right? And I guess technically that started a little bit before in 2016 Dokkan Battle because we had, you know, like the 70% leads, the 100% leads and stuff. So we had kind of already been following this trend, but based on like the rate of growth of like how hard challenge content was getting versus how good units were getting, there was a huge disparity over a very short amount of time. And this is where things kind of slowed down a little bit, and we started to establish real metas in the game that lasted for a very long time, right? And one of the biggest original ones of those was the 120 lead meta, because we did have 10 total 120 leads, which are all going to be talked about throughout the course of the video, I'm sure. But yeah, so this literally starting at the second anniversary is already one of the bigger moments for the game's history, you know?
And HP to a certain super or extreme type. Super Saiyan 4 Goku was the leader for Super STR teams, and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta was the leader for Super AGL teams. They also gave 1 ki and 50% to stats to characters of the opposite type. In this case, Extreme STR and Extreme AGL respectively. Units with this new type of leader skill were referred to as Neo-God Leads by the community.
That I don't know about. That one's a little funny to me. Cause like, okay, so a lot of the like verbiage that Shikra talks about that like, oh, the community what, you know, used or whatever, I just kind of take it at face value because I wasn't playing the game for the early part of the days, but I was playing Dokkan Battle in 2017. I started in February of 2017 on Global. So obviously it's technically a little bit later than the timeline we're talking about here, which is mainly going over the JP timeline. But yeah, Neo God Leads, I don't know about that. We kind of just called them 120 leads.
Restrictive than the God Leaders, who buffed all characters of a single type. But the extra 50% to stats made Goku and Vegeta by far the strongest leaders in the game. Both units also possessed a brand new type of ability, Super Attack Counters. When receiving a super attack, Goku and Vegeta had a medium chance of nullifying it and countering with tremendous power. This meant that you had a 1 in 4 chance of completely avoiding a potentially deadly super from a boss, which gave these units a solid chance of living attacks that almost every other unit would die from.
It's interesting that he said 25% with a medium chance, because typically a medium chance would be 30%. So I'm a little bit curious about that, actually. If that's just, like, something that's specifically different for them, or if that's, like, counterattack verbiage, so anybody that says medium with a counterattack is always 25%. I'm not sure. That's an interesting one. Or maybe he's wrong and it is 30%, and he just said 25.
Which was the highest guaranteed attack increase at the time. He was the first unit to casually break the 1 million attack.
WOST. We love this one.
Possessed the hardest hitting super in the game. Goku also raised defense by 30% for 6 turns on Super, allowing him to hit solid defensive numbers from turn 5 and onwards. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, on the other hand, was more of a balanced unit than Goku. He gained 120% attack and defense at the start of turn, and greatly lowered defense on Super. He was a far more reliable tank than Super Saiyan 4 Goku, but his offensive capabilities were much lower as a result. He was considered the second best unit in the game, with Super Saiyan 4 Goku taking the crown from Super Vegeta.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, and I want to pause right here because I was just about to mention Super Vegito. The fact that, like, I pulled both of these guys on their initial releases, but I was using Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta a lot more because of AGL Vegito, right? It just, you had a really strong, like, solid defensive build with the Super AGL team that you had access to, mainly because of those two units right there.
Unit in the game. The gap in power between them also widened when you took into account their best linking partners. Goku and Vegeta had the best banners to date, with Goku's banner featuring Super Vegito and Vegeta's banner featuring Rose Goku Black and
Physical Vegito Blue. You can't see Physical Vegito Blue's behind my my screen here. You can see his little fist there. But yeah, like, these banners were insane, right? Like, and I didn't know it at the time because these were some of the first banners that I ever summoned on. But yeah, like, comparative to everything that had come up prior to these banners were just so stupid. Like, the best value you could possibly get, right?
Vegito Blue
Was definitely a good time to have just started playing the game.
STR GT Trunks and Physical Pan. Pan was a really good support unit, giving all allies 30% attack and defense, as well as raising all allies attack by 25% for one turn from her super attack effect. GT Trunks was also incredibly powerful. He gained 100% attack when performing a super, allowing him to...
It's weird to think about their Dokkan Awakenings being strong.
Links with Goku, and also gave him 4 Ki, making him a must-run on Goku's Super STR team. However, despite these two units being incredibly powerful, they are not the main reason why Super Saiyan 4 Goku eclipsed Vegeta in damage on release. Alongside the release of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta, they Dokkan awakened the INT and STR nuking leads, Super Baby 2 and Super Saiyan 3 GT Goku. Baby became a Grey Ape unit upon becoming a TUR, and was able to put up solid attack stats with his 100% attack at the start of turn. Super Saiyan 3 GT Goku was now also capable of transforming into a golden Great Ape.
Remember that this is also back in the days before we had Red Zones. Red Zones, I believe, were the very first challenge content to introduce not being able to use the nuke leaders. I'm pretty sure that's when that happened. Maybe I'm completely wrong about that, but regardless, it's very true that at this point in time, we did not have any challenge content in the game that negated you from being able to use the nuke leaders. So these guys were actually more meta relevant back then, right?
He gave all allies 33% attack, the highest unconditional support buff we've seen so far. He was the perfect linking partner for Super Saiyan 4 Goku, giving him a total of 83% attack from his links and passive combined. Super Saiyan 4 Goku was capable of reaching attack stats as high as 1.5 million, which made Super
1.5 million?
the hardest hitting team in the game. This set the precedent.
Oh, how we have power crept.
Specifically, units that buffed attack becoming more present on teams, and many strong support units would be released over the course of this meta. The day before the start of the 2nd anniversary, they released a new high difficulty event known as Dokkan Event Boss Rush. Players would take on multiple Dokkan events in succession with only 8 items, and the most difficult fight was Dokkan Event Boss Rush Stage 2 Super 3 difficulty.
Shout out Boss Rush Stage 2, baby! Which used to be difficult and is now used to farm the weapon super. Love that.
Go through 14 different Dokkan events in a single sitting, which would take up to 2 hours to complete.
Now it's like,
absolutely brutal
what,
stage on release,
22 minutes on auto?
People being unable to conquer this event. However, if you simply waited 2 days for Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta to release, this event became much easier to clear. They also brought back the
I was gonna say, I don't ever remember that being difficult for me, but that also makes sense that I started out, like, the very first teams that I was building had 120 leads, right? So
stages and rewards that could be exchanged from the 2nd anniversary coins that now drop from this event. The 2nd anniversary officially kicked off on January 29th, and players were given a God Dragonstone upon first login. This red Dragonstone could be exchanged for one of the 5 attack up by 3000 type leads. Players were also able to acquire a Super Dragonstone by buying the 90+10 Dragonstone pack, allowing players to recruit one of the 5 God Leagues. Upon logging in every day and completing daily missions, players could get daily gacha tickets that could only be used on the following day that ticket was distributed. The ticket
What?
featured decent
Interesting.
accessories such as physical Super Saiyan Go tanks.
That I actually don't
It received a
remember.
Strong Dokkan Awakening and was now holding up 2 fingers to commemorate the 2nd anniversary.
He said that there was a special ticket you could only use the following day after the ticket was available. So like a daily ticket for a banner that was happening. So you have to actually earn the ticket every day and spend it every day, or you would just lose it. I don't actually remember that being a thing. But it's also fair that I was a brand new player at the time, so maybe I literally didn't even tap into that. Like, maybe I never earned one. Whatever you needed to do in-game to get it, maybe I just didn't get one. That's the ticket you have? Okay. Yeah, I remember you've mentioned that before, Chewie. You've mentioned that before.
Also Dokkan Awakened and now held up 2 fingers as well. The 17th World Tournament was also released a week later with 7
Okay. Wait, he said 7. Let's let him... There we go. This is the first World Tournament that I ever played. This World Tournament right here was the very first one that released after I started playing Dokkan Battle, and I got word from my, friends that got me into Dokkan Battle that, I should be playing the World Tournament, because I didn't yet understand the concept of, there's some content that goes away and then comes back, like story events, where if you don't do it now, it doesn't matter because it'll come back and you'll have access to the exact same rewards later. But then, World Tournament, it's a new iteration and you can't re-earn those rewards, right? I didn't actually fully understand what they meant by that. I was like, okay, this goes away, those go away, why does it matter, what I'm actually playing or not? Yeah, so I believe I dipped in to try it out, but I definitely didn't, clear out all the missions or anything like that.
And Super Saiyan Goku and Demon King Piccolo were the best out of the batch due to their good support passives. Dokkan massively increased the amount of rewards given for wins during the 2nd anniversary. Players were able to acquire an additional Godstone at 5 wins, as well as several SSR tickets. The main prize card was AGL Super Saiyan Gohan, who was a fantastic option on Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's team with his super class key and attack support. Super AGL wasn't as cohesive as Super STR, due to AGL units being split in terms of what their dominant key link was, so Gohan was helpful in bridging that gap. He also had a rare chance to stun on Super, but Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's Dokkan events now possessed a Super 2 difficult stage that was immune to stunning. This was around the time Dokkan events started gaining immunity from stunning and other debuffs, which increased the importance of having big attack and defensive numbers to deal with tough bosses. For part 2 of the 2nd anniversary, on Valentine's Day, they released a Heroine Collection banner that debuted 5
Shout out,
new
Bulma.
characters. Tech 18 was a solid nuker, and Int Videl was an alright debuffer, lowering the enemy's attack from her passive and super attack effect. Physical Bulma was also solid, but the 2 standout characters were STR Pan and AGL Mai. Pan was a decent option on Super Saiyan 4 Goku's team with her GT links, and was capable of reaching good defensive numbers. AGL Mai was an incredible support unit, giving AGL types 3 ki and 2000 attack and defense. She helped make Super AGL more consistent, and was a great run on Vegeta's team. A week later, we finally got the release of the heavily teased Virtual Dokkan Battlefield. This new game played very differently from the rest of the events in the game, so I'll do my best to explain it.
We're gonna let him talk first. We're gonna let... Obviously, I have some stuff to say about Dokkan Battlefield, but we'll hear what Sifra has to say. Sorry, what Shikra has to say first, and then we'll talk about it.
150 or higher, and you could bring in up to 100 of your SR or above units. This mode consisted of 2 phases, a battlefield phase and a boss fight phase. The objective was to penetrate the opponent's barrier and cross the defensive line in the first phase.
You see how there's that Japanese text right there?
During the battlefield phase,
because we're on JP,
characters were chosen as your initial starting squad. You could drag and drop characters on one of the 3 lanes and let the AI play the game out. The characteristics for different types of units in the battlefield phase were as follows. AGL types had high movement speed, tech types could attack multiple enemies, Int types had high damage against the barrier of the enemy, STR types had high attack values, and physical types had increased HP and functioned as blockers/walls. There was a cost limit to deploy characters on the battlefield. so you had to be careful not to deplete your stamina bar by spamming only high-cost characters. Characters that passed through the enemy's barrier were the ones that you could select to create a team of 7 to fight the boss. The gameplay for the boss fight phase was the same as regular Dokkan fights. If you defeated the boss, you would be able to proceed to the next stage, with there being 20 stages in total. Every time you cleared a stage, you were rewarded with battlefield memory, which could be used to exchange for various rewards.
Oh
As you
my
can see,
goodness.
this event was quite complex and unlike anything Dokkan had done before. This event did come with the release of LR Ginyu Force, as well as 5 Dokkan Awakenings of older SSRs via the Ultimate Clash medals added to the Battlefield shop. LR Ginyu Force was an unbelievably good support unit, giving all allies 3 ki and 7,777 attack. However, the vast majority of players were unable to obtain him due to how difficult and long grinding Battlefield was. With the exception of Evil Boo, these SSRs were pretty good upon becoming TURs, with Super Saiyan Goku and Metal Cooler being the standouts of the bunch. Cooler became an even better support unit, and Goku was valuable with his Rainbow Leader skill and high chance to stun on Super. These 5 SSRs were featured on a double rates banner that added—
Okay, seems like we're kind of at the tail end of the whole Battlefield thing. Maybe he's gonna get back into it. He might. This might just be a segue, but still. Okay, Battlefield. Fun fact: only ever came out on the JP version of the game. That game mode has never, ever been playable, even for a singular day, on the global version of the game. I think that's some bullshit. It's such a cool looking game mode. It was really neat in concept, and they obviously have converted that into what we know as the modern day Ultimate Clash, which is very reminiscent of like the final boss fight thing where you would select the 7 units out of your box or whatever, create a team really quick and then face the boss. And now it's just repetition of doing that over and over. And they got rid of the whole other part of the game mode where you had that little units flying through the air, battling each other type style thing. I don't even know what genre of game you would call that. I'm not like well versed enough to know, but it would have been very cool to be able to try that game mode out. And it was only available, I want to say it was live for like less than a year on JP before they ended up scrapping it, and then ultimately revamping it into the Ultimate Clash that we know today, right? But yeah, huge bummer that Global never got the opportunity to take advantage of it, and huge bummer that it doesn't just still exist as a separate game mode today.
absolutely no one summoned for it. At least, that would be the case normally. The first ever summonable LR was
Okay,
Super Saiyan
here we go.
Gohan.
We're backing it up right into more controversy.
Unfeatured pool on the double race
With
a 0.09% pull rate. Suffice to say, he was basically impossible to pull even for the biggest whales in the game. However, despite the controversy surrounding this decision, every player unanimously agreed that Gohan blew every other unit in the game out the water. He had a better version of Buhan's leader skill, giving 20% more to all stats. He also did mega colossal damage on both 12 and 18 ki, making it—
yeah, so this is something else to talk about here, too. For those that weren't playing the game this early on in the game's lifespan, there used to be a gigantic gap with LRs. Summonable LRs were, like, so coveted, right? And these are obviously only, like, what we know today as yellow coin LRs. We didn't have Dokkan Fest LRs back then, or Carnivals. So any of the summonable LRs that you were getting, just accepting, like, whatever free-to-play cards we had, they gapped the game. They were insanely better than anything else you could be using on the team. And if you had the ability to get LRs, then you were just going to be gapping TURs. Like, yeah, so the fact that they I don't know if Shikra specifically mentioned, they shadow dropped him. There was no previous announcement that this character was coming. There was no announcement even once it went live in game that he was on the banner. I'm pretty sure it just shadow dropped, and the only reason that anybody even knew he was on the banner was because of murmurs through the community that of people that had looked at the unfeatured list and saw that new unit there. And then obviously for people that ultimately pulled him. But yeah, so it was an insane banner. It came like during the 2nd anniversary or right after, right in that time period, and he was just unfeatured on his very first release ever. And we weren't notified by Dokkan that happened. It just happened. It was insane times back then. Insane times.
hit insanely hard even without an ultra super attack. Gohan had a nuking passive, gaining 18% attack per key sphere.
Yeah, that was a monster ability back then. That was insane.
Gaining an additional 1 key per key sphere obtained. This was a cheat code for LR Gohan, as he was the first LR to consistently be able to get 18 or more key. He was by far the best unit in the game, and hit way harder than Super Saiyan 4 Goku linked with GT Super Saiyan 3 Goku, being capable of surpassing a 2 million attack stat. He would remain the hardest hitting unit in the game for the entirety of the Neo God Lead meta, and for most of 2017.
Yeah?
Before we move on from the 2nd anniversary,
not that I would know from personal experience, because I didn't actually pull him then. It actually took me a couple of years to get that guy after. I think I ended up pulling him from a type banner, because the type support banners, which we'll probably talk about a little bit more later in here, they did have all the LRs like unfeatured on them, right? So I'm pretty sure I initially got him from one of those banners. But yeah, no, he was quite insane. I can't imagine how awesome it would have been to have him. Though the other thing is, at this point, we didn't really have a strong int leader yet, other than himself, I guess. So that kind of would have been a tough challenge as well, as like finding a place to build a team with him, because there wasn't categories yet, right? So
we talk about Global's version of the 2nd anniversary in July, as it was actually quite a bit different. Global never received Virtual Dokkan Battlefield, as it was discontinued on JP before Global even hit its 2nd anniversary.
So he was going to retouch on this.
They decided to create a new legendary summon banner that featured the 5 SSRs from the Heroine Collection, Elder Kai, a Diamond Hercule statue, and LR Gohan. This banner...
I'm recalling now. Okay, so it was just for the initial JP release that it was shadow dropped into the unfeatured pool on a banner, and no one even knew it was there. And then during Global's anniversary, actually during the anniversary instead of a little bit after the anniversary, we also got this banner that had Gohan on it, and this was his initial release for the Global side of the game, right? And also to debunk a little tiny thing, because I've heard this chatter go through the community countless times by now. But it's just a very small thing. You see at the bottom of that banner right there, there's that little coin. It's an awakening medal, right? It's the Battlefield Awakening medal that you use to awaken a subset of free-to-play characters, or like banner unit characters that were shown off like less than a minute ago on screen. And a lot of people have a false memory that you were able to earn Clash currency. You can't actually get like the Battlefield memory, like the little purple diamonds, from this banner. You were only earning those medals. But a lot of people think back to this and they're like, oh yeah, for people that were playing during the 2nd anniversary, they could have just summoned to farm a bunch of the Clash currency. You weren't actually getting the currency. You were just getting the awakening medals. So yeah. All right.
Dropped a random number of Ultimate Clash medals per summon, which was how Global players were able to Dokkan Awaken LR Ginyu and LR Gohan. This banner could only be summoned on from tickets earned from summoning on Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's banners, meaning you couldn't actually summon on this banner with Dragon Stones. Furthermore, this banner guaranteed a SSR per multi-summon, but you needed 10 tickets to perform a single summon. It was definitely one of the strangest banner formats Dokkan has ever implemented. Secondly, Global received the legend...
that is actually weird. I didn't realize there wasn't singles available there, so that meant you could have had extra tickets? Those are probably... Yeah, wow. That is actually the ticket. That makes sense, Chewy, yeah. That is the ticket that you have, and that's why you have extras, because you didn't earn a full 10 from doing your multis on the Super Saiyan 4s, so you just had extras that you literally couldn't use. That makes me very curious if I have a ticket like that. Interesting.
Election, which was a campaign that allowed Global players to vote for one of 15 options to get a Global First LR card.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this is huge too. So yeah, we had a ton of different options for different LR cards that we could get from this legendary election campaign. The one that ended up winning was Vegito Blue, and we ultimately got the STR LR Vegito Blue free-to-play card. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But they have revamped most of these selections into LRs at this point in the game. Most of them. There are still one or two that we need to get. There's actually only 12 there. Oh, I was going to say there's only 12 there, but then the other 3 are right here. Which, ironically enough, Super Saiyan 4 Goku, that we've gotten. Vegito Blue, that we've gotten. And then this is Hakai Beerus, that we still do not have. That is one of the biggest selections.
Election, with Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Hakai Beerus getting 2nd and 3rd place respectively. And lastly, for part 2 of the
Yeah, Kid Buu was on the list as well, wasn't he? That's a good shout.
Super Saiyan Kaioken Goku and STR Pikkon many months ahead of JP.
Okay.
Goku was a strong unit.
I'm going to pause here too, just to talk about like my own experience. So, when I first started playing the game, first logged into Dokkan Battle, I had this memory for a lot of years. I told people that this was the first banner that I ever summoned on. But in doing some fact checking and looking back, this banner did actually come out after the 2nd anniversary. So I guess the 2nd anniversary banners were literally the first banners that I ever summoned on. Because this would have been like the follow-up banners that I would have been summoning for these characters after the anniversary, right? So yeah, kind of interesting. But this is all right in the realm of right when I started playing the game. Super hyped to look back on.
STR Pikkon many months ahead of JP. Goku was a strong unit. He did immense damage and gained 100% attack when HP was 50% or above. He also had the best link set in the game, possessing Over in a Flash, shocking speed, and prepared for battle. Pikkon was also quite solid and strangely had prepared for battle, despite it being a Saiyan exclusive link up until this point. On top of having shocking speed and being under Super Saiyan 4 Goku's leader skill, many people started to believe that Pikkon was optimal on Super STR teams. This was quickly disputed by many top players, as his damage numbers...
Okay, the whole STR Pikkon conversation doesn't really matter too much, but this word right here, optimal, I remember that being such a thing. This was like the meta of Dokkan. It was... what is the optimal build? Because the thing is, there's too many ways to shake up team builds now with the differences in leader skills and categories and stuff. You can't really decide like what's an optimal team and because content has all kinds of like challenge content has all different types of things it's challenging you on, so different types of units do better in different spaces. But because the game was much more cut and dry, it was much more stat based back then. It was much easier, and there were a lot less options to build on every team, and like one de facto leader that was like better than others for, at this point, just typings. You could literally make the optimal builds. So you could actually put together a team and be like, yes, these are the 6 units that are the best for Super STR. This is optimal. And any unit replaced on this team with any other unit would actually make the team worse. Right? Just in general. So you could actually find the optimal builds. And for like a year or two, that was the way people were playing Dokkan, was what is the optimal build? And then eventually people stopped liking that as much as we kind of slid toward closer and closer toward where we're at with Dokkan now. And then optimal wasn't really a thing anymore, right? And then it just became viable. Is the unit viable? Is it one of many options you can use instead of the 6 you want to use, right?
Were decent at best, and Pikkon being optimal became a massive meme within the community. At the beginning of March, we got the 3rd Neo God Lead introduced into the game. Final Form Cooler.
Shout out Final Form Cooler. Probably gonna Super Easy A here in a week.
Physical Cooler was better than anyone could have expected, and was on par with Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta. Cooler gained 100% attack and defense at the start of turn, and launched an additional attack that had a 10% chance to become a Super. He was defensively similar to Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, while also having the potential to hit as hard, if not slightly harder than Super Saiyan 4 Goku with his additional attacks. They also started the trend of Dokkan awakening certain summonable SR units into SSRs during this time, with SR AGO Salsa receiving a Dokkan awakening via Cooler's Dokkan event medals. Most of these SR units during the Neo God Lead era were nothing noteworthy, mostly serving as super attack fodder for Dokkan Fest units, or as 6-man options on weaker teams. A week later, Cooler was greatly helped with the release of the
here we go.
type banner that
Here we go.
introduced 2 new physical type support units. Dokkan had released type-specific banners in the past, but they never featured new units and weren't worth summoning on until now. Gohan and Buu gave 3 key to physical types and 40% to attack and defense for super physical and extreme physical respectively, which was even higher than GT Goku's 33% support. These new powerful support units were clearly designed to be run with their respective Neo-God leader, and they were referred to by the community as type supports. All of the type supports would have the same support passive, and mainly differed in their super attack effects and links. The super physical Neo-God lead hadn't been released yet, so Gohan didn't have much of a chance to shine when he came out. Super Buu, on the other hand, was a staple on extreme physical teams.
That makes
It had a
sense, yeah.
powerful super attack effect, which recovered HP by 15%. A week later, Dokkan was celebrating reaching 777 days of operation. And
Dope.
players who had logged in for 777 cumulative days were awarded an AGL Hercule trophy card. They also released the first ever Saiyan Day unit and the fourth Neo God Lead, Tech Super Saiyan 3 Angel Goku. For those who don't know, Saiyan Day is celebrated on March 18th because the numbers 3, 1, and 8 can be read as Saya in Japanese. Starting with Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Dokkan released a Saiyan character as a Dokkan Fest every March 18th in celebration of Saiyan Day. Super Saiyan 3 Goku was the Super Tech 120% leader, and he was centered around hitting very hard. He gained 120% attack at the start of turn, and gained an additional 20% attack per Rainbow Key Sphere obtained. Unfortunately, the player base was slightly underwhelmed by Super Saiyan 3 Goku, as he gained more defense from his passive or super attack effect, and also dealt less damage than Super Saiyan 4 Goku on average. A lot of his offense was also tied to getting Rainbow Key Spheres.
But he can
There was
stun.
no consistent way to get Goku the Rainbow Orbs he needed. It also didn't help much that outside of Super Saiyan,
I didn't hate that unit as much as people did. But he also had a chance to stun on his super attack effect, and bosses being immune to stunning was only a thing in Dokkan events. Right, but like when we got Super Battle Road, which I think was also this year, like you could just stun, right?
3 Gotenks, Super Tech was lacking good over and a flash options, so the team was considered weaker than the other Neo God leads on release.
Fair to say weaker,
Tech
though.
Fest
Fair to
was
say
a
weaker.
Rainbow leader that gave all types 3 key and 50% to stats. Despite us being in a 120% lead meta, this leader skill was still quite good and actually saw quite a bit of play. Mass Saiyan gained a massive 50,000 attack and 20,000 defense when facing 2 or less enemies, which was roughly equal to 150% attack and 60% defense under a double 120% lead. He also did immense damage and lowered enemies' attack and defense on Super. He was a really strong unit and possessed his own Dokkan event, despite not being a Dokkan Fest exclusive card.
Yeah, that's always been a bit weird.
Warlock units also received Dokkan Awakenings from Mass Saiyan's Dokkan event, and they were all good options. Tech Super Saiyan Bardock was a sealer that changed STR orbs to Tech, making him a decent run on Super Saiyan 3 Goku's team. Physical Super Saiyan Bardock and STR Super Saiyan 2 Bardock didn't change much, but they were still effective support units. To wrap up the 777-day celebration, let's talk about this rare Goku from the Epic Showdown event.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2017 Epic Showdown
He
Goku.
actually received multiple Dokkan Awakenings throughout the past year and a half into Super Saiyan Goku and Super Saiyan Angel Goku.
I love this. I need to find that artwork somewhere. I need to find that artwork somewhere.
Dokkan Awakening into Super Saiyan 3 Angel Goku during this time.
That's so good.
Really good free-to-play unit, having a high chance of raising his attack by a colossal 180%. Since this character was fairly easy to farm and get to 100%,
Now he's like one of the harder units to farm.
He was capable of out-damaging his Dokkan Fest counterpart with no dupes and low super attack investment.
Is that actually true?
The coin flip.
Wow.
At the end of the month, Dokkan went along with another April Fool's announcement, in which they teased a new game known as Sci-Fi Battle. They gave all players an STR Cyberman card that was mimicking the Z Warriors from the login screen. In this card,
so here's another funny, funky thing that's insane. April Fools of 2017 was the Cyberman. That would have been April 2017. I started playing probably during the countdown celebration of the 2nd anniversary, which is in July. End of June, July. I literally missed this unit by like a month or two. Which also, we didn't really go over it in this video because it was in the last video, but Arale was only a few months before that. On Global, Arale was in, like, May. It was, like, right after this, before the anniversary, or, like, right before this, or something. So, yeah, missed out on this iconic unit here, and all the Arale units by, like, a month or two. Had I started playing Dokkan a little bit earlier, we'd be in a very different position right now. Kind of wild.
Actually saw some play in Super Strike events due to their low team cost. Dokkan Fest Super 17 was released on April 1st as the Extreme AGL Neo God Lead, and he was the first card in the game to build up stats from his passive. Super 17 gained 30% attack for each attack received, up to a maximum of 120%. Despite this style of passive fitting the character thematically, he was unfortunately the weakest Neo God Lead to date. It took a long time to build up his attack.
No. Was he the weakest? He was not weaker than Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Maybe offensively, because, like, Super Saiyan 3 Goku was still capable of doing more damage, but I think this damage reduction that he had was crazy. I mean, I guess this is... No, I'm willing to stand by that. I feel like when I first started using this guy, he was a defensive wall. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering. Or maybe I'm recalling, like, after his EZA when he got the extra damage reduction that stacks up to 70 or something.
Far less frequently than they do now. Furthermore, despite being defensively oriented, he wasn't as tanky as you would like, possessing only 40% damage reduction, meaning he could still take quite a bit of damage from Big Boss supers. His team was also quite lackluster, as it really only had a few good options. Thankfully, the banner unit GT-17s were great linking partners for him, and AGL-17 was a fantastic option on Extreme AGL.
I do recall using them together.
25% attack and defense support. And the buffs for Extreme AGL didn't stop there. 9 days later, they released another double rates banner, which meant that there was a new LR in the unfeatured pool. LR Majin Vegeta. Majin Vegeta was a unique LR. He did Mega Colossal...
I'm actually trying to rack my brain for how long that happened. How long we had, like, the new LR just being unfeatured on the Double Rates Rising Dragon Carnival and, like, not being announced or anything. Because they kept doing that. There was a few LRs that did that back to back to back, and then eventually, once they started featuring them on their own banners, they just stopped doing that whole unfeatured, unannounced shadow drop thing that they were doing from before. So I can't actually remember when that stopped. But that is definitely, like, a bad thing that I'm glad they realized they shouldn't be doing, right?
Damage on 12 key and performed a colossal damage AoE 18 key super attack.
Shout out World Tournament.
To maximize Vegeta's damage, you wanted to aim for 17 key instead of 24 key, making him play very differently from traditional LRs. Majin Vegeta's damage was also among the highest in the game. He gained 150% attack when performing a super attack, allowing him to hit numbers comparable to LR Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. The big downside to Majin Vegeta was his link set. Despite Dokkan Awakening via Dokkan Event medals, he possessed the Shattering the Limit link instead of Fierce Battle, which was a lot less common. He also didn't link very well with the other units on Extreme AGL, and had to rely pretty heavily on AGL Rosé's 3-key support. Still a very good and hard-hitting unit nonetheless. Speaking of hard-hitting, Extreme Int was next in line for a Neo God leader.
Here we go.
Int Kid Buu came into the game as an offensive
Kid Buu, baby.
powerhouse. He gained 100% attack at the start of turn, and an additional 70% attack when HP was 30% or above. This meant that most of the time, Kid Buu was rocking 170% attack, which was the highest attack boost we've seen so far. Kid Buu was very similar to LR Majin Vegeta. He hit very hard, but had a less than ideal link set. Kid Buu had 0 key links in his kit, meaning both Kid Buu and other Extreme Int units struggled to get super attacks off consistently. Super 17 and Kid Buu were quite unpopular because of their glaring weaknesses. And it also didn't help that Dokkan was spamming a new Dokkan Fest unit every 2 weeks since the start of March.
Yeah, it's painful, huh? When they release a new unit every 2 weeks, huh? They sure made a habit out of that, didn't they? I don't. I really don't agree with the takes about AGL 17. Maybe I'm just misremembering, or maybe I just got lucky with him, but I feel like he was a staple unit for me back then. Like, he was really one of the best for me. I don't know.
Dokkan had no intention of slowing down, and at the end of April, no one could believe their eyes when they opened the new section in-game.
俺は悟空でもベジータでもない。俺は貴様を倒すものだ。
Dokkan released new versions of the most iconic duo in the game as a dual Dokkan Fest for Golden Week. Int Super Gogeta and STR
Which, by the way, this might just be basic, trivial information for some people, but some people might have a brain blast when I say this. We had the original Gogeta and Janemba release, which was an STR Gogeta and Int Janemba for the first anniversary, and they revisited a Gogeta and Janemba Dual Dokkan Fest release by making an STR Janemba with an Int Gogeta. So they just swapped the typings, and that's something that they've done a lot throughout Dokkan's lifespan, right? We've gotten that quite a few times, but yeah, the typical little flip-flopping typings there. This is like one of the first times they ever did that.
Nimba. Gogeta was the Super Int
Or I guess the first time they ever did that.
Breaking the game during the first anniversary, now stronger than all of the other Neo God leads. He gained 120% attack at the start of
Yep,
turn,
same thing for the
and
Super
was
Saiyan
super
4s.
effective against all types. He dealt even more damage than Super Saiyan 4 Goku, and instantly became the strongest TUR. And if that wasn't enough, LR Super Saiyan 2 Gohan now had a 120% leader. He was already the hardest hitting unit in the game under a double 90% lead, but now with an extra 60% to stats. Alongside Super Gogeta, they propelled Super Int as the best team of the Neo God Lead era. STR Janemba was also a beast of a unit. He became the best tank in the game, as he was the first unit to gain dodge through his passive, giving him a 25% chance to evade enemy attacks.
I do remember being like, Dodge? Dodge, what's this?
Team, as it was full of debuffers
Dodge, you
and
say?
units that linked amazingly with Janemba, such as Omega Shenron and Perfect Cell. Janemba was a defensive juggernaut who could comfortably sit in front of the most dangerous bosses, while Super Gogeta annihilated everything in his path with his overwhelming firepower. Their banners were just as crazy as the units themselves. Gogeta's banner featured the return of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 3 Angel Goku, two of the top 10 best units in the game. Janemba's banner featured Physical Cooler and Tech Mass Saiyan, who were among the best extreme units in the game, as well as the aforementioned Cell and Omega. A month later, we got the next Neo God Lead in the form of Super Saiyan 3.
Hello? Wow, what an edit.
Did you truly think you could defeat me with so little power?
Dokkan did the unexpected
Yeah,
and
okay.
dropped the global first LR Broly. There was no announcement or anything. LR Broly was simply live in the game after the data download from that night.
Yeah.
He eventually released on
Yeah.
GP a week later, but Global was given LR Broly 2 months before their second anniversary.
Crazy.
They were still in the middle of the God Lead meta. As you can imagine, he completely broke the game and was better than every unit on Global by a wide margin. He was considered roughly equal to LR Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, and was at bare minimum the second best unit in the game.
Okay, now here's a weird thing about those releases. So, yeah, hype Global first, absolutely. Like, awesome that we got him first, right? On Global. He was featured. He was featured on his banner. And then Gohan was unfeatured on Global or on JP, but he was featured on Global. And then Majin Vegeta was just unfeatured on both versions. And it's like they were very it was hard to track what the heck they were gonna do ever. There was no consistency with this stuff. It seemed like all they were really trying to do was stir the pot and create buzz around these LRs because they wanted it to transcend outside of the game, right? They wanted people everywhere to hear about this new awesome rarity that had come to Dokkan Battle to attract people to the game, right? So just trying to do like all these crazy weird things with it to gain attention, I think is all they were really shooting for. So like, what if we just drop it on global first? Then people will pay attention, right? Maybe that's what they're going for? I don't really know.
Broly gave STR types 3 ki and 90% to stats, similar to Gohan and Majin Vegeta. He was a great leader on JP, and by far the best leader on Global, eclipsing the stat increases given by the God leaders. Broly gained an astonishing 80,000 attack when he supered, and launched a guaranteed additional super attack. He was outputting 2 to 3 times more damage than every unit in the game on Global, and hit almost as hard as Super Saiyan 2 Gohan under a double 120% lead. He lost 20,000 defense when launching a super attack, making him a glass cannon. But that was irrelevant, since Broly
I didn't realize that even post 2nd anniversary, it's like summonable LR cards still had flat buffs in their passive. That is actually insane to see.
Integrated every enemy he laid his hands on. Broly also became the new undisputed World Tournament king.
Well, that goes without saying.
All 12 key super, which combined with his ability to super attack twice within a turn, meant he would completely and effortlessly wipe away the enemy's team. LR Broly's TUR was also very powerful, and was among the hardest hitting units in the game, gaining 60,000 attack. And
yeah, this is something that I wish they would do more.
People who were lucky enough to pull a second copy of LR Broly actually opted to Dokkan Awaken it into Super Saiyan Broly instead of...
I do really wish that they kept this going. This was one of the coolest things that when I heard about this, I was like, what? This is real? People are using the like unawakened form of the card because you can use it on the same team together because it doesn't technically count as the same unit. And getting away with things like this, like, oh, that was the coolest thing that I learned that, like, made me fall even more in love with Dokkan. And then it's just something that in modern times isn't a thing anymore. And they've really actively worked to make sure that it doesn't work that way anymore, right? And that's just so sad, so sad. I mean, obviously, the game would kind of be broken if every single unit was that way, where the top 2 rarities or top 3 rarities could all be used on teams. You wouldn't need as many cards, right? But, like, if they just made Dokkan Fest to where they could consider that the SSR is, like, some dumbed down version of itself, but still kind of usable. Maybe just more RNG, you know, less overall stats / support type of stuff, but still like barely good enough to be used as like a final unit on a team would be nice. But they just nerfed them so hard. They're for collection purposes only, unfortunately, at this point.
Feeding it into their LR Broly's hidden potential. LR Broly linked with his TUR version was a fearsome rotation that devastated the game with a barrage of super attacks. For Goku Day, we received a free-to-play Goku Jr. who had his own hidden potential orbs that you could farm. The numbers...
That's Pan. That's Pan. Hold on. My recent rewatch of GT has given me this. That this is Pan. As a grandma, because that's Goku Jr., who is like Goku's great-great-great-grandson or something like that. Wow, that's actually Pan. I've never put that 2 and 2 together before until right now. And I've literally already watched this video too before.
Japanese are pronounced Go and Q respectively, which combined sound like Goku. So May 9th is celebrated as Goku Day. Goku Jr. Dokkan awakened into Super Saiyan Goku Jr. and was a good free-to-play card, capable of dishing out decent damage. Dokkan finally took a break from spamming Dokkan Fest in the month of May, and instead pushed out the Tech and Int type support units. Second Form Cell and Tien had the same type of passives as every type support unit, but for Tech type...
Yeah, okay, so I did participate in these summons when, so they had already released one time. There was one round of all of the 5 typings going through. I summoned on all of them, probably didn't get much of anything, And then on their returns, they had these support units that had been added, and I did do polls on every single one of them as they came out, hoping to be able to, like, pull these new support units. I don't think I got any of the support units on the first rounds of any of these. I know I didn't get the physical ones. I know I didn't get the tech ones either. We'll see how they continue on, because maybe the int... I know I went pretty hard on the int one. That was where I ended up getting Super Saiyan 2 Gohan for the first time. Was the first release of the int type supports, but... yeah, I'm trying to think.
Tien possessed the Over in a Flash Link, which made him a must-run on Super Tech teams alongside Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Tech Cell hadn't received his Neo God Leader yet, so he went under the radar for most people. Scouter Vegeta and Kid Gohan released a week later, and were also must-runs on their 120% teams. Vegeta was a staple unit on Extreme Int, and massively helped with the key issues on that team. Gohan was also really good, and greatly buffed Super Gogeta and LR Gohan.
Okay, I'm recalling now, I did not get Super Gogeta on his initial release. I didn't get him on his initial release, but I did pull Super Saiyan 2 Gohan here, and I think I also pulled this Kid Gohan here. I might have even gotten the Fireworks Vegeta, but I remember getting the LR, and I remember getting this guy here. Those were, like, my first two of my original, like, really good units, and I really, really, really wanted to be able to build a strong Super Int team, so I was super stoked for Int Gogeta to come back, and I think I pulled him on his second appearance.
Unfeatured on the banner. However, Super Int was already a very stacked team, so he wasn't as necessary to pull for many players. At the beginning of June, we got the second to last Neo God Leader, Super Physical Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. Gotenks had the same super attack gimmick as his tech counterpart, having 3 different super attacks depending on how much ki he was at, with his 11 ki super being the most powerful. Upon reading his initial details, people were outraged that Gotenks lost 7% HP on his 12 ki super, and overall, people were underwhelmed by his passive. In response, Dokkan decided to buff Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks before release.
Really?
Now raised attack for 1 turn on 12 ki super instead of...
Okay, see, these kind of things would have absolutely gone over my head, because back then, I was playing the Dokkan client, but I was not tapped in anywhere, right? It was like, maybe I was still at the beginnings of... I don't even think I was, like, really delved into YouTube content that much yet. Like, I don't even think I was watching Truth yet. I don't even think I knew who Truth was. I had probably just seen a couple of summoning videos from Nanogenics, a few collabs between Nano and Rhyme, maybe a couple of D-Free videos here and there, and that was about it, right? And then there were some other smaller Dokkan content creators that don't make content anymore, that I can't even, like, remember their names. But there was a couple of other random people I watched, but it wasn't, like, a ton, to the point where, like, any of this type of information that happens, like, outside the game and stuff, I would have no clue about it, so I had no idea that he got buffed before release.
Losing HP, and he gained 60% attack for his first 7 turns instead of 30%. He was now significantly better, gaining 180% attack for the first 7 turns from entry, making him the second hardest hitting Neo God Lead after Super Gogeta. Super Physical was an offensive-oriented team, with Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks and Vegito Blue putting out ludicrous amounts of damage. The Dragon Ball Heroes Teen Gotenks received a Dokkan Awakening into Super Saiyan 3 as well, and he was another great over in a flash option for Super Tech. The Friend Summon Hercule received a Dokkan Awakening into an LR in the middle of June, but he wasn't anything special. The most memorable thing about his release was the absurd amount of Zenny you needed.
Yeah, I remember that.
Medals per day.
Yes. Oh my god, okay. So this was a thing. You could literally only get a couple of these medals per day. Look at the Baba shop. There's no Zenny portion in here. There's no secret treasure chest. Like, it's so bare bones from what it was back then. Well, I guess no Zenny. There literally is a Zenny tab right here that we're looking at. But yeah, you could only get a couple of these back then. So it actually took you a very, very long time. I did actually save up the Zenny at that point to make sure to be able to buy it every day. I think I did some Easy A grinding or something. Or wait, that would have been a lie. There's not even Easy A's in the game yet. I wonder how I would have gotten Zenny back then. Maybe I would have actually been farming like the Hercules Big Buck Challenge or something to get Zenny for these. Because I remember I bought all the Zenny that I Or, you know, I bought all the copies of these day by day to get him as to LR as soon as you possibly could.
Zenny each, meaning it took over a month to spend 100 million Zenny and acquire the 100 medals needed. A week later, they dropped LR Goku Black and Zamasu in the unfeatured pool on a double rates banner. Goku Black and Zamasu were considered the weakest summonable LR by many, but they were still incredibly powerful. They raised defense by 30% for 3 turns on 12 key super, and for 6 turns on 18 key super, allowing them to become quite tanky as the fight went on. They also built up attack per attack received, up to a maximum of 120%, just like Super 17. The biggest strength this card had was their healing. They recovered 15% HP at the start of turn from their passive. And just like LR Broly, their TUR was very good and also healed 10% HP at the start of turn. So a rotation of these two together resulted in you recovering 25% HP every other turn. Around this time, the training tab was revamped and finally changed from this garbage to what we have today. Dokkan also held its first real-life event in Los Angeles, where players competed for the fastest clear time in a new mode called Ultimate Speed Battle.
What?
It was made available to everyone, but it served little purpose outside.
Wow, 2017 Battle Hour, huh? Were they even calling it Battle Hour back then? Oh, I guess... this is all Dokkan Battle. I wonder if this, I mean, this obviously is the Battle Hour event, right? They mentioned Los Angeles, they mentioned the Ultimate Speed Battle and everything, right? So this is clearly like whatever Battle Hour was back then, but I don't know if it was called Battle Hour back then. I also don't know if it was like a Dragon Ball Games con, or if it's literally just a Dokkan Battle thing. Because obviously, like, everything is labeled as Dokkan Battle for here. Oh, yeah. Okay, look at this banner back here. Behind this gentleman on stage. This is a propped up banner, not a screen. That is a vinyl banner, and it has Dokkan Battle and Bandai Namco on it, and nothing else. So I'm pretty sure whatever convention this was literally Dokkan Battle specific, and there was not other things. Because, like, look at these podiums. They all have the Dokkan Battle things. I mean, unless they did some, like, really hard theming, like, re-theming of the stage in between different presentations for other games. But it looks like this was just a Dokkan Battle event. That's kind of insane. Wow. Would have been cool to be a part of that back then.
Letting the live competitors battle it out for the best time. The final Neo Godly descended in the form of Tech Super...
I wonder how that event worked back then, if you actually had to play it on site, because those little podiums that they showed off right there, that's actually perfect. Here, let me pause on this. Okay. Yeah, oh wow, okay, so this looks like this is just like charging stations, and then people are competing in this speed battle event. Okay, so they're not actually being recorded then. But I wonder if you had to actually complete the event at, like, on site. Just because for us, like, in between the 2 days of the event, you could have just grinded it in your hotel room and then come back the next day with a better score and then just show them your clear time, and then you'd still get on the leaderboard day 2. Which is why I didn't get top 3, because some, like, the top, basically, less than 3 people got their scores on the day of and beat me, but a majority of the rest of them did it, like, not at Battle Hour, and then just submitted their scores at Battle Hour and ended up getting the top 3 title over me, right? So yeah, that's kind of interesting.
The final Neo Godly descended in the form of Tech Super Saiyan 3 Broly. Like pretty much every Broly before him, Super Saiyan 3 Broly was a glass cannon. He gained 100% attack at the start of turn, and an additional 12% attack, and minus 10% defense per key sphere obtained. He was a great damage dealer, but his level of offense wasn't worth this unit literally having 0 defense at times.
That is very true.
Because it was inconsistent to give Super Saiyan 3 Broly a bunch of orbs every turn, he ended up hitting about as hard as the other Neo Godleads on average, while also being a massive defensive liability.
Yeah,
he was
pretty much just
one
bad.
of the worst Neo Godleads, though Extreme Tech itself was decent due to some recent additions. We reached the final month of the Neo Godly meta, and Dokkan kicked off the month with a banner that featured reruns of several past Dokkan Fests.
Wow.
They actually
that looks like a pretty good banner.
Months prior, on which Dokkan Fest characters JP players wanted to see return on a special banner, and the top 7 of that poll were featured on this Wish Upon a Star banner. The banner itself had terrible rates. so many people were advised to skip
Only asked JP players for that survey, by the way, if you caught that one. JP players decided this, not global.
it and save for whatever was coming next. All of the Neo God leads had been released, so players were expecting some sort of major shakeup to the meta in the coming weeks. The AGL type supports came out a week later, and they were great partners with their respective GT Neo God leaders, with Rildo being
Okay, I have a pretty, I don't know if it was this year. Ooh. I don't actually know if it was this year. Hold on. I don't think it was this year. At one point, I went depressingly far into the AGL type support banner, attempting to get AGL Majin Vegeta. I don't think it was this initial release of the AGL type banner that brought us Pan and Rildo. I think it would have been like one later or something that happened. Maybe it was in 2018. So maybe we'll you know, hold our patience here and wait until probably the next reaction video when these type banners return. And I think in that point was when I went depressingly far for Majin Vegeta. And the reason it was depressing, one, is because I spent way too much money on him. It was the most money I'd ever spent on an individual banner. I knew that I had spent way too much money, and I didn't get him. So it's pretty bad.
Super 17's best friend. However, players were more interested in the news that came a few days later. Dokkan was implementing a new feature into the game known as categories, and teased that category-specific leader skills were on the horizon.
Absolutely
People's
crazy.
Suspicions were proven true, and players began speculating.
Crazy that a decade later we still use categories. We still haven't exited that meta.
Implemented in the game were Peppy Gals and World Tournament, and these categories increased the drop rates from the Turtle Shell and Zenny event respectively.
Oh. I didn't actually remember that. So they released the categories into the game and they existed, but there was no units that led the categories. So they were first introduced as drop rate bonuses before ever even being like leader skills or suggested teams to use. Interesting. Interesting.
We also got the countdown to the $200 million celebration.
Shout out Boma!
And Global, which further elevated everyone.
Which, by the way, this is an in-game. Whoa. Hold on. This is an in-game. One second. This is an in-game thing, guys. Look at this. We have, on the very left, we have the Tech Bulma. From the Looking for Mr. Right story event. Then we have the rare, summonable rare int, Namek Bulma. And then all three of these artworks are not in the game. All three of these artworks don't exist anywhere in Dokkan. Well, like, it's not a picture of an item or an awakening medal, and there's no units. All three of these artworks are still unused. Dokkan Fest Bulma when?
Expectations on what was about to come. They dropped the Universe 6 banner that featured SSR versions of Super Saiyan 2 Caulifla and Berserk Kale, who had debuted in the Dragon Ball Super anime a couple weeks prior. Kale was an alright damage dealer, and Caulifla was a really good defensive unit that had a 50% chance to dodge and a 25% chance to counter super attacks. However, they didn't matter at all, because on the same day, the Dokkan community witnessed perhaps the most earth-shattering leaks in the history of the game.
Oh, these guys got
Losing
leaked?
their minds over what Dokkan Fest unit we were about to get for this upcoming celebration. The era of the Neo God Leads was coming to an end, and we were now about to enter into the category lead meta, with the most anticipated character ever making his debut. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and Omega Shenron were the first category leaders in the game, and they officially kicked off the start of the category lead meta. Omega Shenron introduced the Shadow Dragon Saga category into the game, And Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was the leader for fusion category characters, which specifically includes characters that fused via the Metamorph fusion dance, and not all characters that fused.
Yep, we'll get there, Chewie. We'll get there.
These two units also came with another increase to leader skill percentages, now giving 3 key and 150% to HP, attack, and defense to characters of a certain category. This meant that Fusion and Shadow Dragon Saga teams gave 60% more to stats than a double Neo God Lead team. Just like Vegito Blue, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta had astronomical expectations placed on him before release. So despite being very good, many people were a bit underwhelmed by him not being a game-breaking card. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta gained 120% attack at the start of turn, and lowered extreme class enemies' attack and defense by 20%. He was hitting only slightly harder than Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, which meant that he didn't hit as hard as Super Saiyan 4 Goku or even some of the other Neo God Leads. His debuff was valuable against extreme class bosses, and allowed your entire team to tank hits better. But the fact that his attack and defense numbers were considered to be on par, if not lower than the second anniversary units, left a lot of players very disappointed. However, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's saving grace was the final part of his passive. He possessed a super attack counter, but unlike Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta, who only had a medium chance to counter super attacks, Gogeta had a massive 70% chance to counter the enemy super with enormous power. This ability was incredibly powerful, and single-handedly saved Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. He was one of the better defensive units in the game due to this ability, and on turns where he was able to get his counter off, his average damage for the turn would be as high as the top 2 URs. He also had one
That
of
makes
the
sense,
most
that makes
powerful
sense.
super attack effects in the game, greatly raise attack and defense for one turn, which further heightened his attack and defensive numbers post super attack. Despite being heavily criticized before release, the more players used Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta in-game, the more they came to appreciate just how powerful he truly was, and he became a contender for best TUR in the game. On the other hand, it was quite apparent that Omega Shenron would be an absolute beast based on his details. He gained 120% attack at the start of turn, and launched an additional attack that had a 10% chance of becoming a super. He also lowered all enemies' attack and defense by 20%, and wasn't restricted to just a single class like Gogeta. On average, Omega Shenron hit harder, defended better, and reduced damage to his allies more effectively than Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta did. At a glance, Omega seemed similar to Final Form Cooler, but he was actually on a whole other level of power. When evaluating units at 55%, Omega Shenron was the hardest hitting TUR in the game, and hit almost as hard as LR Majin Vegeta, who was a summonable LR character. It also greatly helped that Omega had a near perfect linking partner in Physical Sin Shenron, a banner unit that Dokkan awakened back when STR...
Yeah, back when it mattered more that you were the same typing. But I guess that didn't really matter here because it was just Shadow Dragons, right? So they didn't really need to be same typing anymore because we're officially into the category meta.
Omega initially released. Physical Omega 2 was in talks for best TUR in the game, and both him and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta greatly changed the landscape of the game on both JP and Global.
I'll say.
Or at least, they should have on Global.
I'll say. Here we go. Oh no.
When Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and Omega Shenron's details were initially leaked, their leader skills were listed as to be released in the global database. No one batted an eye when first seeing this. Everyone assumed it was just a placeholder, and that Omega and Gogeta's leader skills would be added when they were officially released several days later. To everyone's horror, when the units released a week later, their leader skill still said to be released on Global, with an official statement in-game saying they are not available at the moment and will be released in the future.
Yeah.
This gave birth to by
Huge.
far the biggest meme in the Dokkan community to date, and the shadow of to be released hung over Global Dokkan for many, many months. The most widely
years.
reason why Dokkan decided to go through with this decision was because Global had just entered the Neo God Lead meta, so releasing Gogeta and Omega with their 150% leader skills would disincentivize players from summoning on the remaining 8 Neo God Leads,
Yeah, remaining 8. Remaining 8. Because we had gotten 2 of the 10. We only got the 2 that we got for the second anniversary. And then the anniversary ended. We got some type support banners in between and whatnot. Maybe like a Rising Dragon Carnival. We got, you know, the LR Broly first. And then to be released. And so we still had all of these other 120 leads to earn first, and obviously they wouldn't have been exciting to summon for, right? If we had access to these new category cards that would have just like broken the game. And that was the biggest problem with the fact that the release schedules were 6 months apart, sometimes a little bit more. At certain points it went up to like 7 or 8 months for certain units. Like I remember, I want to say it was AGL Turles maybe, that didn't come out for like 8 months after it released on JP to get his first appearance on Global. Certain cards just took so long. So yeah, the fact that they could have put the meta of the game ahead by that much with those leader skills would have been bad. I think it was also bad the way that they went about it, right? This was the first meme that I was introduced to. The first thing that like the Dokkan community was talking about, right? People just being like, to be released, like, what is this? But, you know, funny thing, learning in this video that their kits were actually leaked online before coming into game technically means that they were to be released on JP as well, just until they released into the game, right?
For the most part had weaker leader skills. The 200 million download celebration officially started a week before the release of Omega and Gogeta. Just like during the 100 million download celebration, they released a special ticket banner featuring many past Dokkan Fests, and gave all players 1 ticket for every 50 stones they spent since the previous special ticket banner. They released a new special event called Looking for Mr. Right, which...
Oh! Okay, so that banner image that we saw of Bulma a little bit ago featured this artwork of Bulma, and she didn't exist in game yet. The rare already existed. I'm pretty sure they showed that off in the first video we watched, that rare came up, and obviously it makes sense that rare would have already been in game. But yeah, I guess I didn't realize that this card also didn't exist yet at that time. Those other artworks, man. Oh my goodness. They need to release them. Give us the Bulma cards.
Bulma was a really good defensive unit and recovered decent.
Shout out Weapon Supers. Shout out Weapon Supers.
To heal 7,777 health per Rainbow Key Sphere obtained. She didn't blow people away at first, but she became more valuable as harder events were released over the next several months.
Oh yeah, she was incredible. I use this unit a lot.
The very first Global vs JP competition, and the winner was decided based on the total accumulated clears of the Looking for Mr. Right event.
One more time. Hold on. Oh! This started in 2017 as well? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Very first. He did say very first.
Dokkan also held the very first Global vs JP competition.
So the Global VJP competitions in general were incepted in 2017. Another huge thing. And they don't do them as often anymore, right? We used to get them for every single worldwide celebration. The system that he's about to explain right now is something that recurred in every single worldwide for like 7 years straight, 6 years straight, and then they just stopped doing it. So I really, really hope that they start to bring back some of these Global versus JP competitions, right? We got the little like Goku versus Vegeta thing with the, you know, that like showdown event that we did earlier in the year, but yeah, like they just don't make them like this anymore.
And the winner was decided based on the total accumulated clears of the Looking for Mr. Right event. JP ended up winning the competition and received a pink shirt Vegeta as a reward, while Global lost and received the Yamcha card. Yamcha and Vegeta were the exact same and only differed in their links, so they mainly served as fun trophy cards.
Yeah, they also weren't like good or anything, right? I remember that people were really, really bummed about the fact that there were exclusive units being given out, because that just meant that if you were on one version of the game or the other, you couldn't actually get them. Obviously, a lot of Global players were really salty because we pretty much knew JP was going to win, because we knew that at that point the player base was like really, really massive, right? And we knew that there was like, they were very dedicated and stuff. And the world tournament rankings showed us that a lot, that the world tournaments were like way more competitive on the JP version of the game. So we knew that players went harder over there and stuff. But yeah, so I think people were either not sure what to expect because we had never had a comparative competition like that, and maybe a lot of people assumed because global is made up of every country in the world, well, not every, but, you know, bunches of countries versus just Japan, that we would easily be able to outscale that. But then, to our surprise, we lost. And the real disappointment was the fact that, like, the Vegeta was the better of the two cards as far as visually, just like the artwork was cooler and people wanted the Vegeta. But even JP players were bummed that they were never going to be able to get the Yamcha, right? So it was cool that they added those cards to the shop during the anniversary, so they at least weren't exclusive to each version forever, right?
Saiyan 3 GT Goku and AGL Omega Shenron were the banner unit SRs released alongside Gogeta and Omega, and they were the best of the summonable SRs released this year. Goku in particular was more valuable, giving tech and physical allies 2 key and 25% attack.
I never really subscribed to using SRs.
Could effectively support both Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and Omega.
Even any of these new ones that released, I never used them.
Both characters now had the hardest Dokkan events in the game. Gogeta was the first boss with 9 health bars, and Omega had the toxic ability to lock your characters.
Wait,
just like
what were we looking at right
health
there?
bars.
What is that? Every single one of these has an enemy skill on it. I don't know what that is, though. I have no idea why they are all labeled with an enemy skill. Every single one of his attacks. That's really interesting. Okay.
And Omega had the toxic ability to lock your characters, just like in stage 1 of his Dokkan event. The most memorable event, however, from this campaign was the 200 million download special daily missions. You could complete special daily missions that rewarded you up to 20 Dragonstones every day. The catch was that these missions were only available until a total of 200 million Dragonstones were acquired by all players. These special missions ended up lasting for 10 days, so players were able to acquire a total of 200 free Dragonstones.
That's pretty good for back then. Hold on.
They held a
Ugh.
200 million Dragonstone duel challenge.
And this.
In which
Oh,
energy
no.
was accumulated based on the number of returning players and shares/likes on Facebook and Twitter. Steps 1 through 5 gave out copies of Big Ass Hope Goku, who
Yep.
returned for the first time
I do recall
after
that.
his debut during the first anniversary.
Okay, so yeah, I obviously didn't get him during the first anniversary, but I got him on his return here. So I remember getting all the copies of the card and having a rainbowed version of him by the end that was just Dokkan Awakened. And then at some point later in Dokkan's lifespan, I was kicking myself because I know that we got all of these copies of him. They gave you enough copies to fully rainbow him for free. So, like, you could have easily rainbowed 2 copies and then just farmed Epic Showdown Gokus for the extra Gokus or something. Like, you could have easily gotten yourself 2 copies. But yeah, I was kicking myself in the future for not having saved an SSR copy because I wasn't collecting that way as seriously when I first started the game. And then I was super stoked during the 10th anniversary when they re-added the ability to get this guy. And so I got a bunch more of him and, you know, Dokkan Awakened them with the extra medals they get. Link leveled him, reversed them, then the reverse update happened. Now I have 7 of him in my box. They're all Dokkan Awakened. I still don't have this guy. GG's.
Step 6 gave out medals that allowed players to Dokkan Awaken Goku into Super Saiyan Goku. Super Saiyan Goku was actually a pretty good free-to-play unit, and put up surprising amounts of damage with his nuking passive. The 7th and final step of the worldwide campaign reopened the special daily mission starting from August 17th and added another 200 million Dragonstones into the pool.
Wow.
These missions this time around were only open for 5 days before the 200 million Dragonstone quota was reached, allowing players to acquire an additional 100 free stones.
That's awesome.
The final event of the 200 million download celebration was the Legendary Challenge campaign. In order to make it easier for players to grind Prime Battle LR Goku, they halved the stamina cost of Goku's Prime Battle event and all Super Strike events.
This is the introduction of half stamina. They did not do this at any point. I don't think Shikra mentions here that this is the first time, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time that they offered a half stamina situation. Because remember that event costed 50 stamina to run per. So now it's down to 25. Which is, again, an allusion to modern Dokkan, where we have stamina has been permanently halved. Because Dokkan events used to be 50, right?
They also removed
This is a huge moment. Huge moment in time.
Super Strike events, and also increased the character drop rate, as well as doubling the amount of medals gained from each clear. On top of all this, players who acquired Prime Battle LR Goku before or during the campaign period were awarded 50 stones, as well as enough Kaizen orbs to get Goku to super attack level 20 and 100% in the hidden potential.
Yeah, this is huge. This was all huge.
New players and older players who refused to grind for Prime Battle Goku to finally go out and farm all 777 of his...
Yeah, I'm pretty confident I didn't have this guy done prior to this. I want to say I would have worked on him during this event period or even after. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't have had him done there. So I probably did some progress on him during this, though.
Medals. Nearly a week after Gogeta and Omega's banners, they released the final type support units, Hit and Kaba. They were the STR type support units, and were great additions on their respective Neo-Godly teams, buffing Super Saiyan 4 Goku and LR Broly massively. At the same time, the 5 Baba Shop SSRs who were released during fall of last year received Dokkan Awakenings, and they all had the same leader skills as the God Leads, giving units of their respective type 70% to stats. They were great leaders for newer players, and functioned as good support units for their respective monotype teams. Another week later, we got the second ever LR to be featured.
Yeah, second ever LR to be featured, because we had Broly first, and then Trunks. See what I mean? They were just very random about it. It's actually split down the middle, because you have Majin Vegeta and Rose Goku Black and Zamasu, who were unfeatured on both versions. Then you had Broly and Trunks, who were featured on both versions. And then you had Int Gohan, that was unfeatured on JP and featured on Global. Interesting.
Featured on a legendary summon banner, LR Super Saiyan Trunks. LR Trunks was as powerful as the other summonable LRs. He raised defense by 30% for 3 turns on both 12 and 18 key, allowing him to hit defensive stats similar to LR Goku Black and Zamasu. He was the first unit to gain crit chance from his passive, having a 50% chance to perform a critical hit. This meant that you wanted to build LR Trunks with full additionals in his hidden potential in order to maximize his damage. He was one of the hardest hitting units in the game, although it was somewhat difficult to get off Trunks' 18 key super on super physical teams. But that problem was quickly remedied with the return of the Dragon Ball Fusions banner, now featuring 2 new SSRs. Celza was quite bad, but Whirus was an insane unit under one condition. You needed to have LR Trunks or LR Gohan. You see, Whirus was the first ever double orb changer in the game. And
yeah, this was big. This was big.
Key spheres to physical. This meant that he would consistently generate tons of physical orbs each appearance, and he was incredible on super physical teams to help Trunks get 18 or more ki frequently. Furthermore, Whirus' orb changing capabilities were so powerful, he was pretty much optimal on super int teams that had LR Gohan. Whirus' role was to feed Gohan a bunch of orbs so he could obliterate the boss with a massive super attack. Whirus and LR Gohan were arguably the most lethal combination in the game, and things only got crazier.
You know, really funny shout out here. This one's for you, Geppy. This one's for you, Geppy. Who's doing this now? Why can't we use nuke leads in challenge content? Who's doing this shit? Who's sitting here with nuke leads going, I know, I'll put Whirus in slot 2, that way I can maximize the orb selection in slot 3 for my Gohan. What kind of modern challenge content are you getting away with some shenanigans like this? With permission to use nuke leads or not? Just make us able to use them. Just make us able to use them, you know?
Obliterate the boss with a massive super attack.
You can't play Dokkan like that if you wanted to.
LR Gohan were arguably the most lethal combination in the game, and things only got crazier when the next category leader was released at the beginning.
Oh, there we go. There was the faded horrible super attack animation.
Ultimate Gohan was the leader for Hybrid Saiyans category characters, which consists of characters who are partially Saiyan by birth. Surprisingly, Ultimate Gohan didn't give the same stat buffs as Gogeta and Omega in his leader skill. Instead of giving 150% to all stats, Gohan gave 170% to HP and defense, and only 130% to attack. This was likely done to nerf the Hybrid Saiyans team's power, since you could run this new Gohan, LR Trunks, and LR Super Saiyan 2 Gohan all on the same team together.
Oh yeah, I guess that was a strong team back then.
Hybrid Saiyans team very dominant.
But at this point in time, like, you weren't expecting players to have all these, right? It was very, very rare for people to be getting most units or all units on their initial release, right? Now it's just a fool's errand. Everybody wants to dump their wallet in every new banner that comes out, but yeah, this wasn't happening back then. So it's weird for them to factor in. I mean, I guess they do have to, as the game developers, they have to factor in what is theoretically possible, but no one was out here running these full team builds, right?
It hit about as hard as the Shadow Dragon Saga team on average, but not as hard as the Fusion team. As for Ultimate Gohan himself, he gained 120% attack at the start of turn, and gave Superclass allies 50% defense. He also had a medium chance to guard all attacks, making him a good defensive unit with exceptional support capabilities. Even though he permanently stacked attack by 30% on Super, Gohan performed pretty disappointingly offensively, with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and Omega Shenron doing roughly 50% more damage than him on average. He was often a floater on his own team, with the main rotations consisting of LR Trunks and LR Gohan. Hybrid Saiyans was also further buffed with the release of a new unfeatured LR Goten and Trunks.
They were unfeatured as well?
Leader skill that served
What
as
the
a
heck, man?
weaker version of the Neo God Lead's leader skills. Goten and Trunks gave Super AGL 4 key and 100% to HP attack and defense, as well as Extreme AGL 2 key and 70% to stats. LR Goten and Trunks were a unique unit that relied very heavily on RNG in almost all aspects of their kit. They gained 3 to 9 key randomly at the start of turn, and gained 120% attack when attacking with 12 or more key. This was actually a very solid key mechanic, and allowed Goten and Trunks to not struggle for key in most cases. They also possess 2 different types of super attacks on both their 12 and 18 key supers. On their 12 key super, they lowered their own attack for 1 turn and caused colossal damage to the enemy, while having a 50% chance of transforming their super attack into one that lowered defense instead. Each super attack had its own unique animation, with Gotenks turning into Fat Gotenks and Skinny Gotenks respectively. On their 18 key super, they fused into Super Saiyan Gotenks, caused mega colossal damage to the enemy, and raised defense by 30% for 1 turn, while having a 30% chance of becoming Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks and raising attack and defense by 50% for 1 turn instead.
Yeah, obviously all that weirdness kind of still exists in their kit today, which is a little funky. It is what it is, but more so still reeling about the fact that this was yet another just straight up unfeatured LR. I'm curious to know, as we keep watching through this series, to eventually learn what the very last LR was that just shadow dropped unfeatured, not announced or anything. Because at some point, obviously, they stopped doing that, but I don't know who the very last one was.
They essentially had 4 different super attacks packed into their kit, and it was totally up to chance which one you would end up getting. 12 days later, they released a Tournament of Power banner and featured 4 new SSRs from the Universal Survival Saga. None of these units were anything noteworthy, with the exception of STR Topo, who was a solid support unit. Additionally, they released a new free-to-play Goku alongside the Universal Survival Saga story event, and he debuted the Universal Survival Saga category into the game, which was currently airing episode 108 at the time. Unsurprisingly, the next Dokkan Fest character was from that very arc, Int Angel Golden Frieza. Golden Frieza gave 3 key, 130% to HP, and 170% to attack and defense.
Big shout out to Dokkan for making Resurrected Warriors one of the original categories. Yeah? Like, obviously a lot of the easiest, like, makes most sense ones, right? Like they mentioned, Peppy Gal's World Tournament came out initially, and then Fusion and Shadow Dragon Saga. Obviously, throwing Hybrid Saiyans in there makes sense. Like, these are very on-the-nose categories that we would expect, and there's obviously 50 more on-the-nose categories. But let me put it this way. If Resurrected Warriors didn't exist today, if that was not a category that had yet been created in Dokkan, but we still have the, 104 other categories that exist in Dokkan, and I told you to come up with a category, how many tries would it take you to come up with a category like that? This is so creative. I, genuinely don't understand how they came up with something like this back in those days. It seems so ahead of its time for a category. Interesting.
Defense to Resurrected Warriors category characters, which consist of those who returned from the dead and those who returned from being sealed long ago. Golden Frieza gained 150% attack and 50% defense at the start of turn, and lowered superclass allies and enemies' attack by 15%. Frieza was a decent offensive unit and was fairly competent defensively, but he didn't excel in either category all too much. Furthermore, his superclass ally debuff wasn't really an issue on his own team, since it mainly consisted of extreme class characters such as Kid Buu, LR Majin Vegeta, and LR Broly, who actually dethroned LR Gohan as the hardest hitting unit in the game, due to now being under a double 170% attack lead. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Ball Super anime, on October 8th, they released episodes 109 and 110 as a 1-hour special.
Oh yeah, this was big. This was big.
Battle with Jiren, and in it, Goku achieved a never-before-seen form known as Ultra Instinct. The same day the episode was released, they dropped a new banner featuring Dokkan Fest UI Goku as an SSR.
Did you hear that? The same day that the episode released, they released this guy in-game. What, absolute cinema that they did something like that. And that is why I am so excited for the fall and for the future of Dokkan Battle, because we have a lot coming up in, new Dragon Ball content. It is going to be really, really exciting to see something like this happen. Exactly. We need this for, the Moro arc. That's a huge shout, right? And this is the biggest reason why I was disappointed that we got the Battle of Gods celebration that we did for Golden Week, because I wanted to see something like this happen in the fall when we get the Super remake. But it seems like maybe they're holding out for beyond the remake and for the Moro arc, right? So, yeah, really, really hoping that the day we see Moro on screen, we see Moro in-game. That needs to happen.
Goku introduced the Realm of Gods category into Dokkan, which includes characters who are gods, possess God Ki, or characters who have been directly compared to gods of destructions. Due to Goku being a SSR character with
no also Realm of Gods is a ridiculous category for back then. Maybe it's a little bit more on the nose, just because, that was kind of a really heavy theme of Dragon Ball Super, so it's something that was being actively focused a lot, ever since, Beerus and Whis show up and Super Saiyan Blue becomes a thing and all of that. So I guess it makes a little more sense for the times. So it's not as off-kilter as, Resurrected Warriors, but still, it's way less on the nose than a lot of other categories we do have, so I would call it ahead of its time.
Dokkan Awakening. His leader skill and stats weren't all too impressive, and he didn't see tons of play as a leader. However, Goku's name in-game was actually translated as Ultra Instinct Sign/Omen, so everyone knew this form wasn't yet complete, and that Goku would Dokkan Awaken into something far greater in the near future.
Is that real?
A week later, we received a new legendary summon banner that introduced LR Bojack and Galactic Warriors.
I don't think I had that foresight.
It was clear that the summonable LRs were in now some way related to the Dokkan Fest category leaders that preceded them, as Bojack was on Resurrected Warriors. He had the extreme int version of LR Goten and Trunks' leader skill, and gained 80% attack and defense at the start.
So that comment there about having the LRs be on the categories for the Dokkan Fest unit that released preceding them is such an ancient thing. They just don't really consider that kind of thing that often anymore, do they? A little unfortunate.
Turn. He also gained more stats depending on how much HP you were at, gaining up to 70% attack the more HP you had remaining, and up to 70% defense the less HP you had remaining. He was one of the tankier LRs in the game, and was able to gain a massive 150% attack when HP was full, allowing him to reach good attack stats as well. Around this time, we also received several interesting pieces of news.
Shout out JP exclusive wallpaper. Well, it was JP exclusive until the 10th anniversary, now it's not.
That got the entire community hyped. In the same data download that contained LR Bojack, players discovered that there was a LR Spirit Bomb Goku in the database, which was later revealed to be the 1000-day login card.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't have known about that until he was in game, I don't think.
In the game, giving all types 3 key and 100% stats. He was really good, gaining 77% attack at the start of turn, and recovered 7,777 HP, and 7% attack and defense for every key sphere obtained. He was the second nuking LR after LR Gohan, and could reach impressive numbers with several orbs obtained. Unfortunately, the vast majority of players weren't able to get LR Goku, due to how exclusive he was, and it was incredibly rare to even see Goku on your friends list. The second piece of news that was revealed was through V-Jump leaks, and it was stated that a new feature known as Extreme Z
yes.
Awakening was
Here we go.
implemented in November. This
Extreme
new
Z
feature
Awakening.
would allow TURs to Z Awaken even further to level 140, and with a max super attack level of 15.
Okay, so you might argue that, what was it, like 2024 or 2025? One of those years introduced Super Easy A. I don't actually remember when it came. Sorry, silly me. But like, so we've gotten like Super Easy A, and you might be able to argue that that's like the next thing on top of Easy A and stuff. But that's just like building on top of this concept that already exists, right? This was their initial idea for revitalizing units in the game, that once they've aged out, they didn't have a way to make units that had already aged out be meta relevant again, and this was their way to do that, right? So the fact that this system also released in 2017 is just another huge W for this year of Dokkan. This was so massive.
First character to receive an EZA would be the OG Dokkan Fest Super Saiyan 3 Goku, and he would have his own dedicated Extreme Z battle event in which you could collect Goku's EZA medals. Revitalizing older characters was something the community had wanted for many months now, so players were incredibly hyped by the announcement of EZAs. The last piece of news was perhaps even more exciting. Dokkan events were becoming increasingly easier as the months went on, and the player base was desperate for new difficult content stages. Dokkan finally answered everyone's pleas with the announcement of Super Battle Road, which consisted of 10 difficult stages, each restricted to characters of a specific type. The community got...
Yeah, so remember that prior to the release of Super Battle Road, which also came out in 2017, challenge content began in 2017. Like, just insane. But prior to this, the hardest content in the game was literally Boss Rush, which was just multiple Dokkan events in a row. Like, Dokkan events were the hardest thing you could possibly play in the game until this. And I mean, I guess maybe you could count like the Prime Battle LR Goku event, but that's only because you were extremely restricted on your team building, right? Which obviously the Legendary Election campaign shored up a little bit, and then beyond that, there were even more like nerfs to it over time.
Got exactly what it asked for, and far more. Not knowing that this new event would push not only their units to the limit, but also their very sanity. Super Battle Road was the hardest event the game had seen yet, and perhaps the hardest it would ever witness. If you didn't pop an item in any given turn, chances were very high that you would be greeted with a game over screen. The bosses attacked so frequently and so hard that even the newest Dokkan Fest at the time were getting slaughtered. On top of that, managing 8 items over the course of 4 separate fights further added to the immense difficulty of this event. Super Battle Road started the conversation of artificial difficulty in Dokkan. As players were so frustrated, they claimed simply pumping up the stats of the bosses to colossal levels was an artificial...
Oh my god. Okay, first of all, I hate that conversation that people have. I hate the term artificial difficulty, because all of the difficulty is artificial. It's a video game. It's being created. No matter what they do, it's an artificial decision. Everything is fabricated. It's like... What? And also, that's like the poorest example of artificial difficulty when all they added were stats. There's not a single mechanic that's been added to, like, right? Like, when we get, like, a locking boss now, or a dodge-canceling boss, or something like that, it feels like artificial difficulty, because the boss hasn't actually gotten harder, they just have some weird ability that's, like, negating your units from being able to do what they are supposed to do. That's artificial difficulty. I brought this team, and all these cards have this stuff, but they can't do it because of this artificial difficulty that's been added. Super Battle Road had nothing like that. That's so silly.
Way of making events harder. It was a major accomplishment beating any of the 10 stages.
Shout out Whis! I definitely used Whis on my Super AGL run.
And it also gave rise to many interesting strategies. Characters that debuffed, specifically characters that had high chances to stun on Super, were vital in conquering the tough bosses. SR Jocko and SR Chaozu were summonable SR units that guaranteed stunned all enemies on their first appearance.
Yeah, definitely use them too.
Super Tech and Super Int Super Battle Road teams. Characters that lowered enemies' attack and their leader skills, such as Int Android 13, also saw play as a way to completely mitigate any damage taken. Furthermore, this was one of the first events in the game where defense was arguably more important than offense, as you needed powerful defensive units to withstand the boss's onslaught. This event completely changed the landscape of the game, and Super Battle Road would remain as the measuring stick for new units for many months to come. If you were able to clear all the stages, or clear a single stage 20 times, you were awarded a copy of a new LR Kid Gohan. Gohan's only notable trait was his amazing leader skill, making him the best rainbow leader after 1000-day LR Goku. Type-specific Elder Kais were introduced in the form of Grand Kais, and they could be exchanged at the Baba shop using currency earned from clearing Super Battle.
Wow, Grand Kais were even released in 2017. Which is a huge addition, because I think they started giving out more Kais once the Grand Kais became a thing. They felt a little more okay giving these out in bigger quantities. I mean, I guess that makes sense, because with Easy A stages, they would also gift Grand Kais, right? Yeah, wow, crazy that's another great addition to the game that came out this year.
Stages. Moving on to the end of October, they released the Majin Buu Saga category leader, Dokkan Fest Super Vegito. This unit was a powered-up version of AGL Super Vegito. He reduced damage received from normal attacks by 50% and countered with tremendous power. What made him crazy though was the fact that he gained 10% attack with every attack received, up to a maximum of 100%. He became far and away the hardest hitting TUR, and could rival the damage output of the top LRs when his passive was fully built up. However, this unit had one glaring flaw when compared to AGL Super Vegito, and that was the fact that his damage reduction was 30% less. He was capable of taking some damage from normals in Super Battle Road, whereas AGL Super Vegito was impervious to all normals in the game. This wasn't the biggest deal on release, as he was still able to tank somewhat competently, but this prevented physical Super Vegito from aging gracefully in the coming months. Alongside Super Vegito, they released the first Halloween special event, which came with a new free-to-play Candy Vegito. Candy Vegito was a fantastic free-to-play unit, and was a viable option in Super Battle Road with his 50% chance to dodge and 20% chance to stun on Super. Continuing the trend of releasing new units alongside the anime, Dokkan released a new Super Saiyan Kefla unit 2 days after her appearance in episode 115.
I didn't realize that was so close to the original release of Kefla and Super, wow.
She introduced the Potara category into the game, which includes characters that fused via the Potara earrings, and characters that regularly wear the Potara earrings such as the Kais. She changed Int Key Spheres to physical, had a medium chance to evade enemies' attacks, and launched an additional attack which had a medium chance to be a super. She was also a nuker that gained 10% attack and defense per physical key sphere obtained. She had several strong abilities in her kit that allowed her to perform decently well despite only being a SSR. However, most people don't remember Kefla's release for the unit herself, but rather for the circumstances.
Here we go, chat. Here we go, chat. Yeah, this is a big one.
Several hours of Kefla's banner being live, there was a bug that displayed different character lists and summoning rates for different players depending on when you open the character list. The actual characters that could be pulled, as well as the summoning rates were correct, even though the bug would show otherwise. Due to false rates being illegal, with the possibility of legal claims being brought up against the developers, all players who summoned on the banner during the period where this bug occurred were refunded all Dragon Stones used, and all players were given 300 stones as compensation.
All JP players. All JP players, that is. Not all players. Not all players. Oh, no, no, no. All JP players.
This was a serious issue at the time that could have caused Dokkan to face serious legal ramifications. But thankfully, they quickly fixed the issue and gave JP players suitable compensation. However, since 300 stones was such a massive amount, global players felt left out, and for the next several years, anytime there was a bug or issue on global, the community would half-jokingly demand 300 Dragon Stones as compensation.
Yeah, I don't even think it's half joking. I don't even think it's half joking. Literally, it's so serious. And I think that the meme still holds true to this day. Sometimes the 300 stone thing is brought up. Now, the fact that the sync has happened between the two versions has made differences of things like that Global and JP had in the past kind of like fade into nothing. So the 300 stone argument really hasn't been as much of a talk in the last like year or two, but before the sync of the versions, when there were still those notable differences, absolutely. The 300 stone thing was thrown around all the time. People were very serious about it. I honestly was with it too. I felt like it would have been fair if we got the same 300 stones.
Controversy. A week later, they finally released Super Saiyan 3 Goku's Extreme Z Battle. The event started at level 1, and you needed to clear 30 stages to acquire all of Goku's EZA medals, with each stage getting progressively harder. These stages cost 0 stamina, but you couldn't use any support items. Characters from the Resurrected Warriors category took less damage and caused increased damage to Goku, with Extreme Int and Extreme Tech characters doing even more damage. The last few stages were basically impossible to complete unless you had Angel Golden Frieza, who led Resurrected Warriors. And even then, it was extremely difficult.
Honestly, I feel like Tech Golden Frieza did more than Angel Golden Frieza, but I guess you're saying like they're saying like you need the leader, so sure. But yeah, like I do remember this being very difficult. I was fortunate enough to have Angel Golden Frieza, so I was able to clear it, but I do remember that being a problem for a lot of players.
Difficult to beat level 30 Goku, who was one-shotting any unit he supered that wasn't Tech or LR Bojack. This event was so difficult that the recommended strategy for most players was to use SR Devilman from the Dragon Ball Saga banner. However, Super Saiyan 3 Goku at level 30 could survive Devilman's super attack when he got the 1% proc. So your Devilman needed to have a few super attack levels and be run under an actual leader in order to one-hit KO Goku.
That's
this
interesting.
Challenge was worth it, however.
I actually didn't know that. I thought that Devilman... So I guess he just gives a really high percent. I thought that he literally gave a, like, maximum possible damage attack, which back then we would have assumed was 9999999, and now we know that that's just a visual cap and it actually goes way beyond that. So yeah, like the fact that you needed super attack levels in him and stuff and like a leader skill and whatever is weird. That's very weird. Huh.
Not only did you get 30 stones and 11 AGL Grand Kais, you were also able to EZA Super Saiyan 3 Goku into a beast of a unit. His leader skill was now equivalent to AGL Super Vegetos, and his super attack was changed from Supreme to Immense. He gained 70% defense at the start of turn, and 120% attack for 7 turns from the character's entry. Combined with his increased stats, Super Saiyan 3 Goku was now able to tank effectively, and reclaimed his position as one of the hardest hitting units in the game. While JP players were fighting for their lives against Super Saiyan 3 Goku's Extreme Z battle, global players had to deal with yet another controversy on their hands.
Here we go.
At the end of November, Global Dokkan released
I
a
actually...
thank you celebration.
I don't know what this is in reference to.
The highly anticipated banners for Super Gogeta and Janemba. However, there were two main issues that greatly infuriated global players.
Oh, this is this is where I got Int Gogeta. This is where I did a toilet summon for him. I literally am picturing the house that I lived in and the toilet that I was sitting on when I pulled this guy. I have a vivid memory of pulling him. Okay, yeah. So then the Int type banner that last release, the earlier in this video in 2017, that was where I got where I decided to go in. I spent a couple hundred stones and I got the Super Saiyan 2 Gohan and the 50% support Kid Gohan. I definitely got those because I was really excited for the return of him here so that I could get him, and then my toilet summon completed my Super Int team, which was huge at the time.
Massively changed both banners and included Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and Omega Shenron, who recently just had their leader skills implemented into Global Dokkan. The problem was that the banners were so different to their JP counterparts that it almost didn't make any sense. The Super and Extreme class theming of the two banners was
Okay, so yeah, because they were doing that before prior a lot, where like all the Extreme class units would be on one side, all the Super class units would be on another side. Here, let me remove my webcam so you guys can see the comparison of the banners here. So that's a pretty big disparity. Yeah. Gogeta being replaced by Mask Saiyan, that's kind of a huge slap in the face, no?
completely discarded, and Gogeta's banner in particular was severely downgraded on Global.
Yeah, similar.
Was
wow.
The fact that the game suffered from an unscheduled maintenance for the entire day, which locked players from summoning or even playing the game during one of the most hyped banner drops ever.
Wow, that's actually
Global
tough.
players were so upset that they dubbed this.
I think, okay. That unscheduled maintenance, so he does kind of gloss over that here, doesn't really talk too much about that unscheduled maintenance. That was literally a Niantic problem. So, something that started happening, because, mind you, we've already passed the 200 million download celebration at this point. So, like, Dokkan is cooking, right? There are so many people playing this game. And as they started creating these releases that were just, like, going off, and people started to understand the schedule of releases and stuff, we now were at the point where people were camping the game, waiting for new banners to come out, just like we do today, where we're counting down the minutes until a new banner releases, and then as soon as it releases, we go in. The game could not handle that kind of traffic back then, and when every single player was logging in to try to play all at once right when a new character dropped, the game would just lag out like crazy. It was impossible to get into the game. Like, it completely broke the servers, right? So, I'm pretty sure this was the first instance of that unscheduled maintenance being a thing where they were doing that to lock players out of being able to get into the game, because if they allowed everyone to play at will, the game was unplayable. It was just lagged out for everybody, right? So I think this was where they started, initiating that, like, batch release thing where they would put the game out of maintenance for some people at a time until eventually everyone was out of maintenance, so that everyone kind of was summoning at different times throughout the day. That was kind of how they solved that problem back then. But yeah, that was a huge issue. So that unscheduled maintenance, he doesn't really touch on that, but that's kind of what was going down there.
Celebration as the fuck you celebration, as they felt like the devs were giving a massive middle finger to the global player base. It also didn't help that at the same time, JP received a new Super Dragon Ball Heroes collab banner, which was still exclusive to the Japanese version. This banner featured Dark.
Yeah, that was exclusive for a couple years, I think, almost.
Super Saiyan 3 Teen Gohan.
At least
All
one,
of
at
them
least
were
one.
decent and usable in Super Battle Road. Dokkan was releasing more Super Saiyan 3 units as of late, so it wasn't shocking when the next Dokkan Fest released leading the Super Saiyan 3 category. Super Saiyan 3 Bardock. Bardock gained 100% attack.
And I will say, on his initial banner, I also remember exactly where I was when I pulled him. I was on my break at work at the old spaghetti factory, and I was in the break room, and I summoned and pulled a singular copy of him. Still have maybe, outside of link leveling him, have literally used him like once or twice ever. But, to this day, he is still 55% on my account. If I didn't pull him back then, I still wouldn't even have him to this day. Absolutely insane.
Defense when attacking with 12 or more ki, and when HP was 70% or less, he gave superclass allies 40% attack. Bardock was already giving Super Saiyan 3 category allies 170% attack from his leader skill, so an additional 40% attack from his passive supercharged the units around him, and made the Super Saiyan 3 team the hardest hitting team in the game. Bardock himself was also capable of putting out really good damage, and he further pushed Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, EZA Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Super Saiyan 3 Broly, and Super Saiyan 3 Angel Goku into the top 10 hardest hitting TURs in the game. Moving on to the month of December, the 22nd World Tournament introduced a new LR as the local ranking reward, LRTN and Chaozu. They weren't as good as LR Piccolo on release, but they were solid on AGL teams. A few days later, we received one of the best quality of life updates ever. You could now unlock multiple nodes in the potential at once.
This was huge.
Node.
Fun fact, we didn't really talk about this too much when they originally talked about the Hidden Potential System release, which I think was in the last video. But yeah, you used to have to unlock these one node at a time. You literally clicked them one at a time and waited for the little, like, animation to go of, like, the orb lighting up, and then you'd move on to the next one. It took, like, 30 minutes to rainbow a unit. And then this dropped that down to, like, 2 minutes. It was insane. Absolutely an insane release. Or, like, a quality of life update.
Long overdue, and reduced the time it took to 100% a character from 15 plus minutes to only half a minute. The Christmas campaign kicked off a week later, and they released a new double race banner featuring Tapion, who strangely had his own Dokkan event.
Tapion. Tapion sucks, right? Tapion's garbage.
Tapion was the leader for the Giant Form category, consisting of characters that have an in-game Giant Form transformation. As you would expect, this category was incredibly limited, but Tapion had an interesting effect in his leader skill. Not only did he give 3 key and 150% stats, but he also increased the maximum number of times a character could turn into a giant form by +1 for all allies. Tapion was very powerful.
Shout out Bergamo, if you know, you know.
And was one of the best options for Super Battle Road. He reduced damage received by 50%, and when HP was 50% or less, he gained 50% defense, 150% attack, and transformed into Harudagard for 2 to 3 turns. It was very common to see Harudagard in Super Battle Road, and he would become invincible for most of the fight while whittling away at the enemy's HP. However, one major flaw Tapion had was the fact that he went from Super Class to Extreme Class upon transforming. For example, if you were running Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's team, he would lose the 3 key and 120% buff, and only get the 1 key and 50% buff from Vegeta's leader skill.
I don't think that really hurt him too much.
Some of you might have noticed, but since this was a double race banner, it meant that there was a new LR card in the unfeatured pool. LR Super Saiyan
Okay,
3
so we were still going with that. Wow.
Super Saiyan 3 Goku was the most powerful LR release we had seen since LR Broly. Goku's passive was very simple. He gained
I wonder if it would be the original 10 then, because obviously the original, we already went over the original 5 LRs, how it was like 2.5 unfeatured, 2.5 featured for between the versions, and then we have seen what, like 3 more, so maybe there's only 2 more LRs to release before this they stop doing like the unfeatured ones. I'm not actually sure.
120% defense at the start of turn, and when attacking with 18 or more ki, he gained a staggering 180% attack at the cost of 70% defense. Super Saiyan 3 Goku was a great tank before attacking, and dealt an absurd amount of damage at 18 plus ki, dethroning LR Gohan and LR Broly as the hardest hitting unit in the game. He needed to launch an ultra super attack in order to reach that peak, but under
okay, sorry, I'm just thinking of the upcoming LRs. So we have Physical Bardock is one of the original 10, and then there's an STR one that we still need to get. Was it Beerus and Whis? STR Beerus and Whis would probably have been old enough. I'm pretty sure those are the next 2. Is STR Beerus and Whis and then Physical Bardock. So maybe those would be the last 2 unfeatured ones? I'm not actually sure.
Optimal conditions on Super Saiyan 3 Bardock's team, LR Super Saiyan 3 Goku was calculated to be at 18 or more ki 85% of the time. He further skyrocketed the overall damage output of the Super Saiyan 3 team, and he was considered to be the new best unit in the game. And that wasn't all, because Dokkan decided to end the year with a bang. A week later, we got the EZA of the first ever Dokkan Fest, STR Broly. He didn't receive as big of a glow up as Super Saiyan 3 Goku, but he was still very powerful, especially if you didn't have LR Broly. His event was weak to Hybrid Saiyans category characters,
Which was free.
and it was
So
much
free.
easier than Super
Yeah.
Saiyan 3 Goku's event.
Oh,
but it
yeah.
was still very challenging. The real hype, however, came 2 days later. Super Gogeta and Janemba received their second Dual Dokkan Fest earlier in the year, so it was about time to revisit the godly duo that broke the game just a year prior.
神に逆らう愚か者め、万死に値するぞ。受けてみな。
Vegito Blue and Rose were the New Year's Dual Dokkan Fest headliner.
Okay, then this would be the official next time that they... Oh, no. Wait, these are just completely different typings. Because the very first one was Physical Vegito Blue and AGL Rose. So they actually didn't reverse typings here. They just did their own thing, because now it's Tech and STR. Okay.
And they possessed upgraded hero and villain leader skills. They gave super and extreme type allies
But-
key and 120%.
Ah, yes.
When the team was
The next bit of
composed
controversy is coming.
/extreme.
I remember this very
Although
vividly.
this was more restrictive than Physical Vegito Blue and AGL Rose's leader skills. They were still supremely good leaders, and arguably had the best leader skills in the game. Just like Physical Vegito Blue, this new iteration was an offensive behemoth. He launched an additional attack that had a medium chance of becoming a super, as well as a 70% chance of launching another additional attack that had a medium chance of becoming a super. Furthermore, for every attack performed, Vegito Blue gained 15% attack, up to a maximum of 150%. He was the hardest hitting TUR in the game, and when he was fully built up, he blew every other TUR in the game out the water in terms of damage. He was also the second Dokkan Fest unit after STR Cell to stack attack and defense on Super, so Vegito Blue's numbers were even higher in longer events. Similar to how Tech Vegito Blue mirrored Physical Vegito Blue, STR Rose was also very similar to AGL Rose, being more well-rounded than Vegito Blue. He gained 120% attack at the start of turn, and gave extreme class allies 3 key and 50% defense. This defense support made every unit next to Rose tankier, and Rose linked with LR Goku Black and Zamasu was a devastating rotation. He also lowered superclass enemies' attack and defense by 20%, making him a very strong option in Super Battle Road.
Okay, so I'm just now... Oh, that was a cool place to pause. I'm just now kind of realizing this, but I made a comment earlier in the video about how STR Broly, on LR STR Broly, his initial release, he had flat buffs in his passive with the 80,000 attack up, 20,000 whatever down. And I was like, yeah, I don't remember that being much of a part of any, like, Dokkan that I've ever played. That seemed like before my time, and now I'm realizing that was like the last unit to have flat buffs was LR Broly, and everything else since then has basically just had percentage buffs, so that makes a lot of sense.
Both units were incredible, and each one had a claim as the #1 TUR for completely different reasons. Their banner units were also among the best banner units to date. Both reduced damage received by 40% at the start of turn, and gained additional stats based on the amount of HP remaining.
Well, yeah, obviously I'm not talking about, like, Prime Battle LRs.
Attack and defense, the more HP you
Like,
have
premium
remaining.
releases.
And Super Saiyan Trunks
Summonable cards.
120% attack and defense, the less HP you had remaining. They both possessed powerful super attack effects, allowing them to perform well in Super Battle Road. The player base was massively satisfied with these new units, and Dokkan was releasing banger after.
That's a really cool artwork. Why is this not a wallpaper? That looks so cool. What? Sure, this artwork does not exist in-game, as far as I know. I wonder what, like, promo thing he pulled this from. Because it looks like Dokkan artwork, but... Wow, interesting.
Banger. Momentum was very high, and the hype was through the roof.
Here we go. Here we go.
During
Yeah,
the
I
release
remember
of
this one.
Rose's banner, An error occurred on the image of the banner, which displayed the TUR art of Super Saiyan 3 Broly instead of the SSR art.
Yep.
All players who summoned on the banner while Broly was displayed incorrectly were refunded all their Dragon Stones. Although Dokkan had refunded stones for banner issues twice in the past 6 weeks, raising some eyebrows, this incident wasn't as significant as previous controversies. However, at this point, morale among global Dokkan players was at an all-time low. The string of previous controversies had already worn down the community, and the New Year celebration only added fuel to the fire. Global players were furious because they had experienced similar banner display issues in the past, yet never received the same level of generous compensation that JP players were getting. To make matters worse, ever since the conclusion of the legendary election, global players had been eagerly waiting for LR Vegito Blue. While they were finally given the SSR and TUR versions of Vegito Blue in the middle of December, his LR form was still nowhere to be seen.
Which, by the way, it's important to note that this card, it's talking about the one that you get with green Incredible Gems now, or the Supreme Kai Stones, whichever you have. It's just Vegito. It's just base form Vegito in the SSR and the TUR. There is no trace of Blue Vegito anywhere until he becomes an LR, right? So it's not like they actually gave us the unit, but they didn't fully power him up yet. They essentially still have not released Vegito Blue, even though he won the Legendary Election campaign months and months ago.
Meanwhile, JP released a shiny new Vegito Blue card, while Global was stuck waiting for the one they were promised. This time period marked what many consider to be the lowest morale the global Dokkan community has ever experienced. The start of 2018 brought with it
it's 18!
JP and Global, Kimono Android 18. The unit itself was whatever, but Kimono 18 had one of the most unique card arts in the game.
Still does. Still does to this day.
The SSR and TUR versions of LR.
Probably the coolest trophy card that we've ever gotten. Probably, literally, if you just pick all the exclusive units ever, she's the best one. She's so cool.
Vegito Blue made their way onto JP a month after they came out on Global. He seemed quite underwhelming to both player bases, and people were simply waiting for him to become an LR to see how strong he would actually become. About 2 weeks later, we entered the 3rd anniversary countdown campaign. The countdown images were all Namek themed, and many people were speculating.
What was that artwork, guys? Hold on.
Namek themed and anniversary countdown campaign. The countdown.
Alright. Okie dokie. Where's Bulma? Can we just get a Dokkan Fest Bulma already? Okay, please. We have now seen 3 or 4 different artworks that they've shown off that were once posted in Dokkan Battle in the live client that don't exist in game. Give us Bulma. Now.
Images were all Namek themed, and many people were speculating we were about to get a Super Saiyan Goku and Full Power Frieza dual Dokkan Fest. Little did we know, however, Dokkan was about to pull the biggest beta switch ever, and the true anniversary headliners were something no one in their right mind could have ever predicted.
Which we obviously know now was going to be Vegito and Gogeta, and start a trend that would never die for the rest of the game's lifespan. Of throwing out fusions and Super Saiyan 4s for the anniversary celebrations. Alright, well, that is, post 2nd anniversary. That is what the I guess, 3rd year of the game's lifespan looked like. So yeah, an absolutely huge year for a lot of reasons, right? One, because of all of the, major systems and additions to the game. Not only did we get the 120 meta, but we also got the beginnings of the category meta in the game. Right, this was the year of Dokkan Battlefield. This was the year that real challenge content kicked off with Super Battle Road and everything. And then along with all of that good came some of the worst mistakes that Dokkan has ever made with the 300 stone thing and Kefla and everything that we've been over with all these differences between the compensation that JP got versus Global, the to-be released thing with Gogeta and Omega, right? Just an absolutely iconic year of Dokkan Battle, and I think absolutely has you know, shaped and molded the way that Dokkan has developed since. So yeah, and a huge pinnacle year in Dokkan's history, and not only all of that, but also the addition of Toxic Jordan, because this is the year that I started playing Dokkan, right? So we also got me in this year. Alright, well, that is gonna go ahead and do it for this one. So we will be back for the next one. As you guys can see, the little thumbnails teasing it right there. 2018 History of Dokkan Battle has already been, you know, released here. So, that is not to be released. What is to be released is my reaction to it. So, look forward to that. That should be coming soon, within the next week or so. But yeah, that's everything that I have for you guys on 2017 Dokkan Battle. So let me know if you were someone who was gaming back then. If you were, then let me know what your favorite and least favorite part of 2017 Dokkan Battle was. And if you're someone that wasn't playing back then let me know what the most surprising thing that you learned in this video today was. And I'll be very interested to hear from you guys in the comments. But for now, that's all I have for you guys. So thank you guys so much for sticking with me. That's going to do it for this one, and I will catch you guys next time. Peace. Alright, don't leave the stream, chat. Don't leave the stream. That is it for the video, which ended up being over 2 hours long, by the way. Holy moly. I kind of considered around the time in that video... Oh, so loud. My ears. So around the time that we got that he started talking about to be released, I considered pausing and doing like a part 2 and being like, okay, we're gonna end on that cliffhanger before the to be released, and then do like a part 2 of it, which would have been the to be released on to the end, and that would have split, because we were at an hour at that point. So that would have split the video in half, but it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I can still potentially do that in post if I want, and just make like a new intro and a pseudo outro for that to be released section, but, yeah, that works, that works. Oh, okay. What's next? Do we have anything else that we need to do? I think I'm probably gonna end stream soon-ish. I do need to do a couple of things tonight. Before bed. I'm obviously off tomorrow. I'm planning on streaming tomorrow, again. We are going to do the, OST, tier list tomorrow on live. I do not know how long that's gonna take. I actually have no idea how long. I don't even have an estimate for that. Let me... 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, I fudged with the background music. Okay. Okay, so DBZ World has currently in the OST, like the OSTs that DBZ World has uploaded to YouTube, which is what we're going to be basing the video off of. There are 447 videos in there. So if we're going to be ranking every single OST, that is going to be 450 of them. Let's say on the quick end, we rate each one in a minute. So 1 minute. So 30 seconds to listen to it, 30 seconds to decide where it goes and put it there. That would be 450 minutes. So 450 minutes, divided by 60 equals like 7.5 hours. Yeah. We've got a long stream coming tomorrow. We've got a long stream coming. So I am probably going to finish up in a couple of minutes here. Yeah. That's going to be a lot. Let me just quickly back out and remember if there was anything else we needed to do. Because I'm not going to worry about Frontier for now. The only reason I really wanted to get Festival done was so that I could get these missions cleared out, right? Which I could probably do these other ones off stream. I don't think that's going to be an issue. So I can get my screenshot of missions and stuff. But Frontier, I can't even get 100% in Frontier if I wanted to, because I'm missing the, the Piccolo and Gohan LR. So there's no point in me, like, continuing to do it, because I literally can't get 100%. So, as far as because I need screenshots of it, right? Maybe consider splitting that one into 2 days. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Because I'm probably not, like, the Festival of Battles run that we did, and then the reaction video that we just did, I'm planning to convert those into YouTube videos, right? So I definitely want them to be all recorded at once so that I can do that. But I don't think that we're going to be doing the same thing with the OST live stream. I'm probably, if anything, once we have finished the live stream and finished the tier list, then I can go back and do a smaller version of it that's just like a top 10 or something for YouTube. But that would be me re-recording the whole thing. So yeah, that wouldn't necessarily matter too much for like live stream. So yeah, we could potentially split it up into multiple. That isn't the worst shout, right? Maybe we can make it where, like, live stream number 1 is the reveal of me listening, like, getting my live reaction of listening to all the 2026 OSTs, since I haven't heard any of the ones post-anniversary yet. And then, you know, part 2 could be revealing the top 10, where you guys actually see the top of the tier list and, like, the finalized version of it and stuff. So yeah, we'll see. I'll have to ponder about that in between. But we are definitely going to be going live and at least getting a start on that tomorrow. So, yeah, I think with that considered, we'll get finished up soon. What time is it? It's 11 p.m. Yeah, probably going to need to get finished up here. Because like I said, I do have a couple of more things that I want to do tonight. So, I think that I'm going to make this the stopping point for the live stream today. But I appreciate all of you that showed up. I know a lot of people kind of slipped in at the tail end here. I'm still trying to figure out the best ways to conduct my live streaming situation. It's pretty common for me to go live at like 5 p.m. PST. That's a pretty common time, because it's either when I've just gotten off work, and then around then I'll be home if I had like a morning shift, or I slept in like really massively, and then I'm just getting started to my day, you know, a little bit before that, which is kind of what happened today, right? And the same thing that's going to be happening tomorrow. But I've noticed that around that time I don't really get a lot of viewership, and that it takes quite a few hours for a lot of people to show up in the stream. So maybe it would make more sense for me to starting them later and then go later into the night, where it seems like I'm getting a little more viewership. But I don't know. I'll have to consider that moving forward. But hopefully the fact that I have already announced the live stream for tomorrow prior to this one starting, so basically a full 24-hour notice in advance, means that we have a little bit more viewership. But I'm definitely going to want people in chat for, you know, the OST live stream. So we have that to look forward to. All right, well, that's going to do it for this stream. Thank you guys for hanging out, and I will see you guys tomorrow, whoever decides to show up. So thank you guys so much for joining me for today's live stream. It was a lot of fun, and I will see you guys next time. Peace.